Chapter 721 United Civilizations Dispatch Flagship. Although Jiangyao doesn't know what the critical value of the insect swarm is, he doesn't know the specific amount. But as long as the number is controlled in a safe area, he can spend it as he pleases. His idea is simple. If he can explode a galaxy-level insect swarm in 1 or 2 days, it will be enough. There was no need for him to exaggerate the total. After fighting the enemy, even if the entire army is wiped out, it only takes 1 day to make up for the battle damage. However, no matter which civilization the enemy is, it is absolutely impossible for them to make up for the battle damage in such a short period of time. So what he only needs to consider is that if the enemy cannot wipe out his entire galaxy in 1 day, then the enemy will never be able to fight against him. But trying to eliminate such a large number of insect swarms in 1 day is tantamount to a fantasy. It is absolutely impossible for normal civilization to do this. Compared to normal civilization, only special beings like plants can do this. But unfortunately, the plants in this universe don't seem to be very united, and their energy is not on themselves right now. Although it is unclear what the situation of these plants is, Jiangyao currently does not have any large plant tribes. Credit goes to plants now, giving up their resources to fight. But the plants in this universe should not be underestimated. Their strength is actually not weak. And the most important thing is that my current understanding of the universe must be changed. What I thought was the entire universe turned out to be just an isolated area. This area is larger than many universes I have visited before. This shows how big this universe is. The bigger the universe is, the richer the resources are. With rich resources, splendid civilizations will develop. And these civilizations in the universe will compete with each other, thus giving birth to more powerful civilizations. What the current United Universe civilization has demonstrated is not enough to reach the limit of this universe. The United Civilization feels more like a civilization that has been pushed to the surface. I don't know how many old guys are hiding in the dark. In fact, he is not unfamiliar with this kind of thing. After all, he has experienced similar situations before. Wasn't that what the Empire was like back then? Even though the fight with him was back and forth, he was a puppet secretly controlled by those super civilizations. Therefore, Jiangyao will not underestimate any civilization in the universe. He naturally supports the player's ideas. After all, no matter what, it is always right to be careful in this kind of universe. At this time, while Jiangyao was still making various preparations, he was on the United Civilization side. It's not good. The number of plants is getting more and more exaggerated. We can't bear it anymore. Based on the current situation, we can last for 2 to 3 years at most. And this is if the number of plants does not continue to expand. And now these plants have evolved a series of things against us based on fighting with us. At present, our technological research and development can no longer keep up with their evolutionary speed. At this rate, it won't take long before the damage we cause to them will be greatly reduced. Since the beginning of the war, bad news from the United Universe civilization has come one after another. In particular, plants began to evolve crazily. And after adopting the same tactics as them, it can be said that the United Universe civilization is becoming more and more difficult to fight. What's the current situation in the scientific research department? Don't count on it for now. The research and development progress there is still very fast. But it doesn't have much effect. It won't take long for any new weapon to come out. And these plants can easily evolve ways to target it. And it takes too much time and energy to research some new weapons over there. The new things we have researched so far are basically things that other civilizations have wanted to research before, but have never been successful. They came up with their own plan and developed it after deliberation with the power of other civilizations. Basically all of these new weapons have been used on the battlefield. And those plants have also evolved corresponding ways to deal with it. Upon hearing this news, the top leaders of the United Civilization frowned. This is going to be troublesome. Yes, if this trend continues, I'm afraid we will really be captured by this group of plants. While everyone was still discussing, a commander suddenly thought of something. I remember that we once obtained a super weapon left over from an ancient civilization. It's a ranged weapon. Later on, weren't many civilizations studying this weapon? Then some civilizations made some progress. Otherwise, let's take out this weapon. After hearing what the commander said, everyone shook their heads. That kind of weapon is our last resort. If we take out these plants now, it won't take long for them to evolve corresponding abilities. This kind of weapon is used at a critical moment, because this kind of weapon itself can cause large-scale group damage, and it is naturally very effective against these plants. This must be used when the number of these plants has reached an uncontrollable point, and then we take them out to give them a fatal blow. And then we resist according to the previous combat methods. All in all, the role of this weapon is to decide the outcome in one battle. And there is only one chance to use it. Because once this time passes, it won't take long for these plants to evolve corresponding resistance. After hearing what everyone said, the previous commander nodded. That means it's not yet time to use it. The commander thought for a while, and then asked again. By the way, don't we have black hole technology? I think it should be available at this stage. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. Except for the weapon left over from ancient times. The most powerful weapon currently available to the United Civilization is the black hole weapon. They have developed a way to create artificial black holes. Although the artificial black hole created will disappear within a short period of time. Even if it only exists for a moment. The destructive power it displays is very terrifying. I think it would be more appropriate to use this kind of weapon at this stage. I just don't know if those plants can evolve corresponding resistance. No civilization should be able to resist this thing. The black holes in this universe are completely different from the black holes in other universes. In other universes, some super civilizations can enter and exit black holes. But the black holes in this universe are completely different. Apart from some of the characteristics of conventional black holes, the dimensions of the black holes in this universe are chaotic. At the same time, it is also filled with various special energies that cannot be analyzed. All kinds of messy things are mixed together. Even if you are super civilized, you can't even think of getting out after entering. At the same time, the United Universe civilization is still studying the swing of this universe and wants to develop corresponding weapons. But the current progress of such weapons is too slow. This is the difference between different universes. If the United Civilization can travel to other universes and encounter white holes in other universes, maybe they can study them. A very simple example. If the difficulty of researching similar weapons in this universe is 100 in some other small universe, the difficulty of researching this type of weapons may be only 10. It would be much easier if they started with 10 and then worked on 100. But it's a pity that they don't have this opportunity. This universe is different from other universes. In these years, the United Civilizations have never seen or heard of any so-called gate to the universe. As for why Jiangyao encountered the cosmic door leading to this universe, all this is unknown. At this time, after some discussions with the United Universe Civilization, they decided to take action. There is no other way, but they are blind. If they don't use some extraordinary means, they will be beaten in by then. What they need to do now is to try every means to delay it for a little longer. After having a general idea, they started to take action. The plants fighting them on the battlefield at this time were naturally unaware. At this time, the place is still the same as before. The plants are desperately launching an attack. But the United Universe Civilization is trying its best to resist. This war has never stopped from the beginning to the present. And both sides are constantly investing troops into the battlefield. Today, the morale of the United Civilization is higher than in the past. Because they have received news that they will use super weapons. Great. The Alliance is finally willing to take out this weapon. Yes, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. If this kind of weapon had been taken out earlier, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Okay, don't discuss it anymore. It's not our turn to discuss the above matters. As for why they brought it out at this stage, they naturally have their own considerations. What should we do? For a time, the entire war zone was talking about this matter. The battle situation during this period of time made everyone feel as if a huge boulder weighing 1,000 kilograms was weighing on their hearts. They are all very depressed. And now using this weapon to win back the fight is undoubtedly good news for them. In this way, the weapon was unveiled amidst the various expectations of warriors across the board. This is a super battleship that is half the size of a galaxy. It is also the flagship of the United Civilization. The Glory. This battleship has devoted almost all the efforts and energy of the United Civilization. In order to build this warship, all the civilizations on the United Civilization side participated. Therefore, this battleship does not belong to any civilization among them. This battleship belongs to the United Civilization Organization. Normally, this warship would not be mobilized. After all, compared to its combat effectiveness, the sense of belief and belonging it brings is the most important. As long as the battleship does not fall, then civilization will not fall. Just like in the low-level civilization period, many people worshipped a certain kind of gods and Buddhas. When they reach a civilization of this level, they must have some spiritual belief. And this battleship is the spiritual belief of these warriors. So when this battleship appeared on the battlefield, All the United Civilized warriors were excited. At the same time, the appearance of the battleship naturally attracted the attention of the plants, and countless plants were seen rushing toward the battleship. Looking at the incoming plants, the battleship escort formation also opened fire immediately. At the same time, the Gory's turret also began to operate. The next moment it stood up. Countless firepower was awakened, and the swarming plants were immediately annihilated. Naturally, after the first batch of plant troops were annihilated, more plant troops came over. It's just that these plant troops were wiped out again before they could reach the battleship. At this time, the powerful firepower of the battleship was also displayed in front of everyone. At the same time, facing more plants, violent energy suddenly began to surge at the front of the battleship. Then the entire space was distorted, and gradually a small black hole appeared in front of the battleship. At the same time, when this thing appeared, these plants seemed to be aware of the danger, so their charge became even faster. But these charges were a trivial matter for the battleship. Its powerful firepower easily blocked these plants. As time goes by, the space in front of the battleship is also distorted, becoming more and more serious. Even the battleship itself began to distort. And then perhaps when everything reached a certain special value, the next moment a small black hole with a diameter of about 1 meter was created. Immediately afterwards, the black hole was launched by the battleship and flew towards the incoming plants. I saw that all the plants along the road were directly absorbed by the black hole. When entering, it can be said that there is no grass growing anywhere. Meanwhile, all of plant stormtroopers met a similar fate. Even plants very far away from the black hole are affected. After the black hole was launched, all the plants on the path had disappeared. It was obvious that they were all sucked into the black hole. After doing all this, the battleship began to accumulate energy again. This battleship can be launched twice in total. The energy of such a huge battleship will be emptied after 2 launches. But this time, the warship pointed its gun directly at other plants in the restricted area, because the previous one has almost cleaned up the external plants. Now let's do another major cleaning of the internal plants. In this way, you can buy enough time for your side to build more defenses and send more warships. Of course, everything went very smoothly. It was the first time for these plants to encounter this kind of method, so they were caught off guard this time. The 2 attacks not only cleared up the plants on the main battlefield. At the same time, most of the plants in the restricted area were cleared. Chapter 722, United Civilizations Trump Card. Seeing how powerful their flagship was at this time, everyone on the United Civilization side also cheered. As expected of our United Civilization, we paid such a high price to build the flagship. I guess those plants may be dumbfounded now. I'm afraid they never dreamed that we would have such a powerful weapon. The flagship is indeed powerful. It destroyed so many plants in just 2 strikes. Okay, now we don't have to worry about the defense line being unable to hold. And since so many of them have been wiped out, I guess these plants won't dare to attack for a while. And then we'll have enough time to start again. Strengthen the defense line. It has to be said that this decisive weapon can indeed stabilize the morale of the military. All the soldiers on the front line of the United Civilization changed from their previous decadence and became excited. The power displayed by the Civilization flagship this time really amazed them. At this time, as the 2 rounds of attacks ended, the Civilization flagship also began to evacuate. Next comes the long period of replenishing energy and repairing. But for the United Civilization, this is enough. They are also very satisfied to be able to achieve such great results. Of course, they also know very well that their Civilization flagship will not be able to move again in a short period of time. Although the weapon is powerful enough, releasing this weapon will also cause great damage to the ship's own hull. So once this weapon is released, the battleship must go back for repairs. But this time on the United Civilization side, the commanders couldn't help but look happy. It was obvious that they were very satisfied with the results achieved by the civilized flagship. The Glory really did not disappoint us. After paying such a huge price in the first place, it was indeed worth it to build it. By the way, how much damage is done to the hull this time? 30%. The estimated maintenance time is about 5 years. After hearing this, everyone thought for a while. Hey, although the Glory is powerful, the maintenance cycle is not short. Everyone loves and hates the super weapons of the United Civilization. There is no doubt about the power of this weapon. Since this weapon was developed, the United Civilization has not been able to find a way to use it. Because if you want to use this weapon, you need several prerequisites. The first prerequisite is enough energy, which is very important. Without energy, everything is meaningless. The second condition is that there are very high requirements for the use of launch weapons themselves. They once tried to install such a transmitter on a planet, but the end result was that the planet was swallowed by a black hole. Later, he tried many devices, and all ended in failure without exception. So they finally had no choice but to build the flagship Glorious, whose purpose was to launch super weapons. To put it simply, this flagship was actually born to be able to use this kind of weapon. At the beginning of the design, they had been considering how to reduce the impact of this weapon on the ship, what kind of materials the ship should use, and what capabilities it should have. They took all kinds of things into consideration. But even so, the final result is that every time the flagship Glory is launched, it will cause varying degrees of damage to the ship's hull. Fortunately, this kind of damage is still controllable, and at least 30% is within the acceptable range for them. After all, it would be unrealistic to say that a weapon with such a huge lethality would have no impact at all. In fact, based on this level of damage, they can do it again a few times. But unfortunately, even a behemoth like the Glorious and a battleship with an optimized energy system does not have enough energy to support the third launch. At this time, everyone in the command room was still discussing this matter over there on the battlefield. Naturally, the people on the battlefield would not let the victory obtained by the flagship go to waste. They took advantage of this period to start stepping up the surrounding defense offensive. And a lot more were built. And at the same time, a large amount of resources were transported. These plants are actually not attacking anymore. At this time, the soldiers on the front battlefield looking at the entrance to the restricted area felt a little weird, because they found that these plants actually stopped attacking. You must know that since this area was opened, their war with plants has never stopped. In the past, regardless of the small losses, both sides would send more troops to join this war as soon as possible. This kind of thing has never changed, until the flagship Glory showed its power just now. This tacit understanding actually changed. These plants actually stopped attacking. It was obvious that the attack just now scared these plants. After all, the area affected this time was too huge. At this time, there was a huge vacancy on the plant side, and a new round of gathering began. However, compared to before, their gathering of troops this time became scattered. It's probably because the people gathered too close together before, and everyone was eating them up. So now these plants are also very careful. Of course, just as these soldiers thought, these plants were indeed frightened by the blow just now. I have to say that the damage from the attack just now was too terrifying. And the range was also very large. Although these plants have high resistance in all aspects, facing such an attack, they were still sucked in without any resistance. So they were naturally honest. At least in a short period of time, they didn't dare to make too big a fuss. Especially when there is no such weapon against the opponent. These plants also know how to give in. Although they are plants, they can still be regarded as intelligent life forms, and possess relatively high intelligence. It is also for this reason that the United Civilization finally has a chance to breathe. At this time, these soldiers were working overtime, and continuing to build the fortifications in their hands. At the same time, they were also discussing after dinner, when they showed their power during the previous civilization. Not to mention that the shock brought to them by the civilization flagship was too huge. After all, everyone knew how helpless they were in the previous war. And the civilization flagship can handle things that they cannot solve so easily. Which is enough to show how powerful the civilization flagship is. Unlike these warriors, the top leaders of the United Civilization frowned. And they couldn't help but look solemn at this time. The behavior of these plants is really too abnormal. If these plants launched a counterattack immediately after they completed their attack, they would not have to be afraid. Because this proves that these plants cannot target their weapons at all. But the fact is different from what they thought. These plants fell silent after this wave of attacks. And what this meant was clear to everyone present. This means that these plants may have a way to deal with this weapon. And the reason why they are immersed is to evolve this way. If this is the case, it will probably be a disaster for us. Actually, everyone present has already thought of this. Right? Yes, we have actually thought of it a long time ago. We just didn't want to admit it. But now we have to admit it depending on the situation. If they really evolve this way, then the pressure will be increasing if we want to confront them later. Our goal from beginning to end was not to defeat them, but to hold them back until the day the instrument was repaired. I have to say that United Civilization is still very self-aware. At least they weren't so arrogant as to want to wipe out these plants. Because they know very well that they do not have this ability. Being able to barely resist the attack of these plants is already their extraordinary performance. For them, What they have to do is very simple. Just hang in there, and that's it. But at this time, they are still thinking this way. On the player's side. I'll be nice. Brothers, you don't know how cruel that thing is. That thing is really too unsolvable. Not only is the range large, but the most important thing is the lethality. You also know the strength of those plants. When you encounter those things, they are sucked away without any resistance. Depending on the situation, I feel that the thing must have created a black hole. But this black hole is different from the black hole we know. The ability of this kind of black hole is much stronger than the ability of black holes as we know it. It is also for this reason that these plants have no power to resist. Of course, we will not know the details until we conduct detailed observations later. But what is certain is that this civilization is not as simple as we imagined. Fortunately, we didn't jump out directly, but chose to develop in secret. Hearing what the frontline players said at this time, everyone couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Sure enough, being obscene is the best way to develop. Brothers, this means that when we confront this civilization in the future, we must pay close attention to their weapons. Hearing what this player said, they actually knew very well that this weapon posed a huge threat to them. Brothers, based on my observations, I can basically confirm one thing. This weapon should be a black hole weapon. It's just different from the black hole weapons we know in the traditional sense. This kind of black hole weapon can be understood as enhanced. Of course, none of this is important. What is important is how we should respond next. If there is any highlight of this weapon, I think the biggest highlight is that it is aimed at a race with a relatively large population like ours. Because once this kind of weapon is released, we will be wiped out in pieces. If we don't evolve corresponding countermeasures, then we will become fish on the chopping board in the face of this kind of weapon. When it comes to the topic of evolution, everyone expresses a variety of helplessness. You must know that the evolution of the Zerg is also very complicated. Especially if you want to evolve a certain special ability, you must go through many beatings. As for this kind of weapon, they can't stand even one beating, let alone many times. Therefore, it is basically unrealistic to rely on evolution to solve this problem. Actually, evolution can't solve it. Why don't we hide? At this moment, a player stood up and said, everyone didn't understand what he was talking about. But how could they hide from such a huge insect swarm? Why don't we know what you're talking about? The problem is how to hide. Our target is really too big. Even if we hide part of it, another part will be attacked by them. So hiding is not a good idea for us. As he said this, everyone was helpless. Although they are not facing off against the United Civilization now, players know very well that they may face off sooner or later. When it comes to this civilization, their first priority is to solve this problem. Hey, brothers, the only way to deal with this kind of weapon is probably decapitation. First take a batch of bugs and use them as bait to let them launch an attack. When the battleship attack is over, our ambush troops will appear and stop it. In this case, if the source of the weapons is solved, everything will be easy to say. But now what we need to know is how many such weapons the opponent has. Our routine is worth using once. So we must make sure that all these things in their hands are eliminated this time. Otherwise, if they become vigilant in the future, it is basically unrealistic for us to follow this routine again. In this way, players are also talking about this matter. In fact, players have to admit that hiding in the dark is indeed a good trick. At least before starting, they can figure out all the information there and come up with countermeasures in advance. In this case, when they actually confront this civilization later, they will come out with various methods against this civilization. By then, we will definitely be able to catch this civilization off guard. Just like this, while the players were still discussing, a problem arose on the plant side. These plants are thinking. So after seeing such a powerful weapon from the opponent, these plants decided to go back and evolve the corresponding abilities. However, because the information they collected this time was too little, it was difficult to evolve. But they have already determined what this weapon is. So they decided to evolve on the black hole side of the restricted area. Plants never dare to approach that area. After all, taking things is too scary. But now it's different. After seeing that the opponent can actually use this kind of weapon, these plants know that they must evolve the ability to resist. Otherwise, if the opponent uses such a weapon once, their side will be greatly affected and they won't be able to bear it. Therefore, only some of the plants were left to continue the stalemate with the United Universe civilization. The other plants went back to studying evolution. Yes, the plants are coming back. They will come back to develop. And when they next appear, they will no longer be afraid of this weapon. It's just that at this time, the plants that used to live near Jiang Yao's area didn't know that they had removed a wave of them, and their home had been stolen when they came back. Chapter 723 Plants Return. A plants outing undoubtedly gives players the opportunity to steal. It's just that the players don't know that the plants have returned at this time, and they are still wandering around the surrounding large plant gathering areas. After all, the free resources here are so delicious. These large plant gathering places also have very high requirements for resource points. The areas they usually choose are very rich in resources. Players can basically make a lot of money as long as they go there. One stroke. At this time, the players are quite satisfied with the income during this period. Brothers, I have to say that we have made a lot of money during this period. But I am wondering, what is the situation with these plants and those united civilizations? Which side do you think will win in the end in this battle? I think it should be on the plant side. After all, the number of plants is on the united civilization side here. If you want to defeat this place, it will be quite difficult. The weapons of the united civilization are more advanced, so they can barely resist it. But if the number of plants reaches a certain level one day, the united civilization may not be able to do anything. All in all, the players also had various discussions about the battle situation there. However, the players still know that it is best for them to lose both sides as the most perfect solution. At that time, players only need to go over and harvest and that's it. But sometimes the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. At least for current players. At this time, the players who were having a great time digging in various mining areas were discussing and arranging their future plans. But just when they were having fun digging, they suddenly discovered a problem. What's going on here? Brothers? What happened? Brothers? Something is wrong here. Why do I see plants coming towards our mining area? I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. The plants are having a good time fighting over there right now. How can they get by? At this time, while the players were still discussing this matter, the player who spoke earlier seemed to realize something. I'm going. Have you forgotten that the United Civilization launched a big wave before, and all the eyes we sent there were lost? We don't know what the situation is over there right now. Do you think there is a possibility that these plant swords can't defeat them, and then they come back by themselves? After hearing what this player said, everyone thought that this was really the case. So they immediately stopped what they were doing. Immediately afterwards, the players sent a large number of eyeworms to the area where the previous battle was fought. However, after their eyes passed by, they immediately realized that the situation seemed to be similar to what the player said. There is indeed a problem over there. At this time, the players discovered that there were a large number of plants rushing back over there. And the most important thing was that many of them had been seen by the players before. It is even said that they have dealt with them. And these plants are basically plants in the area where the players are. Come on, brothers. The situation is not good now. Something big has happened. Now a large number of plants here are rushing back. It may be that something went wrong in the battle with the United Civilization. So what do we do next? What should I do? I have to say that your question has somewhat touched upon my blind spot in knowledge. Hack me. What else do you think we can do at this time? Run away, brother. As he said this, the player immediately began to notify his team members to pack up and leave as soon as possible. At the same time, not only him, but other players also started to take action. I saw these players pack up mining equipment, bugs and other things at an extremely fast speed, and then withdrew from the battlefield. Although the players are now much stronger than before. But players also know very well that they cannot take action without absolute certainty. But now facing these plants, players are not absolutely sure. As for the specific reason, it is naturally very simple. After seeing these plants fighting with the United Civilizations before, they felt that these plants might be united together, although it is uncertain whether they will continue to unite in the future. At this stage, they are definitely wearing the same pants. Under such circumstances, if you still dare to go out and wander around, you may be attacked by a group of these plants. This is why after players learned about the arrival of these plants, their first reaction was to evacuate directly rather than forcefully. After all, things are different now. In the past, when these plants were working on their own, players could do whatever they wanted. But now that these things are combined together, if I still dare to be as promiscuous as before, I'm afraid I won't even know how I failed in the end. As a result, the players decided to play it safe. At this time, the situation on the plant side was followed by the players' eyes after they were sent out. The players have also figured out the situation there. First of all, that area is indeed what the players thought. The war is nearing its end. At least this is the case according to the players' observations. Because the number of plants, there is obviously much less. The scale of the war was much smaller than before. By the way, they also saw large-scale evacuations of plants on the road. It was obvious that these plants did not intend to continue fighting here. Of course, these are all speculations by players, at least judging from the current situation of these plants. However, many players think that these plants should go back to hiding and evolve. After all, players still know the routines for the evolution of these plants. They often use this routine when fighting players, but they evolve while fighting. Therefore, the players did not know about the plants going back to evolve this time. This led to various speculations. Of course, through this incident, players also learned that the plants in this universe seemed to be able to unite at any time. This also made them feel the pressure doubled. So a group of players also made a decision after discussion. That is to wait and develop for the time being. And at least wait until they have the ability to fight against all the plants in this area before going out. However, this will involve a problem. That is, the previous resource points of players whose plants have returned have been taken back by these plants. This is what makes them feel the most miserable. After all, this area has long been regarded as their own area by the players. However, they can only retreat temporarily. But the players should be cautious before retreating. They have memorized all the relatively developed resource points, and are ready to steal a wave of chickens when the time comes. In other words, if the plants still have ideas about where they are, players can sneak over and mine these resource points after the plants send troops again. Because the plants have left during this period, the players have also explored the surrounding resource points to a very high degree. They have a clearer idea of which resource points are rich in resources, and which ones are devoid of oil and water. After returning, a group of players gathered together again and began to discuss how to operate next. Brothers, let's not count on the plant area for now. We can't count on this thing at all. I think now we can consider looking for resources in the big universe. Since knowing that this universe is just an isolated small universe, players have also been very yearning for the situation in the big universe. However, this proposal was quickly rejected by the players. Lao Tai, your idea is indeed very good, but have you ever considered how we should get out? Currently, we only know one battle location leading to that area. If you want to get out in those places, you can imagine how difficult it is. They knew it well after observing it. How closely the civilization over there watches that area. If you want to leave that area, unless you really defeat the civilization stationed there, it is basically unrealistic. The blockade there is very tight. The players have been observing there for such a long time, but they have not seen any plant actually slip out of that area. There, the United Civilization has established a total of 3 lines of defense. The first line of defense is the most basic line of defense against flora. The second line of defense is behind the main battlefield, where various turrets or other auxiliary things are being built continuously. As for the third line of defense, there are some wandering fleets. These warships are very powerful, and these warships mainly wander around the periphery of the area. The reason why these warships wander around the periphery is naturally to clear up those fish that want to escape in the chaos. After all, the United Civilizations know very well what it means once a plant leaves an area and takes root elsewhere. Therefore, it is impossible for them to let any plant go. But it is also for this reason that the players have no way to start. Because if they want to leave that area, they have to go through these 3 lines of defense. If they cannot completely avoid it, it is basically impossible to leave there. This is also what troubles them the most. If large-scale battles are still breaking out in the plants over there, then they might still have the slightest chance to take advantage of the chaos. It's just that the price is that you will expose yourself in advance. So the players are very helpless about this. And then again, if a large-scale war really breaks out over there, then players don't need to expose themselves, because their goals have always been very simple. That is to obtain as many resources as possible. And if there is still a war breaking out over there, plants will definitely gather there. Plants gather there. And the players have no shortage of resources at all. So they don't have to take risks. And this is what gives them the most headaches. The current situation is that the plants are back now. They have no resources, and cannot take risks. When the plants leave, they have resources. So there is no need to go out and take risks. By the way, brothers, what should we do next? The current situation is that we can't get out even if we want to. How about we take the risk to find the gathering place of those plants and test it out? The current situation is somewhat complicated for the players. Staying here all the time is definitely not what they want. But they couldn't leave in a short time. So they only thought of one way at the moment. That is to return to the old business, and rob the resources of those plant gathering places. But now I'm worried that if we attack one point, we will see all the plants in the other endpoints rushing towards this direction. Then a swarm of bees will give us a painful wave. After all, in this situation, these plants have most likely united. After joining forces, as the saying goes, if one side is in trouble, all sides will support it. When they get support from all sides, we will create a mess here. So this is the current situation. You can test it, but how to deal with the aftermath is the key. At this time, a player seemed to have thought of something. Brothers, how about we change our thinking? These animals don't want to cause trouble. How about we take the initiative to help them cause trouble? After hearing what the player said, everyone looked at him with questioning eyes. You said, we quietly went over to release the Black Hands. And they were all kinds of high-attack Black Hands. What would happen? Their current situation is that they are testing back and forth on the edge of large scale, and not large scale. So I thought about it for a while, and I felt that we could add some firepower. When the time comes, we will sneak past and throw all kinds of great skills at our best. Don't the United Civilizations want to break in? Let's give them a few painful shots to make them think that these animals are now adopting a long-range sniper plan. After such a wave of operations, I estimate that the United Civilization will definitely come in. After all, our attacks are not weak. I wouldn't believe it if this wave continues without causing damage to his defense line. However, this wave of damage is enough to make the United Civilizations worry. If we continue to defend passively like this, we may attack again. So the United Civilization will definitely take the initiative. But once these United Civilizations dare to take the initiative to attack, they mean that they will attack directly. Then won't there be no reaction from the plants at all? I guess there will definitely be another large-scale fight with them here. And listening to what this player said, everyone couldn't help but their eyes lit up. Indeed, in the current situation, it might be a good idea for them to go with Sheeny, since the two sides are just having a small friction now. If the players have been so troubled in the past, the small friction may turn into a large battle. The players who had an idea in this way immediately started to take action. Suddenly, a large number of Leviathan beasts set off in that direction. After a while, the players appeared far away from the main battlefield. And this position is also the ultimate distance of the Leviathan bioplasma cannon. When players choose this place, they naturally have their considerations in mind. Players are still very confident in the range of biological dots. As for the speed, it barely reaches the speed of light. It would take at least a day for the players to fly over at the current distance. Chapter 724 Players Plan. The current thinking of players is naturally very simple. Fire bioplasma in this area for half a day to clear out Leviathan's energy, and then run away. Through this delay method, you can ensure that the area where you launch is always safe. Their idea is simple. Take a shot and change the place. Ever since, under the various operations of the players, the first round of attack was over. And after the end, the players immediately ran away with Leviathan. At this time, on the United Civilization and plant side, their battle is still continuing. It is just a small-scale battle, although both sides still pay more attention to the battle. The level of attention is naturally not as high as before. And now on the battlefield, the United Civilization continues to fend off plant attacks as before. Recently, our situation has been relatively good. Yes, now that we have built so many defensive offenses, it will be easier for us to deal with future plant attacks. However, we cannot take it lightly. According to what is said above, the plants should have gone back to evolve this time. Our civilization flagship may not be able to achieve the results this time next time. But this time the plant's vitality is severely damaged, and it will probably take a long time to recover. In addition, we have built so many defensive offensives here, and the Alliance has also mobilized a lot of warships and supplies. It will not be difficult to block the attacks of these plants in the future. While everyone was still talking about it, the observer suddenly realized that something was wrong. No, a large amount of energy reaction has been detected in the restricted area, and it is coming towards us. As the man's words fell, everyone immediately became vigilant. Immediately afterwards, various defensive measures in the base were opened. Then they saw dense bioplasma flying towards them. What's this? Depending on the situation, this should be a new attack method for plants. And it's a long-range attack. Could this be the plant's plan to deal with us? Depending on the situation, the possibility is very high. After seeing our kind of weapons before, they want to evolve the ability to resist our kind of weapons. It is estimated that it will be impossible for a while. So they changed their approach to combat, which is to conduct ultra-long distance combat like they do now. Because if we carry out this kind of ultra-long distance combat, then these plants don't need to worry about gathering together and being uprooted by us like last time. At this time, the people on the United Civilization side were analyzing like this. Obviously, what they said is not unreasonable, judging from the current situation. If plants cannot evolve corresponding abilities, then such a tactic is indeed the best for them. Now things are in trouble. After understanding the enemy's new tactics, everyone couldn't help but feel a headache. At this time, everyone in the United Civilization felt their hearts sink to the bottom as they watched the dense bioplasma hitting their own shields. The attack power of these plasmas is very strong. This kind of warship attacking them cannot be stopped at all. If you want to block this attack, you can only get a flagship-level battleship. In fact, it is not difficult to avoid an attacking warship like this. But the opponent's target is their fortress. This large, immovable building is simply a living target. In order to withstand this attack, they can only increase the personnel output of the shield, which means that their combat pressure will increase in the future, especially if subsequent plants continue to launch large-scale attacks on the previous plants. But such attacks continue to consume them in the middle. Then it will only become more and more difficult for them to resist. Why do these plants attack in this way? In previous wars, these plants have never used such abilities. It has to be said that we still know too little about these plants. Although we continue to collect their intelligence during the battle, it seems that the intelligence we collected is still not enough. The other side will always put something new on the battlefield and catch us by surprise. At this time, on the front battlefield, everyone was talking while resisting some attacks. It has to be said that these attacks are not only powerful, but also last for a long time. For half a day, dense attacks hit their shields like rain. If it weren't for the base's architectural shield, its defensive capabilities would be high enough, and its energy reserves would be sufficient. They estimated that this sudden attack might directly defeat their base. Naturally, the situation here was immediately communicated to the Combat Command Headquarters. At this time, everyone in the Combat Command Headquarters gathered together and began to discuss how to operate next. After all, this wave of plant operations really stumped them all in the current situation. In fact, for us, we may just have to take it. After all, we are the defensive side, and the area we are responsible for guarding cannot change in any way. However, they are the offensive side, and they can adjust their tactics at any time. Although the situation is like this, the problem is that we have to find a way. If the other party comes here every day, how long do you think we can last withstanding this level of attack on the base? The energy consumption there will be very serious. Then these plants may gather again at any time and launch a large-scale attack. If we cannot suppress and ensure that the energy preparations in the base are sufficient, in such a situation, we may be directly attacked by them. In this way, everyone was discussing this matter one by one. In fact, it is not difficult for the United Civilization to resist such an attack. But this thing can't kill you. But it can kill you. Although this wave of plant tricks cannot directly break through this place, it can continue to consume it. Once they have consumed almost all of them, and these plants launch another general attack, it is very likely that they will really be defeated. But they can't use the same tactics, because no matter how they launch into the penalty area, the impact on plants is very small. After all, their numbers are here. If you destroy a few galaxies or a dozen galaxies, it doesn't mean much. However, as long as they attack your area, everything will be over. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We definitely can't continue to sit back and wait for death. But in our current situation, there is nothing we can do against them. If it doesn't work, let's fight in. Isn't it too risky to break in? The current situation seems that it is not risky for us to break in. After all, there are so few plants here. These plants did not appear before the war, which illustrates the problem that there should not be too many of this type of plants. After all, it may be very difficult for plants to strike at such a long distance. So they did not send this type of plants to the main battlefield. So I guess there are not many of this special kind. If we only need to deal with this batch of plants, then there won't be so many problems in the future. And after listening to this person's analysis, everyone thought that it really made some sense. In that case, we can consider it. However, the situation inside is more complicated. So we must be fully prepared. Otherwise, if there is a slight mistake, our fleet may be completely annihilated. Let's make arrangements in advance. First of all, we must ensure the strength to garrison there. Secondly, when considering sending troops inside and how many to send, this is also an issue worth considering. All in all, We have to be careful in everything. We cannot afford too much loss at this stage. In this way, everyone began to make arrangements. Of course, the fleet sent out this time cannot be the fleet stationed there. They will find a way to mobilize a group of warships from other civilizations. It's just about how many warships we should send this time. If we go in, we can have these warships cooperate with the garrison to break through the defense line. But inside, the number of plants is very exaggerated. So the number of warships sent out must not be too small. The commander thought for a while, and then added, I feel that this time we must at least take the number in the millions. Otherwise, if the number is small, we may encounter large-scale encirclement and suppression of plants inside. And they may be planted inside. At the same time, before going in, we must also investigate the situation there and sort out a safe route. In addition, the special plants must also be found in advance. Consider sending troops after finding their location. In this way, the commander arranged everything in an orderly manner. And while the United Civilization is still having a headache about this matter, it is now on the player's side. Brothers, this United Civilization has something good. They can block such a powerful attack from us. After all, their technological level is here, and it is equipped with a base-type shield. A shield like this does not need to consider energy consumption like a battleship, so the strength of the shields is generally very high. But I still underestimated them. Originally, I thought that our intensive attacks coupled with this number of Leviathans would be able to break through their shields no matter what. In the end, whoever thought they were all blocked by them. After the player's words fell, another player asked, since they can block it, will we still use this trick next time? At this time, after hearing what this player said, everyone couldn't help but start talking. Since they can block it, let's change our tactics. Other than this tactic, what other tactics can we use now? Whatever the HL. Continue to discuss them. If it happens a few more times, I think they won't be able to bear it, and they will wander out to cause trouble for the plants. In fact, the player's idea is very simple, which is to use various methods to deal with them, and then let them take the initiative to go in and cause trouble for the plants. Of course, this initiative refers to going deep into the restricted area. Players have a thorough understanding of the situation of these plants, and these things have a strong sense of territory. Now the two sides are in peace. That's because the United Civilization is not causing any big things here. If the United Civilization enters the restricted area and takes down a few plant gathering places, then things will be fun. Players used to attack plant gathering areas every day. I know very well about the urinary properties of these plants. There were a few times when they had problems, and the plants nearly chased them back to their hometown. From that time on, players had a deep understanding of the situation of these plants. Those things can be said that if you want to fight them, you must kill them. As long as they are allowed to breathe, they will suffer crazy revenge. Therefore, every time players attack, they must choose something they can defeat. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if these plants catch up. Now players are trying to take advantage of this characteristic of plants. According to the urinary properties of plants. Brothers, think about it. The United Civilizations don't know anything. And then, they run around looking for trouble with plants. Then they poked a hornet's nest. You must know that the plants in this universe are all united now. Under such circumstances, everyone should be clear about what it means for them to cause trouble. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. In fact, players are a little speechless about the characteristics of this cosmic plant. What does this belong to? It's okay for me to trouble you. But if you trouble me, I will fight you tooth and nail. This is really unreasonable. You are only allowed to make trouble for others. And then, you don't allow others to make trouble for you. This is outrageous. Naturally, the United Civilization does not know what the players think. At this time, after a period of tossing, the players discovered that the United Civilizations had begun to gather troops here. This discovery naturally makes players delighted. Brothers, it seems our plan worked. As expected, the United Civilization has been harassed by us. It's very annoying. Now it seems that we are ready to take action. Now that the relationship is good, I'm afraid they won't take action. As long as they dare to step into that area, they will be able to play big. He said, I've actually been curious about what's going on with these plants. Although they should have come back to evolve. I haven't seen much movement these days. Why do you care about this? They do whatever they want. We just need to keep an eye on them and make them lose both sides. That's it. In this way, under the close attention of the players, the United Civilization began to take action. As time goes by, More and more battleships gather here. At the same time, players also discovered that among these battleships, many invisible reconnaissance ships began to think of ways to break through the plant blockade and then enter the universe. It seems that the players know without thinking that these scout ships should be coming to find them. So the players started various operations to lead these scout ships to a certain gathering place of plants. After doing all this, the players continued to watch the show. Chapter 725. The plan is successful. Just sit back and watch the show. But this time on the United Civilization side. Report to Commander. We have basically determined the area where these plants are located. At this time, the fleet entering the restricted area is explaining the situation here to the outside world. After hearing the report in the penalty area, United Civilization also reacted immediately. Now that you have determined the other party's situation, prepare to take action. In this way, he received the order, and the United Civilized Fleet immediately began to make arrangements. In fact, United Civilization is not very clear about the situation here. All they know is that the plant's final route was here. So they took action here directly. If you give them enough time, the players will probably see through such a little trick easily. But unfortunately, they don't have so much time for the entire fleet to stay here for one more minute. The possibility of them encountering danger increases. It is also for this reason that the fleet is eager to get things done here as soon as possible. The players also thought of this. So they dared to arrange it like this. After all, no one can be too calm when going deep into the enemy's territory. And these fleets are also very important to the United Civilization. To fight against these plants, their own troops are relatively scarce. Under such circumstances, they naturally don't dare to be too reckless. If all the troops here are wasted, it will be a big loss for them. In this way, the players observed the fleet of the United Civilization. And you and I discussed each other word by word. It's time to talk about it. Brothers, we haven't used routines for a long time. After hearing what this player said, everyone was also a little emotional. It is indeed like what he said about the trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife or other tricks. Players have not used it for a long time. When encountering something, their first thought is to act recklessly. This is also related to their improvement in strength. After all, they already have strong strength. So there is no need to use conspiracy and tricks. And now all of a sudden they're using these little routines. And it makes them kind of nostalgic. Just like this, in the expectation of all the players, the United Civilization opened fire. When the players saw them opening fire, everyone couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. They opened fire right away. It was much easier than I expected. It depends on whether they are cool this time. Don't even think about it. This fleet will definitely not be saved. These funny guys are very cautious and anxious here, just to complete the mission and protect the fleet. But now the mission is not completed. The fleet has to join in. This should be a typical example of losing his wife and losing his troops in the legend. Not only will their fleet not be able to defend this wave, they may also encounter crazy counterattacks from plants. By then, the front line may not be able to be defended. Brothers, we can operate this wave. When the plants start to fight back and the situation becomes chaotic, let's try to see if we can sneak out a group of insects. We don't need any powerful troops. Just a few worker bees sneaking out for us are enough. You don't need a few. Just one goes out. Then the sky is high and the birds can fly. While the players were still discussing, the plants under attack also responded immediately. For a moment, I saw densely packed plants in that area flying towards the United Fleet. The United Civilization Fleet was also well prepared, and all kinds of highly destructive weapons were launched towards that area without hesitation. This wave of United Civilizations is relatively well prepared, and the weapons carried by the fleet are, without exception, the most lethal in the entire civilization. After all, they were fighting a surprise attack inside, so they naturally wanted to end the war as quickly as possible and then evacuate. It is definitely impossible to grind slowly here, so like some conventional weapons, they didn't bring them at all. I have to say that the power of these weapons is indeed extraordinary. Basically, after one round of volley fire, more than half of the plants in that area have been damaged. And then after the second round, the plants there are almost dead. The damage caused by this wave of weapons made the players stunned for a while. Naturally, the consequences of this salvo were also very serious, because the players discovered that there were plants from other areas coming here. It is obvious that the situation here has been known to other regions, and other regions are preparing to launch crazy revenge against these fleets. Naturally, the fleet was unaware of the situation here. I saw that after they solved this place in 3 attempts. They began to evacuate as quickly as possible. But this time on the United Civilization side. Report to the Commander-in-Chief that we have completed the mission and all the plants in that area have been eliminated. Well done. Then you should return as soon as possible. Remember, if you encounter other plants intercepting you on the way, run if you can and try not to fight. That's their home base after all. If we fight there, we'll be at a huge disadvantage. This batch of fleets should be kept intact as much as possible. They will be of great use when they come back. Roger. After replying, the fleet commander also hung up the communication and began to command the fleet to return. At present, our mission has been completed, and we have had no dangers along the way. As he said this, the fleet commander looked at everyone. Then we just need to return safely, and then everything will be fine. The team responsible for exploring the path. Now the fate of the entire fleet is entrusted to you. You must be cautious. The commander spoke in an orderly manner. Their journey along the way was relatively smooth, although there were several plant gathering points along the way. They easily avoided these plants with the scout warships. It was a tense journey, and finally arrived at the border. After arriving here, the commander could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and there were no problems along the way. As he spoke, a big stone fell to the ground. Although there were eyes along the way, emergencies would still occur, so the commander always looked highly nervous. Fortunately, the end result is good. We have arrived at your side, and can start cooperating. After arriving at the designated location, the commander immediately began to explain the situation to the outside. At the same time, the garrison formation outside also launched an attack on the plant. Their purpose is naturally to attract the attention of these plants, so as to create an opportunity for the fleet to return. And this plan went very smoothly. With the war between the two sides, the plants naturally didn't have much energy and time to manage this batch of team building. As a result, this fleet passed the last difficulty without any danger. After the fleet successfully returned to the port, the entire fleet burst into loud cheers. Before setting off, each of them knew what their fate would be if one of them failed. So before setting off, they didn't have much hope that they could survive. But this time, under the command of the commander, they actually returned safely. This is undoubtedly a happy thing for them. Of course, the commander also became famous because of this incident. At this time, just as the United Civilizations were celebrating that they had finally solved a big trouble, a bigger crisis began. I saw a large number of plants starting to gather again. Compared with the last time they gathered one after another. This time all the plants were gathered in a certain area. The scale this time is only bigger than the last time. Apparently, they had grown a lot since the last time the plants were evacuated. After all, only by relying on this kind of war plant can we know whether they are short of manpower. After the last war, and the wave of heavy damage to the outside world, the plant knew very well that its side must grow stronger. The reproduction speed of these plants is not worse than that of insect swarms. So their speed is also very fast. They quickly make up for the losses in the last war. And there is still more. Originally, these plants were intended to come out after they evolved the ability to fight against black holes. But as a result, they came out ahead of schedule because of this wave of provocations. Of course, although plants want to take revenge, they are not stupid either. They know very well that they have no way to deal with that warship now. So they also have their own routines for that warship. Based on the experience of the last battle, they knew that although the warship was very powerful, it had no flaws. That's the scope here. The reason why they suffered heavy losses in the previous wave was because they were all gathered in an area, which allowed the warship's lethality to be maximized. But if it spreads out, no matter how powerful the weapons of a battleship are, the damage it will cause to its own side will be limited. So they knew that if they wanted to solve this problem, they could only break through the enemy's blockade. Just break through that area, and then they spread out and develop. Then all problems will be solved. The reason why they could not break through before was mainly because their troops were too scattered at that time. And support is coming one after another. Although they sent a large number of troops, they were not concentrated. And the final effect was not ideal. But this time it was different. This time they learned the lesson from the last time. After that, these plants decided to gather all their troops together and then rush out. And while the plants were still gathering troops, there was the United Civilization. At this time on the front line, the soldiers here always feel that something is going to happen. At this time, two ordinary soldiers were chatting in a spaceship. By the way, I always feel that something is wrong during this period. One of the soldiers was the first to speak in Wen Yen, and the other soldier nodded in agreement. At this time, Another soldier came after hearing the conversation between the two. I said you two don't work hard. So what are you talking about here? What else can we talk about during this period? The behavior of these positions is a bit abnormal. Hearing what this soldier said, the soldiers who came before were suddenly aroused to have a desire to discuss. Don't tell me. I'm feeling a problem during this period too. These plants are too quiet. I didn't even initiate an attack. I always felt like there was something wrong. The other two people also agreed very much with what this soldier said. Isn't that right? I have been here for more than 10 years. And I know the situation of these plants very well. These foods are so unusual during this period. I always feel like something big is going to happen later. I'll go. I think our guess should be told to the higher-ups. Are you stupid? This is just a guess after all. If you dare to tell the superiors, believe it or not, it will be dealt with directly by military law. After all, everything must be based on evidence, not speculation. At this time, after hearing the conversation between several people, the team leader came over. What are you all doing? Are these topics something you can discuss? And don't think that you are the only ones who are smart. We have discovered this a long time ago. And even the commander knows about it. Do you think that you are the only one who can see such a big problem? After hearing what the team leader said, several people looked at each other with confusion. The commander also knows. Why haven't corresponding measures been taken yet? Hearing this, the team leader was also a little helpless. Do you still need to ask? Of course, there is no evidence. When abnormalities are discovered, we rely on our experience. But if you want the superiors to issue countermeasures, you have to provide evidence. Because every large-scale transfer is a waste of life and money. It is impossible for them to make any big reaction just because of one of our guesses. The commander also explained the situation to the superiors. However, there was no clear statement from above. They just asked him to increase monitoring of that group of plants in the near future. But in fact, the commander also knows that increasing surveillance will have no effect. This is just that if what he guessed really happens, the people here can know in advance but cannot resist it. That's all. After hearing what the team leader said, several team members suddenly felt helpless. Evidence? Where are we going to find evidence for them? When we really have evidence, that's when these plant armies will come to the city. Actually, there is no need to be so pessimistic. After all, there are still quite a lot of city defenses here. There are also a lot of battleships. Even in the face of such a large-scale battle as before, we can still defeat it easily. So we don't need to be too unfounded. At this time, while several people were still talking, an alarm sounded suddenly from the battleship. The expressions of those who heard the alarm changed involuntarily. Problem occurs. This is the first thought in several people's minds at this time. Because we are fighting against plants all year round. The alarm settings are strictly graded. What is ringing now is the highest level alarm. This alarm means that it is very likely that there will be no way to stop it. At this time, besides them, there were many people who immediately began to rush to their posts. For a moment, the entire area was in chaos. After these people were in their respective positions, word spread about the plant situation. That area was full of plants, and the number of densely packed plants was simply too exaggerated. Chapter 726 War starts again. Why are there so many plants? At this time, everyone was panicking when they saw everything in front of them. The dense vegetation was so overwhelming that they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. The entire area is filled with these plants. What happened to you? How could these plants be possible? At this time, everyone realized that the situation was not good. Aren't these plants afraid of our civilization's flagship? This is an idea that pops up in everyone's mind. The civilization flagship is like their last life-saving straw. The existence of the civilized flagship last time allowed them to survive that crisis safely. Now facing this crisis, they naturally thought of the civilized flagship immediately. It's just that this battleship is currently undergoing repairs. Not many people know what impact the civilization's flagship will have on itself after releasing such an attack. This news can be considered top secret among civilizations. They only know that after releasing that kind of attack, it will take a long time for the civilization flagship to recover its energy. At this time, looking at these overwhelming plants, they only hope that the energy of the civilization flagship can be restored to release another previous attack. At this time, it is on the Lianhe civilization road. Why do these plants suddenly launch such a massive attack? Now there is no time to figure out the specific reason. What we have to do now is to solve the problem as quickly as possible. A plant of this size will definitely not last long. We must mobilize warships now. How should we deal with the civilized flagship? Otherwise, just send it over again. Such a large number of plants can be cleared with just one attack. But after the last attack, it is still in a state of repair. Sending it there hastily will only make its injuries more serious, and the later repairs will take longer. Do you think we have more options now? In this way, everyone argued endlessly about this matter. After a long time, they decided to send the civilization flagship there again, although they all know that after this time, the damage to their civilization flagship will be even more terrifying. It is even said that it cannot be repaired within 100 years. But under the current situation, they have no other choice. Because once these plants are allowed to break through the defense line, they may not be able to persist for 100 years. Now we can only fight hard. These plants must not be allowed to breach the defense line. Mobilize all the warships that can be mobilized. In addition, some nearly repaired warships in other areas are also trying to be transferred here. In short, don't let go of any ship that can go to the battlefield from now on. Take them all. Although this will cause us heavy losses, this loss is nothing compared to the destruction of civilization. It has to be said that United Civilization was decisive and did not hesitate at all when necessary. Just like this, as orders were issued one after another, the large machine of United Civilization began to operate. Countless warships were sent out from their respective civilizations and then swarmed towards the battlefield. At the same time, the civilized flagship that was being repaired was also urgently transferred out of the repair factory. It also went to the front with its own convoy. In this way, the entire civilization immediately entered a state of all-out war. No civilization can remain immune. At this time, on the main battlefield, the battle between the players and the civilization has entered a fierce stage from the beginning. Compared to the previous time, they did not have any temptations. Both sides directly used their full strength when they made a move. Judging from the current situation, if we don't use our power, we will basically be doomed. At this time, when the two sides were fighting fiercely, a group of plant teams suddenly began to disperse towards some areas. Their purpose was naturally to find a way to escape from here. In fact, this is also the plan of the plants. If they come from the frontal battlefield, these plants know very well that it is difficult to break through the defense line. But it is different if they are in chaos. They are not stupid, and naturally know that it does not mean much to be entangled with the United Civilization here. They want to break through the defense line as quickly as possible, and then start to develop in this universe. As long as they dig deep into the ground, the United Civilization will only be gradually eroded by their growing power. However, because the United Civilization side is still a bit of a thieves, they naturally guessed the plant's plan. When they saw a small team evacuating from the battlefield, they immediately realized that these plants wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. So they sent a large number of warships to intercept. The entire interception process was relatively smooth. These plant squads were basically wiped out by the interceptor fleet from the United Civilization. Of course, it is impossible for the plants to give up this plan so easily. As this batch of teams was intercepted, more batches of teams set off again. All in all, one batch after another. Of course, these are not difficult for the United Civilization, and they can easily resist them. After all, they had anticipated that something like this might happen a long time ago, so it seemed that they had been prepared in advance. These plants simply cannot break through their several blockades. Although plants cannot break through, these plants refuse to give up. They keep trying to break through wave after wave. In this way, the two sides reached a stalemate. Of course, this refers to the breakthrough fleet. But the main formation on the plant side is now gaining more and more advantages. The main reason is that there are too many of them. And then, they all come over in a swarm. With such a huge scale. Although adequate preparations have been made to resist the attack of plants, the effect is not very obvious. If fleets from several other regions had not been temporarily transferred here, the United Civilization might have been directly breached. But even if they are transferred here now, their condition is still not very good. After all, being able to block so many plants is pretty good. Speaking of which, brothers, when are we going to take advantage of the chaos and run away? At this time, the players are naturally very concerned about the situation here. They had been keeping a close eye on the situation here since the beginning of the battle between the two sides, waiting for the best time to take action. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so we don't need to panic now and continue to wait for the opportunity. We must know that our mission is to leave here without exposing ourselves. To do this, given the current situation, is definitely impossible. So we have to bide our time. The players hiding in the dark continue to observe every move here. Brothers, should you say it or not, this United Civilization is really powerful. We can't deal with a large gathering of 1 or 2 plants. Let's look at the United Civilization. It's amazing here. It can block the attack of the entire plant group so easily. Haha. This is not so easy to block. It is still very difficult for them to block it. But this is enough to be proud of. In fact, at first, I thought they would be directly and easily defeated. But now it seems that I thought too much. Actually, that's what I thought at first. After all, we have fought against these plants. And we know their situation very well. Not only are they powerful, but most importantly, they are also numerous. At that time, I thought that it would only take a few days for these plants to take down this civilization. But who would have thought that they would be so defiant? What would have been the result if we had exposed ourselves, or if it was not the plants that discovered this place but us? And then we came over to attack this place. There is a high probability that we will be destroyed by them. Of course, this is also true. In fact, the result is not that the players are weak, but that the players are actually not weak, although the players are strong. The united civilization of this universe is completely different from the united civilizations of other universes. This universe was once almost ruled by these plants. This united civilization was a civilization established in the ruins of war. So their military strength or other aspects were very perfect, compared with some civilizations that have never experienced this. There are fundamental differences. This is why they can easily block the attacks of plants. But everything has a limit. For example, this time the plants moved in full force. And they were not prepared. In such a situation, they were still a little weak. Fortunately, their follow-up support is arriving. And all they have to do is block this wave before the support arrives. For plants, now is their best chance to invade here. And their best chance to break through the defense line. They also know which of the other party's powerful battleships. What they have to do is to open up the situation here before the battleship arrives. Otherwise, when the battleship comes, they are so dense here. And the plants will be very clear about what will happen next. In this way, as time went by, the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Even when it comes to the late-stage plants, they actually start to gradually gain an advantage. The United Civilization side began to be gradually broken. What's going on? Hasn't the support from the rear arrived yet? A group of people have already arrived. And many more are on their way. This number is completely insufficient. The plants are invading on a large scale this time. If the number of warships is small, our side is likely to be breached. And once we are breached, it will be completely over. The battleships on the front line must resist. And the surrounding battleships must be careful not to let these plants take advantage of the situation. Everyone, please hold on. Our reinforcements will be here soon. At this time, the commander on the battlefield was encouraging the surrounding soldiers through various words. That's all he can do now. As for what the situation will be here, it will not be clear until the end. Although they have gradually begun to enter a disadvantage. The commander knows that as long as their civilization flagship comes over, they can turn defeat into victory. It was obvious that this commander had absolute trust in their civilized flagship. But what he didn't know was that it wasn't just the plants that had ideas here this time. But the players were also very thoughtful. Brothers, when do you think the best time is for us to set off? At this time, there were many players who couldn't bear it and asked like this. The other party's civilization flagship hasn't arrived yet. So there's no need to panic. We have to at least wait until the other party's civilization flagship arrives before we can make a decision based on the situation. In fact, as far as the players are concerned, the biggest threat to them at present is naturally the civilized flagship. At the same time, the players are also waiting for the flagship to come over. As long as it comes over and fights these plants, everyone's attention will be diverted. The players here are relatively familiar with these battleships. It is impossible for such a powerful warship to launch an attack of this level without paying any cost. I'm sure that warship may be running out of energy now after launching such an attack. At least it cannot be recovered in a short period of time. And now because of the attack here, what it means that those battleships have been sent over again. I believe you should have guessed by now. After hearing what this player said, everyone naturally knew that the current battleship was not in a state of complete victory. This also means that if the plants show some strength, they might actually have some impact on the battleships. Players also know what this battleship represents in civilization. If this warship is injured, at least for that short period of time, the attention of the entire civilization will be attracted. And this is also the best time for them to leave here. Naturally, this is also the opportunity that players have been waiting for. Just like this, the players continue thinking like this, waiting for the opportunity to come. At the same time, The situation is basically similar to what players think. Because there are too many plants here. So just as they expected, the flagship of the United Civilization came over. And the most important thing was that the flagship felt it in advance before the plants could break through the defenses here. In fact, the players were somewhat surprised by such a thing. They really didn't expect that this side would be so persistent. They originally thought that maybe the plants had captured this place. And then the opponent's flagship arrived belatedly. Who would have thought that this would be the case? At this time, after the civilization flagship came over, it naturally launched an attack as soon as possible. Let me go! The firepower of this flagship is really fierce. At this time, the players of the civilized flagship couldn't help but be deeply shocked when they saw the civilized flagship killing everyone on the battlefield. Especially when they saw that this civilized flagship was actually suppressing so many plants. They were also impressed. Let me go! I found that the battleships in this game are only stronger, but not the most powerful. Yes, this is outrageous. We used to feel that our own warships were very powerful. But now it seems that our warships are like children in front of this warship. In this way, players admired the power of the battleship while discussing the gap between the two sides. Chapter 727, I can't stand it anymore. I have to say that this battleship still gave players a lot of shock. They have also seen many powerful battleships. Every time they saw these battleships, they were shocked beyond measure. I have seen the strongest ones. And then, there are even stronger ones. All in all, these battleships are becoming more and more powerful each generation. Actually, to be honest, this technology is constantly improving just like evolution. Yes, I have seen powerful battleships before. And I can see even more powerful ones later. But I have to say, where are the limits of technology? At this time, no player has an answer to this question. In the past, the technology development on the player's side was still very powerful. It is even said that their technological level has reached a very high level by combining a large number of technologies from different civilizations. But in the end, they discovered that a more powerful civilization appeared, with more powerful battleships. Technology, like evolution, is a bottleneck at every stage. This bottleneck period becomes more difficult as you get to the back. This level of difficulty is so difficult that players themselves have no direction. That's probably what it looks like. In the early stages of technological development, you at least have a general direction. From basic applied technology to transition technology, to subsequent weapons technology and material utilization technology. After reaching this state, we enter a critical stage, dimension technology. Once this technology is completed, everything will be different. After entering this stage, your civilization is already considered the strongest in the universe. However, this technology has stumped too many people. But this is not the end. Although players have always thought that this was the end. But now the players can see it. This is far from the end. At least so far there is still a long way to go from this end. All in all, players don't know much about the situation here. At least now, they have discovered a new attack method. Rule? It's like the black hole weapon released by that battleship. Although on the surface it looks like a conventional weapon. But in fact this is not the case. This weapon is a weapon that utilizes rules. According to Jiang Yao's research on black holes, he found that the black holes in this world are completely different from the black holes in other worlds. To put it bluntly, this is the power of rules. A power that transcends dimensions. Perhaps super civilizations that encounter black holes in other universes can dance there. Because in the final analysis, black holes in other universes do not violate the rules. But it's completely different here. The universe here touches on the rules. The black holes in the universe here are very special. Special dimensions have no effect here. Jiang Yao also sent a lot of bugs to test the water before. As a result, he found that after his insect passed away, it disappeared into the sea. Even if his bugs can constantly switch dimensions to avoid damage in this way. But when his bug got closer, he found that the trick over there had no effect. Because there is no concept of space, time and dimensions there. There is only one special power here. And this power Jiang Yaoqi calls the power of devouring. When we get there, all dimensions are invalid. And there are no dimensions at all. This is what makes Jiang Yao extremely surprised. It has to be said that this kind of universe is indeed fundamentally different from other universes. At least here, he discovered this special power. And at the same time, he also learned one thing. That is, it is actually a kind of luck that his technology can develop to this point. Because only when his technology has reached the current level, can he understand the existence of that kind of thing. In the past, even if these things really existed, He would not be able to detect it. He would only treat it as an ordinary black hole. That's all. It was also the first time for him to see this kind of thing. Of course, this was also a new research and development direction for him. In other words, it was the direction of evolution. At this stage, he found that it would obviously not work if he followed the previous route. After thinking about technology, he could only give up first. After all, at present, I cannot study as many routes at once as I imagined. Now he could only choose to specialize in one thing. As the saying goes, the most important thing is more, not more. In fact, he has been constantly adjusting his development direction and adapting to different levels of technology. All in all, he is constantly debugging various details. Fortunately, after so many years of development, he finally had a certain idea. He finally had some idea of how to deal with many details, or how to operate them. And he also gained some experience through constant attempts. He still has some experience in changing his own technological development route. All in all, it is not difficult to operate all the details. This is also due to his previous experience with various choices. I have to say that his choices along the way were undoubtedly correct. Apart from luck, of course, analysis of the current situation also plays a large role. If he didn't have a thorough understanding of the situation here, he would usually not make a hasty choice. And this time it was the same. After he learned about the situation, he made a go summary and finally found a solution. Suitable road. This choice was naturally the result of his careful consideration. And at this time, while he was still studying how to operate it, the players were there. Now the players' energy and time are still focused on that battle. For them, they now urgently need to understand their fighting methods clearly through the battles between the two sides. After that, we can come up with a targeted plan. Of course, players also have ideas about which warship to use. If it weren't for the fact that the current situation was not suitable for exposing themselves, the players estimated that they would definitely find a way to send this battleship away to him. But it is obvious that this idea is definitely impossible to realize now. But now it doesn't stop them from understanding what's going on the other side first. After all, they still need a lot of combat data to formulate a plan in advance for future battles with these civilized warships. And the most important thing is that the attack methods of battleships in this universe, or their damage types, are something that players have never seen before. They even said that even the messy things like combat methods have never been seen before. So now they just need to collect this data. Only in this way can players ensure that the team will not be destroyed due to insufficient information in the later stage. All in all, the players here also take a careful look at the situation here. They are constantly observing and recording, and looking at the situation of both sides on the battlefield. The players are still a little curious. By the way, why haven't the civilized people come up with their Intershot super weapon? Could it be that they can only fire it twice now? After 2 launches? Will it take a long time to prepare for subsequent launches? After hearing what this player said, everyone couldn't help but speculate. They felt that this was very likely. However, there are still some players who seem to find that something is wrong. Brothers, I think I probably know why. Do you think there is any damage on this battleship? At this time, everyone heard what the visitor said and looked around. Sure enough, they saw that there were indeed some problems on this battleship. After seeing this scene and thinking about the previous situation, the players immediately understood. I see. This battleship will be harmed if it unleashes this attack. No wonder. That's how it is. I estimate that after it is released, it will also suffer some damage. If it is not repaired in time, problems may occur. Judging from the current situation, it has suffered a lot of damage in the previous 2 times. So now it mainly comes here to fight head-on. As for the super weapon, this warship may not dare to use it for this reason. Although that is said, players estimate that the battleship still has the ability to be used. Otherwise, the United Civilization would not dare to send this kind of warship over. Because once it is unable to use it, there will be no means of counterattack in the event of an emergency. It is also for this reason that players have been talking about this matter. I have to say that their idea is still correct. At least this is the real situation on the United Civilization side now. But the players also know that according to the current situation, it will be sooner or later to use this weapon. Of course, this is also very normal. After all, everyone here is gradually at a disadvantage. Because of the number of plants, even now that they have added more people, and even the civilization flagship is in place, they still have not gained an advantage. I have to say that the tricks of these plants are quite shady. In fact, this wave should not be like this. It is not difficult to break through this place with the number of these plants. But have you noticed that the quantity and types of these plants are a little wrong now? Especially the types? Take a look. First of all, we have fought against those plants in the front before. Everyone must know their situation. They are just some with thick blood, high defense and low attack. In addition to these human shield type plants, there is another type of plant, which is numerous in number and average in strength. Basically, they are all of these types. To put it simply, these plants are actually cannon fodder. Look at the plants with extremely powerful attacks in the past, but they have never appeared at all. After hearing what this player said, everyone also discovered the situation on the plant side. Don't tell me this is really the case over there. Obviously this is a plant trick. These plants use this trick to get the United Civilization. Use cannon fodder to force the flagship of the United Civilization to launch an attack. After they use the attack to clear out the cannon fodder, then it will be time for these plants to perform. In fact, after understanding the general situation, players also neglected to have a new perspective on these plants. I would say it's but it's actually a bit To put it bluntly, these animals are bullying the United Civilization, and I don't know their situation. I'll go. This is outrageous. Even these plants know how to use tricks. Really, only routines can win people's hearts. The key thing is that even plants know this. In this way, the players were all doubting life while talking. Obviously they didn't expect this to be the case with the plants. This is incredible. In this way, the battle continued amidst the discussions among the players. Although these plants are cannon fodder, their strength cannot be underestimated. At this time, facing this overwhelming plant-based United Civilization, they were also retreating steadily. At this time, within the United Civilization, naturally, everyone was discussing whether to use it or not, because currently their warships can only support 2 more rounds at most. After these 2 men attacked, their warship basically entered a state of serious damage. If their warships don't evacuate at that time, they will wait to be carried away. So this makes the United Civilization very entangled. The situation inside the United Civilization is different from what the players think. The United Civilization also has a very thorough understanding of plants. After all, these plants are closely related to the security of their universe. Therefore, the United Civilization has a special plant registration form. There are detailed records on the table for different plant abilities, damage and other things. A large part of this information was collected during the previous battles between the United Civilizations. At the same time, it is also because of the existence of this thing that the United Civilization has not used weapons, because they found that the attack here was mainly based on plants that were not very powerful. Apparently these are cannon fodder among the plants. So these plants want to use this method to lure us into using that weapon. As long as we use that weapon, they will have nothing to worry about. It's just that they don't know how many times we can use it. Does it make sense to them to use it a few times? They arranged so many plants here just for us to use up the number of times. At this time, everyone on the United Civilization side couldn't help but feel that things were very troublesome. Of course, all they can do in the face of the current situation is find ways to deal with it. The number is simply too great. Even if they are just some cannon fodder, we still can't resist them. Does that mean we need to use it? But what should we do after using it now? No one on the United Civilization side knows the answer to this question. They know very well that they may not be able to stop this wave. Hey, I didn't expect that it would end up like this. I really can't do it here, and I have to give up. Abandoning this place means these plants will enter this universe. At this time, everyone in the United Civilization was also talking. They were all helpless at this time. This time, they did not expect that their side would not be able to sustain it. Those idiots. How could they be like this if it weren't for their joint civilization? At this time, many people were extremely angry. At this time, what many of their civilizations have to do now is to directly destroy the civilizations they participated in the first place. There are also those organizations that they don't want to let go of. If it weren't for them, it would never have gotten to this point. Although their ideas cannot be done on the surface, they can be done secretly. The current idea of these people is to wait until the meeting is over to take action. Chapter 728 Successful Breakout. In fact, many of them have already had this idea. Ever since those civilizations started trouble, many civilizations became dissatisfied. Although at that time the United Civilization voted to punish them. But what is the use of this punishment? How much impact can it have on them? Although their civilization can only survive in the future. So what? Because of their own selfishness, the entire civilization paid the price. And they even said that this time it was the destruction of the entire United Civilization. Such a mistake is how can some simple punishment be possible? In fact, many people in these civilizations have already thought of what happened today. In fact, they knew what the fate of their civilization would be from the day they were sanctioned by the United Civilization. To put it simply, if the United Civilization wins, everything will be easy. Although they will be severely punished, at least civilization can be preserved. And if they fail, they will definitely be torn apart by the angry people of the United Civilizations before those terrible plants invade. That's right. They have already thought of these situations. In fact, this is also very normal. After all, everyone with a discerning eye can see the current situation. Now that the United Civilization can no longer hold on as the culprits, they must be the first target to vent their anger. Because if it weren't for their existence, the United Civilization would not have encountered such a change. But right now, they have nothing to do about the current situation. Although many of them are innocent, the United Civilization will not care about you. So what if he is implicated? In this way, many civilizations began to secretly attack these civilizations. Although this side has not been breached yet, and although the front line is still struggling to support itself, chaos has already begun in the rear. This may be what it meant to be defeated like a mountain. Civilizations that saw that the situation was too wrong began to run away or have other ideas. At this time, these civilizations are already in dire straits. They are all paying for what the people above them do. No one is innocent. When your decision makers were making this kind of decision, why didn't you stop it? Maybe you will say that you are incapable. But what does it matter? It's as if we suffered this unreasonable disaster for no reason. So everyone and any civilization must be responsible for what they do. If you had taken a tough stance or exposed this matter, the trouble would not have reached the level it is today. For a time, many civilizations were at war, in order to vent the anger of the people and the soldiers who died on the battlefield. These civilizations were pushed out. There is no need to say more about what their fate will be. In addition to those who died in this incident, many others were captured as slaves. Once their civilization was among the United Civilizations, and could be considered to have great power. But now we have fallen into this situation. Just like what that group of angry people said. No one is innocent. Not only them, but also other people in the United Civilization. Wouldn't the United Civilization know about what those people did? They must have known about it. But many civilizations just pretended not to see it. The reason why they do this is actually just so that they can get a piece of the pie if they really get rid of it in the future. This matter was tacitly approved by many civilizations. But after the incident, those who danced the most happily were brought to the forefront. Hey, civilization is over. At this time, many people in these civilizations couldn't help but sigh. Of course, after they sighed, they laughed loudly, because they knew that the universe was over. So they had to wait for these people in H.L. And just when the fire broke out in the rear, here on the front line, the battle on the front line has entered the final stage. At this time, the super flagship of the United Civilization finally began to use its own black hole weapon. I'm going. Brothers, look, that battleship can't hold it anymore. The defenses have been breached. If he holds it in any longer, he will never be able to use this weapon again in his life. Brothers, hurry up and record the data. Those responsible for recording should hurry up and take action. Record all the detailed data clearly. Don't miss anything. Stop talking now. Everyone, please help and observe carefully. Last time only a few players saw this kind of weapon, so they didn't know exactly what it was. But this time it was different. This time, the players are fully equipped. In order to obtain detailed data on this weapon, they are ready for any means. Just like this, under the gaze of the players, the black hole was slowly formed and then launched. Immediately afterwards, everything he passed, including the plants around him, were absorbed by this mysterious force. And there was no resistance whatsoever. At the same time, players also discovered that the range of this weapon is not too short. About $5 Australian. And what makes players find it most strange is that, logically, this weapon should be indistinguishable between friend and foe. But the black hole weapon on the battlefield can accurately absorb plants. However, the impact on the battleships on the United Civilization side is not as great as that on the plants. Although there is still a certain impact, this impact can be overcome by the battleship itself. Let me go! Brothers, what is going on? Is this kind of weapon still a choice? Choosing a weapon of this level is most likely uncontrollable. But why are their battleships so little affected? Yes, this is very strange. Could it be that their warships are equipped with corresponding devices that can reduce the impact of black holes? Players who control black holes to attack designated targets believe that the United Civilization definitely does not have this level of ability. So there is only one thing they can do, and that is to control the variable of the battleship. At this time, when there was a lot of discussion about this matter, a player said, "Brothers, I think I probably know the reason. There must be some evidence among them that can reduce the impact of black holes." Just before the weapons were released, I found that many warships in their fleet began to evacuate. But after the evacuation, some brand new warships came up. But these battleships can withstand the influence of black holes. If all their warships can resist, there will be no need for this kind of operation. So I suspect that they only have some battleships that can withstand it. It should be inside the battleships, or using some unknown technology. It should be very difficult to obtain this kind of technology. Otherwise they would not operate it like this. Of course, for us, these warships naturally have great research value. At this time, while the players were still talking about it, the mothership on the United Civilization side had completed this round of attack. With the end of the attack, that area was completely cleared. At this time, the players couldn't help but marvel at this scene. My dear, this attack is too fierce. Indeed, the effect caused by this battleship was too shocking. Of course, things are far from over. As this round of attack ended, while the players were still feeling various emotions, the plants reacted. The purpose of the cannon fodder they sent was to attract the other party to fire. Obviously their first round of goals was achieved. And then, they sent out more cannon fodder and started the second round of testing. What they need to know is how many times the opponent's warship can launch such attacks. As dense plants reappeared, the civilization flagship of the United Civilization could no longer release super weapons at this time, unless it is released again at the risk of heavy damage. The civilization flagship can no longer be sent to the battlefield. It is also for this reason that the United Civilization editor can only resist through conventional weapons at this time. Fortunately, they have also studied many methods for plants during this period. A large number of weapons against plants have been manufactured, with the help of these weapons and the firepower of the flagship. In short, they can barely block that side. Of course, this is temporary. Now they have cleared the area, and the number of plants here has decreased sharply. They can still block it under such circumstances. But as time went by, when these plants gathered together again, they had to face the problems they had faced before. This gave everyone a headache. At this time, many discerning people can actually see that the United Civilization is at the end of its war effort. In fact, for the United Civilization, this record is already considered good. Facing so many plants, it is actually able to resist until now. This is actually enough to be proud of. After seeing this scene at this time, these players watching the show naturally knew that the opportunity they had been waiting for had come. After all, judging from the current situation, if the United Civilization does not release such an attack on him, it won't be long before the plant here will be breached. Therefore, these United Civilizations are now at their wits' end when facing these plants. As the players guessed, the cost of releasing this weapon is too high, so the situation on the flagship of the United Civilization is not much better now. And after seeing the power of the flagship, the plants are also focusing on taking care of that flagship. According to players' speculation, this flagship may not be able to sustain it for long. Of course, this doesn't matter to them. What matters is that now is the time for them to act. At this time, the plants also began to conduct the next round of testing. This time, they began to send live broadcast troops to the surrounding areas to try to break out. It is also for this reason that the players decided to act at this time. After all, these surrounding plants are a good opportunity for players to fish in troubled waters. In fact, the players at the beginning were thinking about the second or third round of plant breakout, and they were adopting this routine. But after later thinking, they decided to adopt this routine for the first round, because the first round can be regarded as a surprise attack for the United Civilization. The probability of success is higher if it were delayed to the later rounds. The players were not sure whether there would be any changes, so after repeated thinking, they decided to start in this round. In this way, accompanied by the large army of plants, the players began to take action. The players were very stealthy in this wave. This time the players only sent out a few bugs in order to reduce their presence. Now the whole area is in chaos. So many plants are starting to crowd out to the outside. Under such circumstances, these civilizations are able to find players among so many plants. And they really have ghosts. The players know very well that facing such a massive plant breakthrough, not to mention them. Even their own side may not be able to hold on. Under such circumstances, it should be very stable if 1 or 2 worker bees are mixed in here. Moreover, the players also discovered that these plants are not so aggressive towards them. After all, they also live in that universe. I have also dealt with some of these plants. So these plants are relatively friendly to creatures in the same universe. But it's only relative. But this is enough for players. They just need to keep a certain safe distance from these plants, and that's it. In this way, the players executed according to their own plans. As these plants began to pour out in all directions, the United Civilization also immediately took countermeasures. Correspondingly, the players were also very well prepared. They followed the large army of plants and set off towards the target area. At this time, all the players were paying attention to the 10 worker bees mixed in the flora. As time went by, watching the worker bees getting closer and closer to the safe area, the players were extremely nervous at this time. Worker bee no. 1 was destroyed. At this time, news came from players. Not long after, news came that the 2nd and 3rd worker bees had been killed. At this time, when the players heard this news, their hearts were filled with chills. I'll go. It's embarrassing now. There are already 8 of them now. With that said, the players turned their attention to the last 2 worker bees. These 2 are our last hope. We must break through. Be more confident. Just like that, another worker bee was killed while the players were chattering. When I go, there is only 1 single seedling left. My God, it's over now. At this time, the players were also talking about what happened here. Is this the end of us this time? In this way, everyone was extremely nervous. However, the final result did not disappoint them. That wave of plant army successfully broke through, which means that the player bees also successfully got out. At the same time, many plants have successfully broken through in many places. The whole scene suddenly became more chaotic. People on the United Civilization side know very well what it means to them once these plants successfully break through. But even if they knew the seriousness of the matter, there was nothing they could do. Chapter 729, the end of the mysterious civilization. There is actually only one thing that United Civilization can do now. That is to find a way to block this wave. As for the plants that escaped, all they can do is wait until this wave passes before they find ways to eradicate them. It may be difficult to find these scattered plants in the vast universe, but at least there is hope. But right now these are not important to me. The important thing is that they need to solve the problem here as soon as possible. I have to say that Tai and their ideas are wonderful, but the reality is cruel. Not to mention how difficult it will be to find these plants when they spread out in the universe. Let's talk about the strength and development speed of these plants. Those 2 points alone are what they need to consider. Of course, this is not the most important thing. Know that there are more important things at the moment. That means players are also getting involved. This also means that their subsequent pressure will be very high. There is actually no need to say more about the situation on the player's side. So many years of fighting have made them very experienced in combat. Compared with these plants, they have less experience in fighting civilization. However, the players started to formulate a complete plan from the moment the worker bees left here. Fortunately, brothers, one of them escaped. Overall it's pretty good. I was scared to death just now. I thought we were going to be wiped out. Fortunately, it's all because of our overthinking. That's fine. The next days will be easier to handle. Next, should we start growing directly? Or should we stabilize it first? Just wait and see what happens. See if you can block it here. If you can block it, be sure. If you can't block it with one hand, you will know. The players were talking about it like this. But now anyone with a discerning eye can see that this place must be unstoppable. But is this really the case? In this way, players continue to pay attention to every move here. At this time, in the eyes of the players, the battle seems to be coming to an end, because the plants have now reached the defense line of the United Civilization and hit their fortress. It will not take long for this fortress to be completely breached. And when the fortress is breached, then this place may belong to plants. And so far many plants have escaped from here. It is obvious that the United Civilization is now powerless to stop it. At this time, the players were watching everything in front of them quietly. But what they don't know is that it's on the other side. Unexpectedly, the United Civilization failed to withstand it in the end. This is normal. After all, the technological level of both parties is here. So what do we do next? What else can we do? Although we don't want to. Now we can only choose to join. It is obvious what is going on here at this time. Not only are the players paying attention, but also the civilizations hidden in this universe. But compared to the players at this time, they knew they had to end. They know the situation here very well. They also know these plants very well. And they also know very well what they will face after taking action. Sigh. I don't know how our civilization will be targeted next. If we can't analyze this power, then we will always be stuck in one place. Yes, we have not been able to grasp this power of rules until now. But this power of rules affects us all the time. There is no need to worry about the power of these rules now. After all, compared to if these plants force us to take action, and if we take action now, I would rather choose to take action now. At least there won't be too much trouble later. At this time, this mysterious civilization was also discussing this matter. What is happening now has forced them to take action. Although they know very well that at their level, once they take action, they will definitely be targeted by the will of the universe. But now they know they have no choice. Because according to the invasive nature of these plants, even if they let these plants go now, they will still find them sooner or later after these plants wipe out the united civilization. At that time, they will be forced to fight these plants. But the rules in this universe are that as long as a civilization of their level dares to take action, they will definitely be affected by the power of the rules of the universe. This will involve a problem. That is, when the time comes, they will have to deal with so many plants, and they don't know how long it will take. But if they start now, before the plants have broken through the defense line, they can actually deal with these plants without much pressure. They are very clear about whether long-term operations or short-term operations are affected more or less by the power of rules. So they chose to do it now. With this idea in mind, they dispatched the fleet. But they were not sure what effect the fleet could achieve this time. Of course, they are not worried about victory at all. After all, with their level of technology, it is too easy to defeat these plants. What they worry about is how they will be punished by the will of the universe. After all, their move is tantamount to a provocation to the will of the universe. They broke certain rules in this universe. Special rules set by the will of the universe. Although they didn't want to, they had no choice. At this time, while this mysterious civilization was still thinking like this, the plant army had already broken through the defense line. For plants, it's time to let the birds fly. After all, the hardest bone to crack is about to be broken. And then it's time for them to perform. I have to say that their ideas are beautiful. But if there were no such changes, then everything for them would go very smoothly. But unfortunately, something happened at this critical moment. In fact, this change was unexpected not only by them, but also by the players. At this time, the battle between the two sides on the battlefield has entered the final stage. Judging from the current situation, the united civilization is basically unable to hold on. And the whole thing will come to an end. Just when everyone was thinking this, something suddenly changed when the current situation was probably developing in this direction. Abnormal energy reactions occurred in the space. And with the emergence of this energy response, everything began to change. The next moment, a battleship appeared in front of everyone. Although everyone is familiar with battleships, players at this time instinctively feel that this battleship may be more complicated than they imagined. At this time, with the appearance of this battleship, the players' attention was also attracted to it. At this time, all the players were staring at the battleship warily, trying to determine his next plan. After all, there is no information on what is going on with this battleship. What will happen next? Whether it is an enemy or a friend. Brothers, is this the secret weapon of the united civilization? Looking at this battleship, another player guessed. Many players shook their heads at his guess. You think too much. This thing absolutely cannot be from the united civilization. The players who heard the previous words here were a little surprised. How do you say that? It's very simple. Haven't you seen it? The styles of both sides are completely different. And when this battleship comes out, the performance of the united civilization will also be different. It's obvious that they don't know anything about this battleship. So the question is, if they can't even figure out the information in such a large battle, are they aiming for failure? At this time, everyone was deeply impressed by this player's analysis. It has to be said that this player's analysis is very reasonable. So players can basically be sure that this battleship has no relationship with the united civilization. Then if there is no relationship, what will happen between this battleship and the united civilization? Everyone is very curious about this issue. At this time, while everyone was still curious about this matter, this battleship started to take action. As his attack began, the players quickly discovered that something was wrong. Because this attack was too powerful. And the most important thing was that it ignored defense. Players know the concept of the power of rules. But they don't call it the power of rules. They feel that it might be more appropriate to call it ignoring defenses. And there is nothing wrong with their name. After all, their power of rules is to ignore all kinds of defenses. At this time, feeling this familiar yet unfamiliar atmosphere, people here were also a little confused. It's not this kind of energy reaction. I can't rely on this thing to belong to the United Civilization. Right? You're thinking too much upstairs. If the United Civilization had this kind of technology, would they still be beaten like this? In this way, everyone was discussing this matter. Soon, this battleship gave them the answer. Under the incredible eyes of the players, this battleship took action. Then the players saw a scene they would never forget. It was too powerful. Just like the black ball, they saw clearing out the Tyranid swarm at the juncture of the universe. Going against the heavens is really too much going against the heavens. Although there is still a big difference between the two methods. At least the players don't know what is going on with the black ball. But here players can see the entire attack process clearly. This is the gap between the two. Players are still somewhat confused about the attack weapons used by this battleship. This is already a weapon that is out of the ordinary. Even if players have developed to this point. Most of the weapons they use are various turrets or other weapons. But here it is completely different. This battleship itself is a special weapon. When it launches an attack, the entire hull begins to change. And this change is completely different from the changes in players' perceptions. There is nothing wrong with this battleship turning into countless intertwined threads. A kind of thread that exudes light fluorescence. This is the first time players have seen this kind of thing. However, when these threads appeared, it didn't take long before he began to show his terrifying side. I saw that these threads were like an invisible large net, directly entangled towards the entire flora and the United Civilization warship. What followed was an even more incredible scene. That is, the crossbow arrows passed through these things directly without causing any damage. But as time passed, after a while, the players saw an incredible scene. That is, everything that is entangled by these threads or has been visited suddenly begins to twist. And this kind of twisting method is also the first time for players to see it. Then these things began to turn into threads. And the moment these threads appeared, they poured into the previous groups of threads. And then the entire thread network became even larger. And the silk thread network that became larger also surged directly towards other areas. What followed was continuous infection and growth. And when looking at the scene in front of them, the players were stunned. This attack mode is unheard of and unseen. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this kind of thing is too incomprehensible. Players don't even understand what the principle is and why it is like this. Indeed, players are confused now. In fact, whoever it is probably confused by what is happening now. Because after all, this kind of thing is really difficult to explain. To be precise, it shouldn't be explained. It should be incomprehensible. And the most important thing is that this method that players can't understand can have such terrible destructive capabilities. And the most important thing is that with this method, players really can't understand what the situation is. It was too outrageous. They had seen warships that could transform. But they had never seen a warship that could transform into something like this. And after it became like this, many things about this battleship also underwent such huge changes. To be precise, this thing can no longer be called a battleship. After all, this is too incredible. To be honest, we haven't seen anything in these years. But this is really the first time we have seen something so outrageous. Naturally, everyone agreed with what this player said. It was indeed too outrageous. Weird things happen every year. Especially this year. Yes, we have encountered all kinds of weird things. And can this thing really be called a battleship? I don't know. But in his situation, I guess calling it a battleship is a bit far-fetched. Regarding this point, the players are right. After all, there is no such battleship. At the same time, the players also realized a problem. That is, there is Lao Lu in the dark. It is obvious that this thing cannot be created by the United Civilization. It seems that our original guess was not wrong. Sure enough, there is Lao Lu secretly. Fortunately, we were not directly exposed and everything is going according to plan for us. From the beginning, the players guessed that there must be that kind of awesome civilization in this universe. But it has been hiding itself. So the players were very cautious at the beginning. Although this was just their guess at the beginning. The players have always been so cautious about believing it or not. However, now this caution has given them a satisfactory reward. The moment this battleship came out, the players knew that their caution was correct. There was indeed Lao Lu here. It was just a guess at the beginning. although they thought their guess was most likely accurate. Now that the facts have been proven, the feeling is completely different. So how should we fight against a civilization like this? Chapter 730 New Power System. No one knew how to answer this player's question. Yes. How should they attack this kind of warship? Based on our observations, we can basically confirm that in that state, this kind of warship should not be attacked by any attack. Have you discovered so far that these threads can be reorganized even if they are injured? It is like connecting two broken threads together. It is not difficult for them. So what kind of principle is this? At this time, watching the performance of this battleship on the battlefield, the players were all talking about it. They know very well what this battleship means. And they also know very well that if they do not have a corresponding response strategy, then I am afraid that they will not be able to compete with the enemy in this wave. Sooner or later, I will face that super civilization. There is no doubt about it. After all, this super civilization suddenly intervened on the side of the United Civilization. And my side is generally opposite to the United Civilization. Players do not believe that people from the United Civilization will negotiate with you if they have sufficient status to negotiate. After all, the differences between races are too great. No matter how you say it, they can be regarded as human-like intelligent races. But bugs like yourself are nothing to do with them. This is also the biggest problem. So they will eventually confront this civilization. So how to target this civilization is a key thing. Actually, based on the lethality of this battleship, I estimate that this thing will directly attack this universe and wipe it out completely. As the players' words fell, all the players looked at each other, let alone saying that such a possibility was still possible. So is this a shrimp situation? Is this civilization a shrimp situation? The players didn't know how to evaluate what was happening right now. While I'm counting on this battleship, the current situation is that the game is garbled. But after playing the game for so many years, it is absolutely impossible for this game to have garbled characters. Which means that this is the real situation of this battleship. So the question now is, what do we do next? Otherwise, let's hide. Just from the appearance of this thing, we know that we have no chance of winning. If there is a problem, I guess it's not like there is room for recovery. Faced with this kind of thing, we have no room for recovery at all. Indeed, judging from the current situation, players cannot understand whether it is the attack method or other aspects of this kind of battleship. When the battleship attacked, its overall shape had changed dramatically. To put it bluntly, it may not even be considered a battleship at that time. And it can be called something else. Damn it. The monsters designed in this game are getting more and more perverted. At this time, the players couldn't help but express various emotions. Although the strength of game monsters will continue to strengthen over time. But many game enhancements have limitations. But this game is different. There is no limit to the monster enhancements in this game. Just like it is now. The strength of these monsters is simply ridiculous. By observing players, we summarize the situation of this kind of battleship. The first is the change in the overall form. This change is simply powerful and boundless. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this kind of battleship is not only extremely powerful, but the most important thing is that after its transformation, it gives players the feeling that this kind of battleship has entered an unattackable state. This can no longer be described as abnormal. This is simply outrageous. And it's still all kinds of outrageous. We really can't fight this kind of monster. Yeah. It's too outrageous. It's really impossible to fight. As long as it can be attacked. It's easy to say. For players, the most uncomfortable thing about this battleship now is that it cannot be attacked. To put it simply, this kind of battleship is invincible. And the most important thing is that this invincible monster can actually attack. Although they have encountered many invincible monsters or others in other games. But without exception, these things are not offensive. After all, you can both attack and be invincible at the same time. So how do you play? Therefore, this kind of monster can usually only be looked at, and has no other effect other than looking at it. However, this monster in this game can actually enter the attack state, and he also represents a civilization, which means that there should be many similar to him in the civilization. And this is the most heart-wrenching thing. That is to say, if we confront this civilization, and a bunch of invincible monsters come to attack us, we will still give them a beating. This isn't fun anymore. This kind of unsolvable monster is released, and it won't give us a way to survive at all. Brothers, this monster is not invincible. It's just that we can't understand it. I remember that the official website seemed to have let go of the version preview announcement some time ago. As mentioned in the announcement, a new function has been added. This function is called Rules. I have carefully studied the new function of rules on the official website. It seems that this battleship has this function. Lao Tai, please tell us in detail what is going on. I haven't paid much attention to the official website during this time. After hearing everyone's inquiries, players who had seen the announcement before patiently explained it to everyone. There used to be a ranking of civilization levels, but after reaching the highest civilization level, there were no updates. I remember that after reaching super civilization, there was a certain distinction between strong and weak, and there was nothing else. Yes, that's probably how intense it was at that time. Didn't many people complain at that time that the intensity division was rather blurry? Isn't that right? How to classify the strength and weakness of super civilizations? It's really hard to distinguish. After all, after reaching this level, many details will determine the strength. It's really impossible to tell who is strong and who is weak. The previous player nodded after hearing everyone's discussion. So now the official website has integrated the follow-up intensity. The first thing is about the levels after the most basic super civilization. At this stage, the life level has reached its peak state. If you go up, you can become a more advanced life form. This stage is also the first stage after super civilization. At this stage, it's almost as if we're in a similar situation to these plants. In the past, we could be called advanced life forms, which means that our life forms have surpassed those before and have been greatly improved. This difference is like the transformation from single-cell life to multi-cell life. The gap between the two is huge. It's like we are fighting against a super civilization now. Their attacks can't hurt us at all. This is the gap caused by the different levels of life. After reaching this stage, there are many development directions, such as evolving to a pure energy method. But the group still chooses the previous path. After all, a temporary transformation does not actually mean much. And this is the first stage. As for the second stage, it is to master the power of rules. This kind of power is very strange. Just like the passage of time, the size of space, or some laws of all things, or so-called rules. After mastering these, you can completely enter the second stage. Compared with conventional power, this kind of power can be described as a god. Those who have mastered this power can be called gods in the true sense. Although we have created gods for low-level civilizations many times, ours are all false. Real gods and false gods are two different concepts. Like those black balls we encounter at the junction of the universe. We can understand their regular power as swallowing, which can swallow everything and ignore the swallowing of anything. This is also a perversion of the power of rules, which cannot be blocked by conventional means. At this time, listening to this player's talk, everyone nodded thoughtfully. It seems that there is something to the power of rules. If we can use this power, don't I think we can take off? But how to use this power? I'm afraid it's not that easy to master this power. At present, the official side only gives a concept, but does not give a way to obtain it. So it is still unknown. But now that the enemy has been released, it means that this kind of thing should also be made. As for how to obtain it, we still need to find it. After hearing what this player said, everyone was thoughtful. Indeed, if this is the case, then this function should have already been made. But the official still adheres to the consistent policy that he will not announce any new abilities. How to obtain them requires players to find them by themselves. Turn up. Players are very familiar with these things. After all, after playing the game for so many years, they still know the situation of this game very well. However, compared with some new things in the past, this time, it is indeed too difficult to obtain. At least so far, players still didn't find a way to get it. It will probably be difficult to find this thing for a while. Then we should pay attention to those strategy anchors. They like to study these things. Maybe they will find it out by then. That's right. Compared to us salty fish gangs, those strategy anchors undoubtedly know a lot more. The game has been around for so many years, and there are all kinds of employees. Some are responsible for the game, while others are responsible for making strategies or decrypting content. All in all, among the players, all walks of life are now relatively mature. In this way, the players did not get too entangled in this matter, and their attention was quickly attracted by the battleship on the battlefield. At this time, the warship on the battlefield was killing plants in all directions. They tried desperately to resist, but it was obviously in vain. Whether they are attacking or defending, they have no effect on this battleship. Compared to the plants on the United Civilization side, when everyone in the United Civilization saw all this, they were extremely excited. Regarding this sudden appearance of a warship, they could also guess who this civilization was. In ancient times, These plants almost took over the universe. But at the most critical moment, a mysterious civilization stepped forward to turn the tide. Now it is obvious that this sudden civilization is the mysterious civilization at that time. Although everyone in the United Civilization did not know why the mysterious civilization that had done all this at that time chose to disappear directly from the public sight. In other words, it disappeared from the sight of these civilizations. But at this time everyone in the United Civilization knew that this mysterious civilization was back. Every time the universe encountered a crisis, it would come back to save the universe. No one knows why this civilization did this. But it doesn't seem to be that important. The important thing is that now in this critical time, this civilization has finally taken action. The strength displayed by this civilization shocked the United Civilizations. They really could not imagine that the battleship could be so powerful. And with the emergence of this civilization, there is no suspense in the entire war situation. This battleship single-handedly completely destroyed the attacking plant army. And after seeing this scene, the remaining plants naturally knew that they could no longer compete. As a result, a large number of plants chose to retreat, unable to face such a disparity in strength, which was too great. The disparity is so huge that there is no chance of winning at all. Going forward at this time is completely equivalent to giving up your life. There is no need at all. These plants also understood this truth, so they chose to retreat. As they retreated, the civilization took out the same instruments as before and began to seal the area. This battle also came to an end at this time because of this turning point. After doing all this, the battleship mysteriously disappeared. Of course, after this battleship disappears, it will be time for the United Civilization to clean up the mess. A lot of plants escaped from the battle just now. What they have to do is to eliminate these plants before they develop. As for this matter, the mysterious civilization naturally knows about it, but it has no intention of taking action. Firstly, he cannot take action frequently in this universe. And secondly, it is such a simple matter. If the joint civilization cannot solve it, then there is no need for this civilization to exist. Of course, the technological level of the United Civilization strategy is here, so it is not difficult to eliminate these plants. Finding these plants is also a very simple matter for the United Civilization. They only need to go to the area where these plants escaped and conduct a blanket search. And they can easily find these guys. After all, when searching, the level of technology is actually not very high. This thing is more of a test of patience. Of course, the existence of these plants now is directly related to the life of the United Civilization. So they still have the patience. Chapter 731. Let's be slutty first. And this time on the player's side. Brothers, things are a bit unexpected. What should we do next? Everyone naturally knows what this player is talking about. And what everyone is more concerned about now is nothing more than one issue. This question is about how to operate the worker bee that has escaped. The problem is a bit troublesome now. We only have one worker bee that escaped. This well is so valuable that if we develop it now, we will definitely be discovered by these civilizations. After all, everyone knows the current routines of these civilizations. They should conduct a blanket search of the surrounding areas. If we develop now, we are likely to be discovered. But if we don't develop, a worker bee could be in danger at any time. Probably not. Our race is not weak no matter what. Understanding that this universe is no less full of dangers than other universes. There are many places that we have not explored, and we don't know exactly what is in them. At this time, players also feel that they have some headaches regarding this matter. If they do not develop military strength, their efforts will be in vain if they encounter any danger. However, the entire universe is now clearing out plants. At this time, the development is very likely to be discovered. Although the other party does not know about the Zerg, it does not rule out that the other party will kill you conveniently. Brothers, in fact, we need to consider other things regarding the development of hair. At this time, after hearing what this player said, everyone also cast curious glances at him. Have you ever thought about how we would deal with the civilization we attacked before? Even if we develop it, where is the home base of that civilization? How many of the same weapons do they have? These issues are very critical. If we don't understand these things, then we won't be able to operate at all. At this time, hearing this player's words, everyone couldn't help but recall what happened before. This civilization is indeed a big trouble. And it is powerful. They are indeed not something we can easily fight against now. Don't even talk about confrontation. We went up to Chun Chun to deliver meat. So how should we deal with it next, or we must formulate a charter as soon as possible. That being said, the players have no clue right now. This matter is also very difficult for players to handle. But at this moment, a player seemed to think of something. Brothers, actually this matter should be somewhat different from what we thought. Have you ever thought about why this civilization is so powerful? Why doesn't it just clean up the universe? The entire universe knows the situation in this area. Under such circumstances, they have this kind of strength and are on the opposite side of us. Why haven't they cleaned up this area? As the player's words fell, everyone also fell into thinking. Indeed, what this player said is very reasonable. Everyone is well aware of the situation here now. At the same time, they also knew the situation here very well. The mysterious civilization must have known about it. As an enemy and powerful, why didn't he take action? I suspect there must be something here that we don't know about. Of course, this is for sure. The point is there's something we don't know. As long as we can understand this, I think it will be very helpful for our subsequent development. However, everyone still didn't have much clue. According to the laws of the Dark Forest, this powerful civilization should give priority to destroying this place. But he didn't take action. Based on this alone, the players felt that there must be something wrong. And most players think that being able to solve this problem means that the answer to everything can be known. But no two players can figure this out. This is normal. After all, the situation in this universe, or the situation of that level of civilization, is simply out of reach of the players at their level. It seems that if the brothers don't understand the situation here, we will never be able to figure it out. But trying to figure this out is not easy. Okay, brothers. I don't think we need to think so much now. Yeah. It doesn't make much sense to think about it now. I don't know why. But I always feel that the mystery of this matter has been solved. And our dilemma has also been solved. Okay. Let's not think about this puzzle or not. It's pointless to think about it too much based on our current situation. Yeah. It's useless to think too far now. Let's just think about it now, and how to arrange the worker bees next time. Ever since, the topic has returned to the previous matter of worker bees. The players also expressed their opinions. Finally, after some discussion, the players decided to play it safe. It's not that the players don't want to develop as quickly as possible. It's mainly because they are cautious about sailing the ship of 10,000 years. After all, the current situation is not clear. Under such circumstances, if they rush to develop the worker bees that they have worked so hard to get out of, they will suffer a huge loss if they are trapped inside. They decided to let the worker bee hide in an area with poor resources, and then wait there to watch the changes and wait for the follow-up. After having a general idea in this way, the players immediately started to execute it. At the same time, while the players are still busy, there is the United Universe. The United Universe also started dispatching troops as soon as possible. A large number of warships began to surge towards that area. Although these plants, like the players, know that they cannot attack immediately and need to be cautious for a while. But even so, many of them were still found by the United Civilization. It has to be said that the reconnaissance technology of the United Civilization is better than that of the players. The most important thing is that after learning such a big lesson, they naturally do things cautiously. After all, they didn't want to suffer the same encounter a second time. If that mysterious civilization hadn't suddenly taken action this time, they would have really been doomed. In fact, they are still quite wary of the mysterious United Civilization. Although they saved themselves, whoever is sure that there is a powerful civilization in this universe will still feel uncomfortable. Sometimes people are like that. It's obvious that someone helped you. But if it weren't for the other person, you might not even be able to follow up. But even if this is the case, it will still not prevent others from having thoughts about you. Now that we have joined forces with civilization to clean up the plants, many people's first thought is how to find this mysterious civilization. Although this civilization has no ill intentions toward itself now, who can guarantee that it will be the same in the future? Now the idea of these civilizations is very simple. In the first stage, develop relevant weapons as soon as possible. They are going to develop weapons that can fight against this civilization. Although the current attitude displayed by this civilization is relatively friendly, no one can guarantee that they will not suddenly fall out, or they suddenly have thoughts about you. So they must develop targeted weapons. If they encounter such a situation, they will at least have the ability to fight back. Of course, this incident not only affects players and this side. This incident also has a great impact on other aspects, such as the mysterious civilization that took action. Compared with other civilizations, this civilization can be considered a powerful civilization. It is because their strength is very high that they are restricted by this universe. Originally, they never thought of taking action in this wave. But unfortunately, the United Civilization is still somewhat useless. Otherwise, They would not take risks. Every action they take will be noticed by the consciousness of this universe, and will be affected accordingly. And this time, just as they thought, this action naturally allowed them to be observed. At the same time, they are now avoiding the tracking of the universe. When civilization reaches this point, it is actually not difficult to avoid being tracked by the universe. But because they have changed too much this time, the suppression of them by the consciousness of the universe is even more obvious this time. That's why I have always disapproved of this move. At present, we are still unable to fight against the consciousness of the universe. We should always be careful. If we act rashly this time, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Naturally, how could the civilized commander-in-chief not understand what these people said? But now he has no choice. Because sometimes if you don't take action and the united civilization is destroyed, these planets will definitely force you to take action. And then, they will be even more affected. And now that they have taken action, although they have avoided future risks, at this stage, they must also resolve the current matter of cosmic consciousness. Every shot was a mess. In order to eliminate the impact, the price they need to pay is also very high. And at this time, they are thinking about this issue now. After all, they took action before. And this time within civilization, a group of people are busy. And their purpose is naturally to eliminate the impact. For other civilizations, some things may be difficult to deal with. But it is different for them. At the same time, after these civilizations have reached this level, they are fundamentally different from the development models or others seen by other civilizations. Players saw that powerful battleship on the battlefield before. At the same time, players were also thinking about how to deal with it. And they were also considering how many such battleships there were in this civilization. However, what the players don't know is that this civilization is actually very different from many things they imagined. Because this battleship is this civilization. Such a powerful civilization. The entire civilization only has such a battleship. Anyone might think that such a thing is outrageous. After all, no matter what kind of civilization they are, they cannot support the entire civilization with just one battleship. A civilization needs too many things and too many people. And it is absolutely impossible for a warship to put them down. However, this civilization is so outrageous. They only have this one battleship. And it's not a very big battleship. Of course, the reason why it is so outrageous is directly related to the development of the civilization itself. When the technological level has developed to their level, some conventional things no longer mean much to them. Such as the number of people and the size of the battleship. Wait. Everything no longer makes much sense. They integrated all the technology into a battleship. And in the battleship, they used a special technology to create a kind of micro-city regular people. No matter how old you are, you can enter this city. Then your overall size will be reduced. Because of the existence of this technology. Size or other things have no meaning. No matter how big it is, it can be reduced by relying on this technology. So the entire civilization can rely on one battleship to exist. And this battleship naturally gathers the power of all civilizations. This is also a way of development and survival for civilizations that have reached this level. They cannot collect resources or create anything like other civilizations. All they can do is reduce their existence as much as possible and reduce their existence while retaining their strength. And this technology was born from this. The entire civilization has been reduced. In fact, if we insist on it, this civilization still has its own station. But this station can be abandoned at any time. And all important things are in this battleship. In other words, even if there is a problem with the station, as long as the battleship is still there, the civilization is basically not affected at all. This civilization's way of survival or existence has subverted other civilizations. For any civilization that has not reached this level, it is absolutely impossible to imagine the existence of this kind of civilization. After all, this is too outrageous for other civilizations. However, it is this outrageous method that makes this civilization extremely powerful. In a true sense, the power of the entire civilization is gathered at all costs. And the warships created are not that simple. Perhaps some warships built by previous civilizations also gathered the power of all civilizations. But the concepts of the two are different. For this civilization, what they call the power of all civilizations is the true power of all civilizations without any adulteration. After all, compared to the situation where civilizations come together, only some of the beneficiaries may be different. Everyone has to live in this thing. So the beneficiaries are everyone. And if something goes wrong, these same people will be affected. So the situation of this battleship is very special. He has an inseparable relationship with the people of the entire civilization. So no one dares to cheat during production. At the same time, no one dares not to spend everything during production. Therefore, the gold content of this battleship is not at the same level as other civilization flagships. Chapter 732 Future Evolutionary Route. The existence of such a civilization is naturally incomprehensible to players. This gives players a rather desperate feeling. After all, the entire civilization is only on one battleship. If this is their development path in the future, players will definitely not be happy. After all, putting eggs in one basket is not a good thing. Of course, players naturally don't know these things. Now their attention is focused on another thing. That is a new task issued by Jiangyao. A task to propose future development routes. Although Jiangyao already had his own ideas, this time he wanted to hear the players' opinions. So he released this task for the players to ponder. Mainly because he wanted to see if the players had any better plans. Brothers, what do you mean by the leader's side? I don't understand either. Anyway, the NPC also mentioned to us, at the time, that the future development route, and that mysterious civilization may be the product of a certain route reaching its extreme. I think there's nothing wrong with the fact that the mysterious civilization mentioned by the NPC is a certain route that goes to the extreme. We have traveled every route. And what we are now is very different from that civilization. So I feel that if we identify a path from the beginning and go all the way until dark, it is possible to achieve that effect. Actually, I feel it's better for people like us who have a little bit of everything. At least we can respond to some situations at any time. There are still many players who agree with this point. After all, this is how they came all the way. In the past, the development direction of players was multifaceted and all-round development. The benefits of this were indeed very obvious. Especially when players encounter some special situations and evolution cannot help them. Then technology will definitely bring them some help. The benefits of this made them feel that this route was right. But now Jiangyao told them that based on his research, he found that the super civilization was most likely to develop a certain technology. They have been walking on this road non-stop, and finally reached the end and achieved such an achievement. So this makes them really confused about their own route. In fact, not only Jiangyao is confused about this issue, but perhaps many civilizations similar to him are also confused. After all, the choice of route will determine your final height. Especially at this stage, any decision may be directly related to the future. Although he made a relatively complete plan at the beginning, he still had so many experiences choosing routes. So Jiangyao was relatively confident at the beginning. But now he is a little confused. After all, he had a premonition at this juncture. That is his choice, which will directly affect how far he can go in the future. Although according to normal logic, he can change his route at any time midway. But he had this feeling out of thin air. For him, this is not a good thing. After all, he has never had this feeling before. It is as if there is a mysterious thing telling him about it. But he has no idea about this mysterious thing. Being is unaware. He just felt this way inexplicably. Even though he didn't know why he felt this way. It is also for this reason that he came to ask the players and wanted to hear their opinions. After all, it is better for everyone to express their own opinions than to think about the effect alone. Brothers, I feel it would be better to focus on finesse rather than more. Although with the help of technology, we are actually more convenient in many places. But at this stage, technology is not of much help to us. If we still focus on this matter, I think it will be a bit more gain than loss. For a while, the players also expressed their opinions on this matter. In short, everyone had their own opinions and ideas. Players are currently divided into two camps. One believes that the game should follow the same old path and develop in multiple directions as before. After all, as for the old route, they have been following it and developing relatively steadily. If they continue to follow it, no matter how bad it is, they will not be much worse. Apart from the players who are following the old path, the rest are a bunch of new players. The ideas of the new players are very simple. That is to choose a new development method. After all, the old path has been followed for so many years. At this stage, we have no way to improve further. So if you continue walking, you may be stuck in the same place for the rest of your life. So instead of doing this, it is better to try a new route. For new players, specialization is definitely better than hodgepodge. But it is different for old players. After all, the old players have a natural affinity for this kind of thing because they have received bonuses from the hodgepodge. New players, on the other hand, have never received this kind of bonus. and do not have the blessing of various innate factors. So their words are more based on their own ideas. Actually, I think that if we discuss it like this, we may not be able to come up with a result in this lifetime. At this time, when everyone was arguing about this matter, a player spoke. Actually, this matter is very simple in the final analysis. That is, we each have our own opinions. Even though that is said, but we should not forget that many of our judgment factors take up too much subjective views. Those who have received dividends support continuing on the old path, while those who have not received dividends are willing to develop on new lines. Being willing to choose a new route is simply to put everyone on the same starting line. In this case, it may be relatively fair for everyone, although it is understandable that everyone can have such thoughts. After all, if people do not do it for themselves, they will be punished by heaven and earth. Everyone understands this truth. But everyone, please be clear. The current situation is that the NPC has decided to do it in the form of a task, which means that we have to put forward pertinent opinions to complete the task. And this is also the biggest problem. If it is just for our own convenience, or if we want everyone to compete in a relatively fair environment, then we will never be able to complete the task. After hearing what this player said, everyone fell into deep thought. It was obvious that this player was right, and he directly tore off everyone's fig leaf. The reason why people on both sides have this idea is actually for this reason in the final analysis. Every time a new route is decided, it is the beginning of a big development. Players are quite familiar with this point. After all, they have experienced this stage many times. And at every stage like this, some players will take off. So players still pay more attention to this matter. But this time is different from the past. This time, they can directly decide which path they will take in the future. Compared with the past, it was all arranged by Jiangyao, which is fundamentally different. And this also gave them other ideas. For new players, what they want is for everyone to stand on the same starting line, so that it is fair to everyone. Old players naturally want to hold on to their original advantages. After hearing what this player said, everyone had to start thinking about this issue seriously. Although they are given enough autonomy, if they want to complete the task, they must make some well-founded suggestions. If it was just to expand one's own advantages, such a suggestion would definitely not be adopted. After thinking about this issue, a group of players also began to make calculations. The rewards given this time are very generous, and all players whose opinions are adopted will receive a large sum of money. So after thinking about it, the players began to make calculations. It's definitely not possible to make profits in the future in such a plan. So let's make what we can make now first. Players are also more open-minded. For them, if the future development cannot be according to their imagination and they can profit from it, then what they have to do now is to seize what they can now. Because this task is not a collective task. It has the feeling of an individual task. The general situation is that as long as suggestions are made, there will be corresponding rewards in the follow-up. As long as your suggestions are pertinent, you will get rewards. So the players did not do much communication on this matter. After all, the final submission has to be submitted by yourself. Of course, the main reason why Jiangyao did this was to allow players to spread their thoughts and express their opinions. Maybe he can find a route that suits him better. At this time, Jiangyao was looking at a lot of various lists submitted by players. A large part of the suggestions were simply ignored by him, because these suggestions were too utilitarian. Thankfully, they can figure it out. As long as they are not stupid, they can understand many things. Do they really think I can't understand it? It's just that he wants the version to follow his ideas, so that he can profit from it. After complaining in a low voice, Jiangyao threw the form directly into the trash can, then found another form and started to read it. In fact, just as he thought, most players have this mentality. Regarding this, he had thought about this situation as early as when the mission was released. So he was not surprised at all. He felt that he might be lucky if he could find one or two people who could really make suggestions among these documents. If he couldn't find them, this would be really normal. But just when he didn't have much hope, a piece of advice caught his attention. The idea of this piece of advice was very tricky, and it analyzed many problems that he had never thought about. It's an interesting path. The first is the speculation about the mysterious civilization. This player's guess is that the form of this civilization may be very different from what we imagined. They even say that their entire civilization may only have one battleship. He made a summary based on the situation of the warships on his side, as well as the situations of the enemies and warships he encountered before. If we find that we can do this, the resources and technologies that the warships need to use are simply too exaggerated. Under such circumstances, even the resources of the universe cannot support large-scale warship manufacturing in this way. So he believes that there is only one such warship in this civilization. Even if there are many, it is absolutely impossible to have too many. And a civilization only has so many battleships. No matter how powerful these battleships are, the area it can manage is limited. He quite agrees with this point. After all, after experiencing so much in his own situation, he actually feels that it is similar to what this player said previously. Because some civilizations wanted to cut off their mining routes, they had to send a large number of warships to patrol. At that time, he felt that there were enough battleships to be able to deal with these things. Therefore, he thinks this player's analysis is quite correct. Then the player mentioned that under such circumstances, instead of making his territory very large, it would be better to focus on a small area, which would be more convenient for his subsequent management. In this case, moving the entire civilization into a battleship is the best choice. As long as a small universe technology similar to their previous one is placed in the battleship, then all problems will be solved. Of course, if small space technology is placed in a battleship, there are indeed many problems, whether it is space or other aspects, which need to be considered. However, when the technological level reaches their level, they should be able to solve this seemingly troublesome problem on their side. Therefore, this player made inferences based on these situations. He believed that based on the current situation, these civilizations may have reached the point of turning spirits into whole bodies. They should have stronger technology than the players know about the technology of the small and medium universe. That's why they have the ability to manufacture warships of this level, and then use such warships in subsequent actual combat. Jiang Yao's guess about this player also makes sense. If his guess is true, then this mysterious article should follow the same dedicated development route as he had planned before. Not only is it a development route, but it is only one path. It is even very possible that even battleships are only one type. To put it simply, it is really the pursuit of the ultimate in perfection. Of course, all this is speculation, but Jiang Yao feels that the possibility of this speculation coming true is very high. The guess in this information is very bold, but it is absolutely impossible for me to determine my future route through this guess. We need more ideas, and then we can summarize and finally come up with a more feasible plan. In this way, he continued to read through the player's suggestions. After finally summarizing, he felt that the route he started with was very feasible. Focus on one line of evolution, and then abandon other lines. Of course, as a Zerg, his route is evolution, and the direction of evolution is naturally strength and reproductive ability. Chapter 733 Steady Development. Now that you have the idea, the next operation is very simple. Because the opening over there was sealed, the players returned to the past. Jiang Yao naturally began to devote himself to studying this matter. After all, after determining the direction, the next step was to take action. Of course, the difficulty here is really not small. Jiang Yao's side has changed a lot during this period. I have gone through so many evolutions, route choices, and battles with these plants. He has also gained a lot of benefits from it. Of course, it is because of these things that he can gain a firm foothold in this universe. Now he has to focus his energy and time on evolution again. And this evolution is completely different from the past. Some functions of many bugs have been abandoned by him. This time, he plans to specialize in a few routes and then go all the way to the dark side. So there are many things that he won't be able to use for the time being. Of course, he is still in the trying stage now. There are many things, and there is currently no complete charter. But he also knew very well that these things could not be rushed. Just thinking about his plan, he started to execute it. But compared to him on the player's side, it will undoubtedly be much easier for the players here. At this time, a group of players are developing in an orderly manner, and they are also paying close attention to the situation at the resource points they marked previously. At this time, after these plants returned here, they also stabilized for a period of time. Maybe it's because they just joined forces before, or maybe it's because of other reasons. All in all, these plants have been relatively honest during this period, and have not made any big noises. And just when the players thought that these plant associations would always exist, in the next period of time, these plants began to quietly change. After being immersed for a while, these plants were marked as before, and they began to fight again. Moreover, it is particularly powerful in the area where the players are located. Of course, the players are also very clear about the reasons. They have visited all the surrounding resource points, which has resulted in many of these plants currently having no resources for them to collect in their area. This is not bad. For these plants, they know very well what it means to have no resource collection. So now these plants immediately begin to compete for resources. Players also found this 3-minute friendship with plants quite funny. But it also made them relieved. After all, as long as the plants did not continue to unite, it would be a good thing for them. They are mainly afraid that if these plants continue to unite, it will be difficult for them to operate here. But now that these plants have not united, they can finally relax. Since the plants are no longer united, the players naturally began to think about subsequent attacks on them. However, this wave of players are still more careful. Although they are sure that these plants have been planted again, they do not rush to attack wildly, but start to slowly test them. As the saying goes, be careful and sail the ship for 10,000 years. But players are still more careful. After a period of tossing like this, the players have basically determined that it is impossible for these plants to unite as before. At this time, the players are finally ready to take action. Ever since, the battle between players and plants started again. But compared to the previous wave of players, they were relatively skilled. The players successfully captured an area without much casualties. Brothers can basically confirm that the plants here have returned to their previous state. It's a good feeling. These plants have returned to their previous state, so we don't have so much to worry about. Then let's continue to harvest resources according to the previous routine. I still have to be careful. These plants have just left the alliance not long ago. What if a demonic moth appears? After making such a calculation, the players will be more careful in their subsequent operations. After all, this universe is still too dangerous for them. And there are all kinds of tricks emerging one after another. They are a little unsure of what to do, so they are now being cautious. Of course, this kind of caution also provides a way for their safety. A great layer of protection. Brothers, judging from the current pace, our troops can be replaced with more powerful ones. First of all, our Zerg race group has basically expanded to a galaxy. Secondly, there is not much to say about other aspects. In terms of military strength, we have always followed the previous plan. At present, our rapid expansion is mainly based on cost effectiveness. And the current official setting is that we can only have a galaxy-level force at most. Now that the quantity is in place, I think we should now consider quality issues. Naturally, everyone agreed with this player's proposal. Speaking of which, civilization is so strong. I feel like we still need to arrange some stronger troops here. Otherwise, let's all switch to Leviathan. The thought of a Leviathan in a galaxy is terrifying. When the time comes for Leviathan to create more minions, this wave will go straight to the sky. After hearing what this player said, everyone was also a little moved. Indeed, if a galaxy is really full of Levit, then what level will their strength be upgraded to? Although there is no guarantee that they will have a chance of winning against the mysterious civilization over there. At least they can easily handle the united civilization. And the plants in this universe are naturally no problem. They really have no solution for that mysterious civilization. But the players feel that they can solve some civilizations that have solutions first. After having an idea in this way, everyone began to slowly change their configurations. I have to say that replacing all of this with Leviathan is still a relatively large project for the players. After all, the cost of this thing is not low. Players who want to expand to the galaxy level feel that collecting all the resources here may not be enough. However, the players naturally did not expect to change them all in one wave. Their idea was to change as many as they could and take their time. They were not in a hurry about this matter anyway. After all, if players insist on talking about it during this period, there really isn't much to do. Apart from fighting these plants to obtain resources as usual, there is nothing else for the players to do. So other than fighting these plants to obtain resources and then making something out, there is nothing much that players can do. After all, this is like finding something to do for yourself. In this way, time passed day by day in the various comforts of the players. Of course, for the players, their lives are now relatively easy. First of all, there is no shortage of troops on their side. After all, I have gained a certain amount of wealth through my efforts over the years. So when attacking these plants, the players can operate relatively easily. On the outside, the areas that players attacked out of caution were basically the gathering places of plants that were not particularly powerful. So the journey went smoothly. After this period of time, players can basically be sure of one thing. That is, these plants have indeed completely cancelled the union. Because if these plants continue to unite, it is absolutely impossible for them to be like this. At least if the players make a fuss here, these plants will definitely come to support them as soon as possible. And now the players are getting more and more noisy. However, these plants did not have any unnecessary reactions. From this alone, it cannot be seen that these plants are indeed no longer continuing to unite. This is naturally a good thing for players. Just like this, day by day, compared to the players, there are a lot of monsters on the United Civilization side. Because this time, the war is about to usher in a big reshuffle on the United Civilization side. In the United Civilization, the original system basically no longer has much effect. Those who were originally ranked high among the civilizations also suffered heavy losses due to this war. Although other civilizations were similar. Now in response to this incident, the United Civilizations have also decided to rearrange everyone's belongings. They want to redefine the status of different civilizations in the joint civilization system. Because of this incident, the United Civilization side has been making a lot of noise during this period. And the players naturally don't know about these things. If they knew about the situation of the United Civilization, then they would definitely lament that this civilization is really not good at learning. After all, it was because of similar things that the universe was almost destroyed before. And now it is causing trouble again because of this matter. Of course, there is nothing the United Civilization can do about this. After all, this kind of system must always be ranked high and low. And there must always be civilization. If it plays a leading role, there will also be civilization. It is the kind of salted fish with soy sauce. The higher the status achieved in the United Civilization, the greater the benefits that one's own civilization can obtain. So this is destined to be a matter that is always unavoidable on the United Civilization side. Of course, this time when they were fighting for power, they did not forget to clean up the plants in the universe. After all, this is closely related to their lives. Of course, United Civilization still attaches great importance to the inventory of these plants. Basically, most of the plants that escaped before have been found and cleaned up by the United Civilization. But there are still a small number of plants that are still in this undiscovered state. And naturally the player bees are also among them. Just like this, a period of time passed. And the United Civilization basically cleaned up those plants. For the United Civilization, their threat can finally be overcome. But it has not been completely overcome. And there is still a huge risk here. However, due to some reasons, the United Civilizations have now focused on how to compete for status. So they have gradually slackened on cleaning up the remaining plants. Of course, even so, it would be difficult for these plants to develop in this universe. Although the United Civilization side is not paying as much attention as before, they are still paying attention. So as long as there is some trouble, they can still discover it as soon as possible. But at this time, when they were still fighting fiercely, it was on the player's side. After a period of development, the player's military strength and other things are now relatively well prepared. At this time, what they had to do every day was getting simpler and simpler. They found some small plant tribes and then attacked them. There was no skill in attacking them. Just sending troops to crush them was okay, because they had a lot of free time. The players gradually began to turn their attention to the worker bee. Players had been keeping the poisonous seedling that had escaped before in obscurity, and did not dare to develop it. But now players feel that it is time. After all, judging from the current situation, the limelight should have passed. After all, the United Civilization will definitely search aggressively in the beginning. But as time goes by, the frequency of their searches will gradually slow down. Players feel that they have already passed the most difficult time. So the search intensity of the United Civilization must have been greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, if they continue to develop in a wretched way, they should not be discovered. With this mentality, the players got out the worker bee. This worker bee had been hiding inside a certain planet. And now the players are ready to start development directly inside the planet. Although the resources here are relatively poor, it is not a big deal for the players. As long as there are enough resources for early development, then it's okay. And based on the current situation, they are simply seeking death by trying to find a place rich in resources. Just like this, under the secret operation of the players, the insect nest began to appear in this universe. The players are not expanding rapidly this time. On the contrary, they are very stable. Therefore, the players have only prepared 2 insect nests, and they have not gone to get them. After all, the expansion is too fast, and the subsequent risks are very high. The United Civilization does not know the situation on their side, or even their own race. If you develop steadily underground, even if you are discovered, people may think you are a local race and won't care too much. If the expansion is too exaggerated, Then the United Civilization will assess your danger. The assessment risk is too high. Maybe they will take action directly. And since the players are just a single seedling now, it is definitely impossible for the worker bees to take such a risk. Moreover, their current idea is not to develop well, but to create more worker bees and then spread them everywhere in the universe. In this case, even if it is discovered later, it will not be a big problem. And the most important thing is, in the future, if we really want to attack here, these dispersed worker bees will immediately set up insect nests on the spot, and then start hatching insects to join the battlefield. Chapter 734 Take Action. In this way, after everyone determined the general idea, they also started to take action. A large number of worker bees quietly flew away from the gathering point. These worker bees will randomly find some places and hide there, waiting for the critical moment to take action. Brothers, we need to send more troops this time. If possible, find some areas with rich resources, because it will be much faster to raise troops there in the later stage. In resource-rich areas, there are too many civilizations there, so it's best not to leave them. It doesn't matter if there are many civilizations over there. We don't want to develop there anyway, as long as we don't get discovered. In this way, everyone was discussing this matter one by one. United Civilization players are also very cautious. Although this civilization was overwhelmed by plants, the players at least fought against all the plants in this area. There are no such powerful players here. Therefore, players in this civilization are also extremely cautious. Brothers, I think our thinking has been wrong all along. While everyone was still discussing this topic, a player suddenly spoke. Hearing what he said, the other players just looked at him in surprise, waiting for his next words. We have been thinking that it doesn't make much sense to fight against this civilization. I think we should focus on how to mix plants and join civilizations together. That mysterious civilization hasn't taken action yet, which illustrates a problem. That is, that mysterious civilization should not take action unless the universe is threatened with destruction. Sooner or later we will have to confront that civilization. So we must determine one thing. That is, how to fight with this civilization. This kind of civilized attack method will be in vain if we don't find a way to crack it or find a way to attack them. And if we want to attack them, we have to find enough data. Now we have only seen him take action once. We don't have much useful data at all. So now we need to force them to take multiple shots so that we can collect enough data. The best way to force their hand is to release these plants. Everyone must be aware of the situation here. We are just a universe isolated by special instruments. In fact, I'm thinking, if we have the ability to destroy this instrument, does that mean we can release these plants on a large scale in the future? The problem that occurred there before was probably because the instrument was damaged. And destroying one instrument can have such huge consequences. If we could destroy more, wouldn't it be a big success? After hearing what this player said, everyone naturally understood what he meant. But everyone also knew that it was not easy to accomplish this thing. The United Civilization built a fortress on every machine. The main purpose of this fortress is to protect this thing. Players had seen the fortress over the plant battle before and roughly guessed its function. At this time, if players want to complete this goal, they have to confront these fortresses. How to deal with the fortress they are responsible for guarding. That is the problem. Once we want to take action against the fortress, we will definitely be exposed. Everyone must be aware of the consequences after being exposed. At that time, we will appear directly in the sight of the United Civilization. And the United Civilization will also find a way to deal with us. So we must be cautious about this. At least, we must not take action without making foolproof preparations. And once we want to take action, we must develop there. And this is also the biggest. After all, if the problem develops over there, we may be exposed at any time. Naturally, everyone is very clear about this issue. So what should we do now? Will we develop or not? I feel that we still need to develop. After all, we continue to have strength here. It is still difficult to defeat the United Civilization. And there is also that mysterious civilization that is eyeing us. Rather than relying on ourselves, we might as well rely on the power of these plants. The United Civilization defended an opening last time. Let's destroy a few more openings at once. Let's see how he defends it when the time comes. My idea is actually very simple. That is, we first select a large number of bases to develop at the same time. Then we can attack together later. The troops will definitely be sufficient by then. It shouldn't be a big problem to capture a few of their bases. But the hard part now is ensuring your own safety as it develops. Regarding this matter, the players started various discussions. And soon the players came up with a slightly more reliable method. That is to store the developed forces on other life planets. As long as their forces don't gather together, there won't be much of a problem. These troops can survive if they are placed on other planets. As long as they don't make too much noise there, everything will be fine. When the subsequent players are ready to take action, they can raise their arms, and all the creatures on these planets can mobilize. And the most important thing is to know that these planets can store many military units on one planet. Players feel that this kind of operation is very feasible. After having a rough plan in this way, the players naturally started to make arrangements. However, just in case, they still hired a lot of worker bees to serve as backup. And the worker bees released now have begun to develop steadily. Of course, out of caution in the early stage, the worker bees arranged by the players are all developed in areas with relatively poor resources and no civilization around them. After all, sometimes it is better not to be too wasteful. At this time, the United Civilization, which was obsessed with infighting among civilizations and escaping plants, did not know that another powerful race had begun to develop here, thanks to the players not exposing themselves before. Therefore, the United Civilization does not know much about this race. At this time, the mobile civilization within the United Civilization is still being debated over who should be responsible for managing the United Civilization, because many civilizations were expelled after the last incident. It seems that there is a vacancy in the position of the United Civilization. Naturally, many civilizations want to take this position, but it is not easy to get into this position. Everyone wants it, so the competition is extremely fierce. It is also because of this wave of assists that the players' later invasion became smoother. The United Civilization also focused all its attention on plants, which also led to the rapid development of the players. The most important thing is that several times the fleets of the United Civilization passed by the players without even attacking them. This made the players even more excited, and it was obvious that they had managed to get by. Brothers, although they didn't do anything to us this time, we can't take it lightly. After all, if they find us in one area, they won't have much trouble. But when they find me in 10 or hundreds of areas, it will be a big problem. No matter how stupid they are, they can still figure out the situation. So we must be cautious, careful, and cautious. In fact, players feel that this wave is quite exciting, developing quietly under the eyes of others. This feeling makes the players somewhat strange. They felt inexplicably stimulated. In this way, as time goes by, the troops deployed by players in the big universe are becoming more and more abundant. From the beginning, there was nothing, but in the later stage, they have clearly arranged all the reconnaissance units or other units. Now they already have certain reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities. All in all, everything is developing according to their predetermined plans. Players have always been relatively cautious and did not let the United Civilization discover it. In fact, if I had to say it, they might have been discovered long ago. But no one paid attention to it. After all, apart from internal fighting, their energy was focused on finding plants. They never thought about the fact that besides plants, there was another terrifying race. In this way, the days passed day by day. On the United Civilization side, I feel that I have basically cleaned up all the plants in this universe. At the same time, their internal fighting ended, and the originally vacant positions were filled by several civilizations. All in all, in the eyes of the United Civilization, everything is starting to develop in a good direction. Because of the internal situation of the United Civilization and their external decisions, the players have grown very strong. At this time, the players' troop strength has reached a very high value. Naturally, players have placed these forces on many living planets. These living planets all have a common characteristic. That is, there is no civilization yet. For players, as long as there is no civilization, the possibility of them being discovered is very low. Moreover, some animals on these planets have become the current food sources for these soldiers. Brothers, our military strength in the universe has reached a very impressive number. Next it's time to take action against the garrison bases of the United Civilization. If we take action over there, we don't need to elaborate on the details. Remember, everyone must launch the attack at the same time. This time the players decided to attack multiple points at the same time. In this case, they do not need to update the subsequent situation where the opponent's support is relatively concentrated in a certain area. All in all, the players have clearly arranged all the details. The troops in their hands are enough to support the players' war consumption during this period. After you seem to have made arrangements, the players also started taking action. I saw the mighty Zerg army starting to gather towards this side from different points. Of course, the players who gathered in this wave were relatively cautious. They did not say that they would send out a large number of troops at once, or gather in other formations. They still gather in this scattered way. Their purpose is naturally to minimize their influence. But even so, the players still underestimated the caution of the United Civilization. Since the players began to gather here, the observation team on the United Civilization side discovered that something seemed wrong here. We have detected that a lot of biological abilities are gathering in every direction. We have also detected it here. What is the situation over there? Do you have any appearance of these creatures? In this way, the two teams sent over the general appearance of the creatures, and then checked them, and found that these creatures all looked exactly the same, although they belonged to different areas. The inspection team on the United Civilization side can basically confirm that they definitely come from the same place. What's going on with these creatures? It looks like they are together. The situation is not good. Do you think these creatures are the same as those plants? After all, the United Civilization is still more cautious about some creatures after experiencing something like that. So they didn't hesitate and immediately told the information here to people in other areas. And after they told all this information, many areas began to conduct verification. They found that it was still the same in their area, and there were also such creatures. This made them immediately realize that something was wrong. Maybe these creatures are somewhat similar to those of the previous plants. After making a rough judgment in their minds, the investigation team immediately spread the news. Then the data of various items came out. As more and more data came out, the United Civilizations also discovered that this creature seemed not as simple as they thought. Based on the previous situation of plants, they felt that this creature was very similar to plants, because they had not seen this kind of creature in this universe for so long. The sudden appearance, just after the plant attack, made them immediately alert. Immediately afterwards, relevant teams were set up to investigate the situation of this creature. At this time, the players naturally discovered their battleship. After discovering their battleship, the players immediately became alert. Brothers, looking at the situation, it seems we have been discovered. The situation is not good now. Veterans, take action immediately. Don't hesitate. At this time, the players who discovered that the situation was not good immediately began to operate. Although they currently have not many troops gathered, the players still launched a direct attack. They also worry about long nights and frequent dreams. At this time, as the large forces of players launched an attack, the United Civilization naturally understood everything. It seems like what we thought. This race may also come from the restricted area. No. The goal of these races is the fortress. Their goal should be to destroy the instrument. Assemble battleships immediately to support. They attack more than 20 areas at once. There are too many. Arrange battleships immediately, and notify the fleet over there as soon as possible. Chapter 735. The plan is successful. The mysterious civilization is ready to take action. As soon as the players reacted, the United Civilization immediately began to take action. The United Civilization reacted so quickly, and the players naturally expected it. Sure enough, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of well ropes for 10 years. I didn't expect their response to be so quick. It's not normal to do it well. After all, they were seriously harmed by plants before. How could it be possible if they didn't respond in time? I have to say, they really surprised us a little bit. This time we launched attacks in a total of 20 areas. Under normal circumstances, even if they can react, it is absolutely impossible to visit every place. However, the current situation is that they actually took care of every place and organized their troops in such a short period of time. Players are also very impressed by the reaction speed of the United Civilization. Originally, in the players' plan, 1 or 2 areas on their side should be successful. But who would have thought that the opponent's speed would be so fast? This kind of speed makes the players here feel a little amazed. At the same time, the players immediately began to increase the speed of their subsequent operations. This area was immediately covered by a large number of Zerg. At this time, the fleet of the United Civilizations naturally launched a counterattack here as soon as possible. I have to say that the situation on the United Civilization side should not be underestimated. At least the players' attack was easily blocked by them. But fortunately, the players' evolution was somewhat beyond the expectations of the United Civilization. Therefore, the United Civilization side was also caught off guard by the players at the beginning. Because until weapons that can target players are created, players cannot be attacked. And it is very simple for the United Civilization to come up with such weapons. But even if the United Civilization can easily come up with such a weapon, there is a prerequisite. And this prerequisite is that they have to prepare in advance. If you want to prepare in advance, you must have combat experience. And now is the first time to fight. Therefore, the United Civilization side has not made any preparations, which also gives the players a slight advantage. The player's combat plan is also very simple and crude, which is to use their advantage this time to destroy the equipment of the United Civilization. So at the beginning, the players were here to destroy the United Civilization equipment, not to fight. So this battle went relatively smoothly for the player. Ignoring the attack from the United Civilization, the players' bugs flew over there desperately. What's going on? Why can't we attack them? What happened? These creatures are constantly switching dimensions. Because of the dimensions, many of our attacks have not had much impact on them. Why are you still standing there? Get out weapons that can attack them as soon as possible. If I go here, we will naturally be able to take it out quickly. But the problem is that the current situation here may be a bit problematic. Because even if we want to take out weapons, it will take time. Now that group of creatures ignores our attack and goes directly towards the instrument. It is obvious that their target was the instrument from the beginning. At this time, listening to the report from his subordinates, the commander couldn't help but feel a little headache. It seems that they should know a lot about us. But considering that they have experienced the last battle, they naturally know a lot about us. This commander directly connects players to plants, which is of course not surprising. After all, the players are destroying the equipment. Isn't this helping the plants? So they naturally connect the players with these plants. So it is naturally impossible for them to let the player succeed. But sometimes, the battlefield is so fast changing. A small mistake or a small lack of information will cause many problems in the future. This is the situation of the players at this time. Because the intelligence on the United Civilization side was not in place. The players seized this opportunity. After seizing the opportunity, the players were naturally not polite at all. After all, players know very well that this opportunity is rare and must be seized. In this way, many bugs successfully broke into the area where the instrument was located. And when these bugs broke into these areas, the players then worked hard to start crazy destruction. At the same time, the United Civilization has also installed the corresponding attack weapons in place. I have to say that the reaction speed here is indeed very fast. However, even though the response was so quick, it was still half a beat too slow. And the players destroyed 3 instruments in total. Although 3 instruments may not seem like much on the surface, the subsequent impact they will have is very large. Although the remaining 20 areas are all blocked, this is of little significance. Because after these 3 areas were destroyed, a large number of plants immediately began to pour out here again. The United Civilization, which had not been stable for a long time, encountered trouble again. The top management of United Civilization felt like their mentality was about to explode. How is it possible? How come it was destroyed again? And this time it was destroyed so smoothly. What are the garrison fleets doing? The enemy captured that area so easily. Damn it. It's really too abominable. Where are the other fleets? Why don't you rush over to support us? The commanders of this wave of United Civilizations felt numb all over. I can't help it. This is really a bit heartbreaking. I finally got over the last incident. And then before I could recover, it was destroyed again. Although this time the troops sent by the players were completely wiped out by the United Civilization army. But even this United Civilization is not happy at all. Because even if it is eliminated so far, what significance will it have? What they feel is a headache now is not how many players have been dealt with, but how to resist the plant army that is coming back again. In the last wave, they relied on that mysterious civilization to solve the trouble in front of them. And now that they encounter such a situation, what should they do? Whether that mysterious civilization will continue to take action or not, no one present has any idea. At this time, while they were still thinking about this matter, the mysterious civilization also learned for the first time that this place had been captured again. This made them very angry. The last time we took action, we took a huge risk. I originally thought that after the trouble was solved, no matter how useless the United Civilization was, they should be able to clean up the current mess. In the end, who would have thought that this would be the case? This mysterious civilization really did not expect that the United Civilization could be so wasteful. Indeed, this can no longer be described as waste. It is simply too much waste. They have paved all the roads. Under such circumstances, the mysterious civilization really can't imagine why this place will be breached again. Moreover, it was successfully breached in several places. which made them feel that things were getting more and more difficult. In the past, they could go to any place and intercept it. Although the impact was huge, they could still bear it. And now in 3 places, even if they take action, I am afraid that the price they will suffer will be very heavy. At this time, when the 2 civilizations are still having headaches about this matter. On the player's side, players' ideas are not as rigid as those of plants. After their success here, they saw that plants came out to contain the united civilization. And the players had other ideas. Naturally, they cannot be satisfied with just controlling 3 areas. Then they began to send out troops vigorously, preparing to deal with other areas. After all, judging from the current situation, the attention of both civilizations has been attracted by these plants. This also means that other areas should also be in a very empty state now. Under such circumstances, it is naturally impossible for me to miss this opportunity. Destroying more areas is naturally what players want to do, because after such a wave of operations, no matter how they operate on the united civilization side, there is nothing they can do. In other words, the invasion of plants into this universe will become an established fact. Later, their attention will be attracted by these plants, and they will also be able to gain an opportunity for development. This is what players think. Immediately after having this idea, the players began to hatch troops silently. At this time, on the united civilization side, they are currently fighting these plants helplessly, because they know very well that based on their current situation, it is basically impossible to block these plants. Now they can only silently pray that the mysterious civilization can take action. After all, for them now, the only possibility that can solve the players is that mysterious civilization. Judging from the current situation of that mysterious civilization, they don't know what the situation is, because they are actually not sure what is going on with this mysterious civilization. Of course, the mysterious civilization does not know this. Now they are also discussing one thing: whether they should take action or not. If you want to take action, the price you have to pay is not ordinary. But if you don't take action, the universe will fall. This gave them all kinds of headaches. Although even if the universe fell to their point, it would not have any impact on them. But based on the expansion of that plant, they will be discovered sooner or later. When these plants discover them and start a war with them, they will definitely be targeted by the universe once they make a move. This gave the civilization a headache. They really didn't expect that things would develop like this. After all, they had already paid a heavy price for the previous attack, and now they have to take action again. At this time, they secretly cursed this united civilization as a waste. In fact, they were thinking about whether to replace the civilization of this universe. After all, if this kind of waste civilization continues to stay here, I don't know how much trouble it will cause them in the future. All in all, united civilization did a very poor job on this matter. Of course, this is what they see in their eyes. But what they don't know is that the players have been preparing for this for a long time. At this time, when they were still having various headaches, they didn't know that the players were launching another attack. This time it was attacking other areas. And when the united civilization received the news, they seemed extremely calm compared to how nervous they were before. There is no way. As the saying goes, there are too many fleas and it doesn't itch. That's the truth. They are now unable to resist anyway. And the release of more areas, and the release of fewer areas does not seem to have such a big impact. This is also where they are helpless. There is no way. These plants are too powerful. Compared to the mysterious civilization, they are naturally very interested in this matter. After all, 1 or 2 areas or 2 or 3 areas didn't matter. With so many areas suddenly popping up, they couldn't help but feel a headache. Therefore, this matter is also causing a bit of a stir among the 2 civilizations. Therefore, compared to the mysterious civilization, the united civilization is naturally much calmer. At this time, the mysterious civilization has now fallen out. At the same time, the players successfully won the 4th area. After doing all this, the players immediately move towards the 5th area. What they want to do in this wave is to ensure that neither side has any room for redemption. They must confront the plants head-on in this big universe. And the united civilization must be restrained by these plants. In this way, the players are happily executing according to their own plans. After some investigation, the mysterious civilization naturally knew the situation on the player's side. At this time, they were discussing how to operate. Otherwise, we should take a risk and destroy the civilization directly. This civilization is a troublemaker. If it weren't for them, there wouldn't be so many things that followed. At this time, An old man from the mysterious civilization spoke. Hearing what he said, the people on the side shook their heads. The price we have to pay to destroy a civilization is too great. It is completely unnecessary. This is the situation in this universe now. If we really want to take action, the most we can do is to block all those areas again, and then let the United Civilization take action against that civilization. Only in this way will the impact on us be minimized. Just like this, you and I were discussing this matter word by word. Eventually they worked out a plan that worked. These areas will be filled in again by them. As for the players, it is left to the United Civilization. Although the United Civilization cannot deal with plants, it should still be easy to deal with this bunch of clowns. After determining the general plan, they naturally found the United Civilization immediately. At this time, on the United Civilization side, when they received the news, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That mysterious civilization is about to take action. For them, this is a great thing. So they immediately started discussing this matter. Chapter 736 Speculations about the mysterious civilization. That civilization is going to take action. For us, that's a good thing. Fortunately, this civilization finally decided to take action. Otherwise we wouldn't know what to do about this matter. At this time, everyone was also discussing this matter. Obviously, after that civilization took action, it was of great help to their current situation. Now that they have taken action, we only need to do some auxiliary work. At present, all plants in the universe have been dealt with. And it is not those plants that caused such a big event this time. As he spoke, the projections of insects appeared behind the old man. It's these races that are making such a big fuss this time. This is an unknown race. Depending on the situation, it should have a certain connection with those plants. Or it should be said that they are originally together with those plants. As he spoke, the old man called out all the information they had collected, including the bugs that had sneaked out. These races did not participate in the original battle. And then, they quietly sneaked into the universe following the large plant army. After they got into the universe, they didn't learn how to reproduce plants. Instead, they hid and waited for opportunities. Based on the information we have so far, it seems that the strength of these races is similar to that of plants. But unlike those plants, which require various biomass to maintain their functions, this kind of organism does not seem to require so many restrictions. Typically, plants can only last 1 year without any biomass supply, and after that they go dormant. But this kind of creature is different. They last for a very long time, which is why we didn't find them. After they got into this universe, they immediately chose to hide. After they hide themselves, the next step is the follow-up operations. As he said this, the old man also began to have various headaches. So these creatures are harder to find than those plants, and their intelligence is much higher than those of those plants. First of all, the combat ideas and methods are completely different from these plants. They have their own combat ideas, and they have very rich combat experience. When they attacked us, they divided a total of 27 routes, 20 of which were the main attack routes, and the remaining 7 routes were responsible for intercepting our formation. They had already arranged everything before the attack. It was obvious that they knew how to collect intelligence and formulated our combat plan based on the intelligence they collected. Then they will carry out their combat arrangements in a targeted manner. I have to say that United Civilization is quite experienced. Through these clues, they quickly figured out the situation on the player's side. He even guessed the player's arrangements and so on. At this time, hearing what the old man said, all the people under his command also started talking about it. These creatures are not simple. That is to say, we are not sure how many of these creatures have been mixed into this universe. And the reproductive ability of this kind of creatures is very strong. So we are not sure how many bases they have deployed in our universe, or factories similar to incubating troops. If this is the case, it will still be difficult to find them all later, especially because these creatures are very good at hiding, and they don't need as many restrictions as plants. After plants enter dormancy, their bodies will instinctively absorb the surrounding biomass, but these organisms may not have such a defect. This will greatly increase the difficulty for us to discover them. Maybe these creatures can hide for a few more years, or even decades, and finally come out to catch us by surprise. For a time, everyone was talking about this matter, because this time the players brought them too much shock. If the mysterious civilization hadn't decided to take action, maybe they would have been doomed. Okay, now that the general situation is clear, we need to formulate a corresponding combat plan. We must investigate them across the entire universe, covering every planet. If we don't reduce the eradication of this organism, We will be affected a lot in the future. At this time, everyone was discussing this matter word by word. It has to be said that the players have taken an attitude toward uniting civilization. After all, this matter had been settled originally. But because of the players, they were pulled out and whipped again. They can't stand this kind of torture too many times. As a result, United Civilization is now very cautious about players. The battle between the two sides had quietly started at this moment. And this time on the players' side. Brothers, our plan for this wave is perfect. At this time, after seeing that several areas had been breached, the players were also slightly excited. This wave is incredible. So many areas have been breached. I still don't believe that the United Civilization can still stop it. Old fellows, I'm not worried about whether the United Civilization can stop it right now. What I'm worried about is that mysterious civilization. After hearing what this player said, everyone's excitement immediately subsided. Now I'm also worried about that civilization. I haven't taken action yet, so I probably don't plan to take action anymore. You are thinking too much. I guess that civilization may be ready to take action. After all, he took action at a critical moment last time. At this time, everyone was also discussing with each other. In fact, what they hope in their hearts is that no civilization will take action. But they all know that the possibility of this is very low. And while they were still discussing, suddenly that familiar battleship appeared again. Players naturally recognize this battleship. This is a battleship they really don't want to see. Sure enough, they still took action. Things are getting tough. Old guys, don't say so much okay now. Let's follow the plan. After the players learned about this civilization, they naturally knew that they might take action. So for players of this civilization, there is also a complete plan here. Although the players knew that their plan might not be useful, they felt that it would at least help them in future battles. With the appearance of this battleship, it is still the same as before. A large number of plants were killed silently by this warship. Of course, unlike the last time where there were only plants. This time, besides the plants, there were also a lot of bugs inside. Brothers, the battleship in Area 1 is almost ready, and shielding equipment has been installed there. It seems that he should be heading towards Area 3 now. Brothers, in Area 3, we are ready here, and all the preliminary work for data collection has been done. Okay. By the way, veterans of Areas 2 and 4, please pay attention over there. This guy doesn't follow the distance, so he may randomly go to other areas. We know it here. Brothers in other areas should also pay attention. Clear. In this way, in the arrangements of the players, they are also fully prepared. At this time, the battleship of this mysterious civilization, after clearing this area, went to the next area. Immediately afterwards, players have deployed a lot of reconnaissance equipment, detection equipment, and various bugs in each area. The purpose is to collect as much attack data as possible on these battleships. As time went by, one area after another was breached. Naturally, the situation on the player's side is not very good either. Although the breakthrough speed was slower than the players expected. But even so, the players did not collect much useful data. It's going to be embarrassing if you're numb. We have arranged so many points, but we haven't collected anything useful. Just be content. At least we have collected a little. The other party's technology is far superior to ours. Being able to collect some things here, and there will be of great help to us. At this time, everyone was also discussing with each other. Hey, this thing is making a fuss. Sure enough, plans can never keep up with changes. Originally, we thought we could collect a lot of things. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? At this time, while collecting data, the players were sighing. In fact, they never thought about how much they could collect. But they also didn't expect that they would collect so few useful things. But if you think about it carefully, after all, the gap between the two sides is too big. In this way, the players continued their hard work of collecting, while the mysterious civilization began a crazy cleanup. But in the meantime, players seem to have discovered a problem. Brothers, there seems to be something wrong with this situation. Look at that battleship. At this time, as the players' words fell, everyone looked towards the battleship. And then, they also discovered the problem. I'll go. What's going on? What's going on? Guys? How could this battleship be injured? At this time, after hearing the exclamations of several players, many players immediately focused their attention on this. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. Everyone was shocked when they saw it, because the players also discovered that this battleship was actually injured. Could it be that he can also withstand the attack? It's just that our attack is too low and cannot cause any fatal damage to him. I feel that there is such a possibility. After all, he has breached so many areas in a row and received so many attacks. So in the end, these things accumulated and created the current results. I feel like that's very likely. At this time, everyone was talking about this matter. Because for them, this is undoubtedly great news. You know, at first they thought this battleship was unsolvable. So they had all kinds of helplessness towards this battleship. But now that they saw that he was injured, this helplessness disappeared. Brothers, I'm thinking that the real situation may be different from what we expected. At this time, when everyone was talking about this matter, a player suddenly spoke. This civilization feels very strange and abrupt to me. After hearing what the player said, everyone looked at him curiously and wanted to wait for his next words. And looking at the eyes of everyone looking over, this player also started his own explanation. First of all, there is no doubt about the power of this civilization. Why doesn't such a powerful civilization rule the universe? Judging from the information we have learned during this period, this civilization is also unknown to the United Civilization. They only know that such a powerful civilization exists in the universe, and do not know anything else. Then the problem arises. For such a powerful civilization, why doesn't it unify the universe? Even if a united civilization is established, he can be the leader there. Why doesn't he go? At the same time, when attacking, why do they only take action at critical moments? Having said this, the player paused and then expressed his guess. If we change our hypothesis and assume that this civilization is interfered by a more powerful civilization or other types of existence, preventing it from participating in the development of the universe, do you think this is possible? After hearing what this player said, everyone looked at each other in shock. Looking at everyone's eyes, the player continued, I think everyone still remembers what happened at the universe connection before. What if the mysterious sphere that appeared in that incident and our subsequent guesses about the universe are true? When they heard what this player said, everyone's expressions changed slightly. You mean that when a civilization becomes powerful enough, it may be affected by that mysterious existence? Hearing this, the player nodded. Assuming that my idea is true, it means that there are limits to the power of civilization. Once this limit is exceeded, attention will be paid. We can define this powerful existence as a farmer or other unit. To use an inappropriate analogy, we are like turkeys. When we were turkeys, the farmer would not interfere much with us, and even said that he would put food out, because we would provide food for him later. But when a carnivore appears in the turkey flock, the farmer will definitely kill it, because he doesn't want the turkeys he worked so hard to raise to disappear. When civilization becomes powerful enough, it will complete this transformation. What this transformation is, naturally I don't need to say more. What if this is the situation of this mysterious civilization? They have completed such a transformation, so they don't dare to take action unless absolutely necessary. And at the same time, they don't dare to participate in the development of cosmic civilization. And now they have no choice but to take action. So they are punished. At this time, everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this player's analysis. Chapter 737 Carpet Search. Everyone has their own ideas about what this player said. It has to be said that this player's words opened their minds and made them think of various possibilities. Brothers, I think what this old man said makes sense. Actually, I've been wondering why the technologies in the universe have been so wretched when they have reached a certain level of civilization. Because every time we develop, when we reach every stage of development, we will encounter more powerful enemies. I always thought that these enemies were the official settings of the game, and they have been adding difficult monsters to us. But now I finally understand. Maybe this is because the rules in this universe are different from what we imagined. Everyone has actually made speculations about what this player said before. It's just that they didn't think about it. But now with this player's advice, the rest of the players are suddenly enlightened. In fact, if you insist on talking about the matter in front of you, it should be regarded as something that all players have never understood. Because this thing is too confusing to understand. What is the real situation in the universe? Why do some powerful civilizations always appear at inexplicable times? And it was so powerful that they all felt desperate. If you follow this player's logic, everything makes sense. These powerful civilizations were restricted. Restricted by that mysterious force. They did not dare to take action easily. Once they made a gesture, they would pay the price. Just like the battleship of that mysterious civilization now. Players knew he was injured. But not how. Perhaps it could be said to be the damage received when using an attack or receiving an attack. But the possibility of this is very low. Because once the situation went wrong, I would have retreated immediately. But this battleship did not. He has been continuing his work here. And that's where the problem lies. After a battleship of this level is damaged, the cost of repairing it is extremely exaggerated. The difference in strength between the two sides was so huge that if he was careful, he could avoid any injuries. However, it backfired. He tried to destroy these plants even if he was injured. But there was no need at all. He could destroy these plants with a non-injury method. This is also the problem. Players have always felt a little strange about this. But they just couldn't explain it. But now they understand. If that's the case, then I probably know what's going on. It seems things are not as simple as we thought. At least as far as what we know about the universe so far. It's probably only a smattering of it. Sure enough, it proves that sentence. The higher your technological level, the more truths you will learn. And the more you will realize that you have only peeked at the tip of the iceberg. Everyone, please don't get excited. Although this theory is feasible, we don't know the specific situation yet. We can experiment to see if our idea is correct. Everyone who saw this player felt that the same thing was happening. Players are ready to verify. Verify it through a large number of bugs and take a look at their guesses. If their guesses are correct, then players will have a way to deal with this civilization. With this mentality in mind, players began to try it. After rounds of attempts, players can basically confirm that this theory is correct. Even if it is not completely correct, even if their guess is biased, it is certain that this civilization cannot take action frequently. Brothers, we have determined that this civilization cannot take action frequently. We set a large number of bugs to harass him after he destroyed the area. But he ignored us. If he can attack frequently, he will definitely kill us easily. After all, he knows what we are doing in that area. Under normal logic in such a situation, he will definitely take action. But this civilization didn't take action. During this period of time, players have gone through many rounds of attempts and found that this civilization will only attack damaged areas. As for the players' troops, even if a large number of bugs are in front of them, they will choose to ignore them. And as the number of shots increased, the damage to the battleship also gradually increased. So through the above 2 points, players can basically determine the situation of this civilization, even if he is not restricted by any force. There is another situation where he will cause damage to himself every time he takes action. So he cannot take action frequently. All in all, no matter which one it is a good thing for players. If they destroy enough areas, the civilization will be limited. Of course, for the players, it would be fine if it was the latter. Every time a battleship is attacked, the battleship will be damaged like this. It is unreasonable if the extremely lethal attack method does not damage the battleship. If this is possible, it would be a good thing for players. What players are worried about now is another possibility. This possibility was what they had speculated before, that this civilization was limited. The reason why we are worried about this possibility is that they may reach this level in the future. After they reach this height, they will be treated in the same way, which is unacceptable to them. Actually, brothers, we don't need to think that far now. Even if we get to that point one day, so what? Don't forget that this civilization has reached this point. And now they are living well. So reaching this point may only be a restriction. And then it will not affect us too much. So for us there is hope as long as we are alive. As long as we are alive, we have the opportunity and time to study how to deal with it. As for the discussions among the players, Jiangyan naturally listened to them. In fact, he has always had some vague speculation about this possibility. If that's really the case, then it would be interesting. This is enough to prove that my theory that the universe is a cage is completely correct. Only if the universe is a cage, then all this can be explained. There are managers outside the cage. And some civilizations that have evolved to a certain level are a threat to them. Because when they continue to develop uncontrollably, they are very likely to become new managers. So outside managers will definitely find ways to stop them. In other words, we are always birds imprisoned in a cage. It is very difficult to escape from control. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. Sure enough, sometimes knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Just like now. After knowing this, it was a huge headache for Jiangyao. There is no way. After all, no one can bear it if he knows that he is just a bird in a cage. So he has been thinking about whether there is a way to escape from this control. Although that stage is still far away from him. Jiangyao knows very well that he will reach that stage one day. Since he knows it in advance, he must also start planning in advance. All in all, Jiangyao is thinking about this matter every day. Unlike the players who are relaxed. He doesn't know what the final result will be. But what he needs to do is to solve some problems and advance as much as possible. Although your previous efforts may be in vain in the end. Some things must be done. Well, now we can only take one step at a time. After all, even that mysterious civilization has not found a suitable solution. How can a civilization like mine find a solution? At present, he has no clue about this matter. In fact, now he feels that he has tried his best, and has paid too much to get to this point. Confucius completed the improvement of his life level. And for this improvement, he basically gave everything he had. The genes I have collected since I set foot in the universe. And the technology one have collected since I set foot in the universe. I have used almost all of them here. After putting in so much effort, he could barely complete the improvement of the life level of the insect swarm. But now, fortunately, he still has a small direction. At least he still has something in his hand that he has not thoroughly researched. Blackworm home planet. This is where he started from scratch. The special energy body on the outside benefits it a lot. In the past, relying on the research on these energy bodies, he made great progress. It can be said that there were many crises. If it were not for the progress made at that time, he might have been destroyed long ago. Later, the level of science and technology improved. And at a certain level, especially after what happened in the bubble world, the research on this planet was basically coming to an end. However, the real situation was different from what he thought. After so many years, when he went back to observe that planet, he discovered many things that he had not yet studied. Naturally, these things were things that he had no ability to observe before. And it was also because after making this discovery, he felt more and more that the special energy body outside was becoming more and more complicated. Because this contains the power of law. It is even said that he has used this ability. Changing the flow of time on Blue Star is using this ability. And it is even said that he was able to use it a long time ago. It's just that he didn't know the meaning of this technology at the beginning. Looking back, he even found that all the theories about making that special device were wrong. The reason why he was able to succeed was because he had the help of this planet. The power of the planet. This is also what surprised him the most. It is no exaggeration to say that if the planet does not have the shield outside the planet, and the connection with the blue star is cut off, then the flow of time will be ineffective. What he did at the beginning was not to research this kind of thing, but to extradite the thin film in the planet to another area through instruments and let it work. This is the real situation of the thing he researched. It was also because of this discovery that he had to sigh. Sure enough, sometimes the level of civilization determines your vision. When you were still a low-level civilization, your theories might be all wrong. But you couldn't see it at that stage. And you naively thought that all your theories were correct. It was also because of this discovery that Jiang Yao also knew that he had to be careful in everything he did. And he could not think that some things were absolute. He was just relative. And now with this discovery, the research on that planet naturally began again. This time, the object he wanted to study was naturally the situation about laws. If the power of laws surrounding that planet can be studied and understood, then his strength will increase to another level. However, as the research began, I discovered that this thing was far more complicated than I imagined. He has been studying this planet for a long time. But even so, he still couldn't make any progress when studying this thing. But he could also understand that since he learned about the magical power of laws, he has been learning about these things. After all, if you really master this ability, then you will have the capital to compete with that mysterious civilization. And at the same time, you will have the capital to compete with those black balls at the junction of the universe. I never imagined that something I discovered casually could have such an effect. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. While he was still concentrating on studying the rules, the players discovered something strange. Brothers, something bad happened. Something big happened. The United Civilizations are clearing our formation. And many of our bases have been found by them. And even some worker bees hiding in the planet have been uncovered. I'll go. Things are getting serious now. Brothers, what are you going to do next with this bad move? Don't worry. We buried so many nails. It's not that easy to find them all. It has to be said that the players didn't pay much attention to this wave. After all, they had arranged their retreat before launching the attack. They have hidden a lot of worker bees in the universe. Even if most of them are found, some will slip through the net. And this is why the players are so calm. However, as time went by, players gradually discovered that something seemed wrong. Something's wrong? Brothers? I go. What's going on? The way they're searching. At this time, the players also discovered that there was something wrong with the search method on the United Civilization side. Carpet search. At this time, when the players discovered this, they were also shocked. No way. This wave of operations is indeed a bit exaggerated. This search method is really outrageous. The United Civilizations dispatched a large number of detectors, each of which was responsible for conducting a blanket search in an area. Let me go! Do they want to be so cruel? The players at this time were stunned. Players are well aware of how much manpower and material resources this search method consumes. Logically speaking, the United Civilization should not do this. But who would have thought that this civilization's determination would be so firm? This made the players a little confused. Chapter 738, Drag them to death. Obviously their plan failed this time. Even the escape route they prepared for themselves seemed to be of no use. This kind of blanket search makes players feel overwhelmed. Let me go! Do they want to be so serious? Can this not be serious? The universe almost failed us again. I still don't believe it. They can really search the entire universe with such power. Although I don't want to believe it. Looking at their attitude, I feel the possibility is very high. Brothers, what do we do next? At this time, the players are also feeling a little uncomfortable. According to their routine, all the nails on their side will be found sooner or later. Now that mysterious civilization has basically taken care of those areas, which means that once their nails are found, their subsequent plans may not be implemented. In the meantime, they will be trapped here. It's over. Things are a bit complicated now. But at this moment, a player thought of something and said, Brothers, Shuesi's current situation is not as bad as everyone thinks. After hearing this, everyone looked at him curiously. Old fellows, have you ever thought that they can indeed find us accurately by searching like this? But the search period will be very long. After hearing what this player said, everyone suddenly realized. I understand. What you mean is that we find an obscene place to start growing. By the time they find us, we will probably have grown. Having said this, the player shook his head again. If I want to compete with them, I need too many troops. The fact that so many positions have not been conquered before is enough to illustrate the problem. And this is the biggest problem we have to face. If you want to produce enough troops to compete with them, they will inevitably attract their attention. After all, the demand is too great. Although their current strength has been greatly reduced after fighting the plants, they are still the so-called skinny camels, bigger than a horse. As for what this player said, the players who had previously expressed their opinions naturally knew about it. Brothers, that's not what I meant. After all, we currently don't have the strength to solve these problems. After hearing this player say this, everyone became even more curious. Think about it. How much manpower and material resources would be needed to search the entire universe? The United Civilization has just experienced a war, and everything has not recovered. Under such circumstances, they have dispatched a large number of troops to deal with this matter. Do you think they have the energy and time? Obviously, they have no choice but to do this kind of thing now. Although it won't take much time to search the entire universe with their efficiency. It won't be too short either. Perhaps they can withstand this period of time. But what if this period is extended? After hearing what this player said, everyone felt a little disappointed. It is indeed much worse than the situation on the United Civilization side of the players themselves. As the seeds of independent consciousness, when they launch a war or make a certain decision, they have to face or pay a lot, including all aspects of personnel arrangements, psychological family members, etc. A series of subsequent problems need to be solved. They are not like swarm consciousness bodies. It doesn't matter if this worker bee dies. Except for combat. All you need to do is give an order, and everyone will go directly without thinking about anything else. This kind of independent consciousness has too many things to consider, and reputation and so on will become their constraints. Taking this war as an example, players can imagine what it will be like inside the United Civilization. No need to think about it. This is definitely a whale everywhere. How should the family members comfort the warriors, who have many warriors? And how to recruit more warriors? A series of problems such as post-war recovery, reconstruction and getting back in shape, etc. all came to the fore. At this time, they can still deploy so many soldiers to carry out large-scale cleanup, which is already under a lot of pressure. Every war must have a gain and a purpose. The United Civilizations are fighting against plants. They are just trying to protect their homeland and have not gained any benefits. In other words, they have gained very little benefit. In this case, the war they fought is a loss. This means that as long as we keep dragging them, there will be more and more problems in the future. After all, we will continue to do business at a loss. No matter how powerful this civilization is, they will not be able to bear the loss-making business after doing too much. After hearing what this player said, everyone nodded. Yes. Why didn't I think of this? Isn't war just about gaining profits? Even when we fight, we do it to collect more resources. And they haven't collected any in these few battles. To put it bluntly, with more games like this, they will only become poorer and poorer. They will only use the existing resources of this universe. The resources in this universe are allocated, and it is impossible to say that they are all used in combat, because they are not a group consciousness and need to be used in many places. If you want to allocate more to combat, you must increase the intensity of mining. And now because of us, a lot of their things should be at a standstill. So I think I have an idea. We can continue to deal with them. We can continue to send worker bees to hide in the places they have checked. If they find out, we will fight back. There are only two options. The first option is very simple. That is to directly establish an outpost or something to prevent our counterattack in every area inspected. But this is impossible. Their target is the entire universe. Which means that if the platform is to be spread out, it will be very big. Too big for them to bear. And the second option is simple. It is to organize another wave of fleets to search the places that have been explored. After these two waves of operations, the subsequent problems will be huge. They will put in twice as many troops, or reduce the efficiency and mobilize some of the original exploration team to the rear. But in this case, the exploration efficiency will be reduced. After knowing our situation, they will never adopt this method. So they can only adopt the first method, which is to expand the number of their fleet and send more warships to explore the surroundings. If they do this, the demand for support personnel will further increase, and the pressure on the rear will be increasing. We can consume them in this way, and we can also organize small teams to harass their mining areas to increase their pressure. If we go back and forth like this, United Kunming may be dragged to death by us over time. After hearing what this player said, everyone thought deeply for a long time. And finally they all nodded. Brothers, I think this method is feasible, and we will fight a war of attrition with them. Moreover, instead of fighting them on the frontal battlefield, they will deal with their later supply issues and other issues. Through these side issues, they will gradually consume it. When the consumption reaches a certain level, they themselves will not be able to bear it. Now that there is a method, the players naturally began to discuss the feasibility. After a quick thought, they had drawn up a perfect charter. Now that there are regulations, naturally the players have also begun to take action. And now here in the universe, it is estimated that in the dark depths of the universe, there are countless battleships and stars. These battleships spread out and move towards a certain place. As they move forward, they search the situation of each galaxy in detail. The situation of these galaxies was quickly collected by the reconnaissance warships of the United Civilization. At this time, on the United Civilization side, a group of commanders were busy. They divided the entire universe into more than 7,000 sections, and each commander was responsible for one section. However, after being divided in this way, the area that each commander is responsible for is still greatly exaggerated. The time required to conduct a blanket search here is naturally very terrifying. Can't you send us more warships? The number of warships here is seriously insufficient. What? You said there are no extra warships yet? What are they used for? And I know that warships are being produced every day. How can there be no spare ones? It needs to be evenly distributed among those with fewer battleships. What nonsense are you talking about? I only have the fewest ships here. Why wasn't I assigned? I'm afraid the warship I have now won't be able to conquer that area in a few hundred years. In a few hundred years, I estimate that our area will be wiped out by those damn bugs. At this time, a group of commanders were discussing and yelling. They want to get more warships every day. After all, only with more warships can they search the area they are responsible for as quickly as possible. But everyone has this idea, which leads to the current shortage of ships here. In order to provide a sufficient amount of warships, the United Civilization has been building a new warship manufacturing plant. But even this is still not enough. The quantity required is simply too huge. External resources are limited, and they are all invested in shipyards. So where do the resources for building warships come from? Various problems give everyone a headache. But they had to bite the bullet and solve these problems. There is no way. After all, the current situation is that no matter what the cost, those bugs need to be found and eliminated. Although their method is stupid and consumes a lot of money, it is also very effective. During this time, They had lost count of how many bugs they had killed, and how many bug strongholds they had destroyed. It feels like these distances are like mushrooms springing up after a spring rain. Every time a batch is cleaned up, another batch pops up. Of course, this is not a terrible thing for them, and they have plenty of ways to solve it. But there will be more troublesome things later. And it is this thing that gives them a headache. These bugs not only reproduce quickly and build strongholds quickly, but the most important thing is that they have returned to the areas we have explored before, trying to confuse us in this way. Naturally, everyone knew what this person said. After all, they had been struggling with this matter a lot during this period. Although they knew this was a trick of these insects, they had to bite the bullet. This is also something that can't be helped. It's a headache for everyone. But we must ensure that this race is completely eliminated. Therefore, they could not let go of the bugs in the rear. So they had no choice but to mobilize a group of warships and go back. However, if you fall into a batch and then build it back, it will take too much energy, time, and other things, and you won't achieve much good results after you go back. Because these bugs will continue to arrange in the rear as usual. Give them all kinds of headaches. These bugs are so disgusting. Not long after, another bug passed through the area we just cleaned. This is how they want to consume us. In this way, you and I were discussing each other. The reason is that the routine used by players is really disgusting. They need to go back and forth to explore an area many times, which also makes them somewhat exhausted physically and mentally. Why is this happening? It's just too much of a headache. If this continues, the whole civilization will just complain. Since their workload has expanded, they have also had various headaches about follow-up matters. There is no other way. If the players operate and toss like this, no one can stand it. Moreover, they had just experienced a war not long ago, and all their resources had been squandered. Such a thing suddenly popped up at this time, which really made them unable to afford it. However, even if they could no longer afford it, in order to prevent subsequent incidents, they had to continue to operate like this and continue to send troops to search. Such operations are undoubtedly consuming civilization. Many ordinary people are hungry because of the scarcity of resources. Although they knew very well at this time that they had to stop this matter, it was obviously very difficult to stop it. After all, considering the follow-up, the group might be wiped out because of these bugs. So they had to be ruthless and continue to operate. This goes back and forth. And as time goes by, the United Civilization side is also at a loss. Uprisings have begun to break out in many areas. There is no way, because if it continues like this, it may be so serious that they cannot even guarantee their basic life. Naturally, the United Civilizations will show no mercy to these people, even though they have their reasons. And in order to consider the follow-up, their methods were extremely cruel to prevent more people from imitating them, which also triggered a bigger incident. For a time, the entire United Civilization was in a state of uproar. Of course, the players do not know the internal situation of the United Civilization, and at this time their attention continues to be focused on this routine. But compared to the past, players now find something strange here. In particular, the search intensity on the United Civilization side has been significantly reduced. Chapter 739, Changes within the United Civilization. This can't go on like this. If this continues, sooner or later we will be dragged to death by those guys. Now most civilizations have internal problems, and many civilizations are now in an unstoppable state. At this time, everyone within the United Civilization is urgently discussing this matter. Then what else can we do? We can't just leave it alone. Is it so difficult to coordinate the work within some civilizations? Now the enemy is facing the fate of destruction. If we are still thinking about individuals at this point, then we are not far from destruction. Don't people in civilization understand? They don't know that indeed you need to sacrifice when necessary. At this time, everyone was discussing with each other. In fact, no matter whether it is the people present or the people in the civilized world, they don't understand these words. Why don't we understand what you are saying? But how long can we persist when we really want to do it? Everyone must be aware of the situation of people in civilization. It is not easy for people to survive for so long under such circumstances. Most people only shout slogans. But if they really do it, they may choose to do it because of the slogan in the early stage. But it will take time. As he spoke, the man shook his head, expressing some helplessness. Of course you can't blame him. Alas, things have turned out like this. At this time, a commander of the United Civilization couldn't help but sigh. There is nothing we can do about this. Now everyone is aware of the situation of civilization. Let's talk about it. Do you have any good solutions? Is there any good way? Judging from the current situation, it is already difficult for us to maintain the status quo, let alone anything else. Maintaining the status quo? Do you mean that those who are making trouble now are allowed to continue? Otherwise, what else can we do? Should we suppress them forcefully? You should know very well what consequences this will bring. So the biggest problem we face now is this: how to mobilize more people. How to let them know the current situation of civilization and empathize with it. Regarding this issue, everyone was talking a lot. If this continues, many civilizations will collapse on their own before the war begins. After all, the current situation of civilization is indeed a bit worrying. Judging from the current pace, everyone knows that if they don't solve the current problem as soon as possible, these bugs will not be needed in the future, and they themselves will be able to destroy civilization. Various gangsters have jumped out of the civilization, and some organizations are also taking advantage of these opportunities to gradually infiltrate, which makes the already chaotic status quo of civilization even more chaotic. And everyone in the United Civilization is thinking about how to calm these people down every day. But this is easier said than done. How can these people who live in the ivory tower understand the real situation in the universe and understand what the United Civilization is going through? It should be said that they empathize with it. They are also telling those people about the money here in various ways. But what impact will this have on those people? As people cannot empathize with our current situation, then they cannot understand our difficulties and the significance of what we do. So we have to figure out how to convince them, who are we fighting and what are we going to face. At this time, everyone was also discussing with each other. There is nothing to say about the follow-up. Searching for the Zerg, cleaning up the Zerg. This matter cannot be stopped, no matter what the reason is. At this time, an old man spoke slowly. That mysterious civilization may not be able to attack again for some reason. So now whether we can hold on to this place becomes the key. In fact, when the level of civilization reaches their level, they naturally have a little understanding of some of the secrets of the universe. Although most things are still in a theoretical state and have not been confirmed. Judging from their current situation, they can guess a lot of things through the performance of that mysterious civilization. So now we must have a tough attitude towards our own civilization. First, we reorganize a formation. This formation is mainly to clean up all the evil forces we currently know in the universe. Of course, this formation may encounter a lot of resistance in the future. But we must eliminate the resistance and clean up all these evil organizations, because they will take advantage of the chaos to disrupt the interior of our civilization and increase pressure on us. At this time, the commander in charge began to make up his mind, although he knew that doing so would cause bigger problems in civilization. As the saying goes, cutting through the mess with a sharp knife will not break it without establishing it. Rather than allowing these unstable factors to remain in the civilization until they cause unrest later on, it would be better to act harshly in the early stage, although the impact would be very bad. But special times require special methods. After making a decision in his mind, he immediately began to make arrangements. And listening to his arrangement, everyone couldn't help but become a little confused. Although many of you are unwilling to make my arrangements, I can only tell you that sometimes we have to make some decisions. From now on, I will not force you to do what I want, but I only ask for one thing. That is, the subsequent dispatch of troops and work cannot be affected in any way. So how to make a decision depends on you. At this time, everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this person's words. In this way, amidst everyone's worries, this meeting ended. And as this meeting ends, everyone knows what they will face next. How should I choose this decision? This is the question on the minds of all commanders. After returning to their respective civilizations, they immediately told everyone about the incident, and then gathered the elites of the civilizations to hold meetings and discussions one after another. In this way, not long after, most of the United Civilizations issued a series of laws. As these things were issued, it naturally caused an uproar among civilizations. At the same time, there are more and more troublemakers in civilization. Most civilizations are full of complaints. But this time the attitude above is extremely resolute. And not long after the issuance of this decree, news of sending troops came. This time the target is those famous evil forces. After receiving this news at this time, these forces were confused. They really couldn't understand how the higher-ups could take action against them. And even their protectors turned a deaf ear to it. All of a sudden, these small power organizations were completely wiped out in a very short period of time. Only now did they understand how simple it would be for them to be eliminated without the people above. There were many small forces trying to resist on the way, but it was obvious that their resistance was in vain. At the same time, the entire civilization was shocked. They really didn't expect that the commotion would be so big this time. But this is also a good thing for them. At least, they don't need to worry about safety when going out in the future. But what happened next shocked them. Because there is another rule in civilization. That is, everyone must go to the front line to experience for 2 years. And it will take 3 years to come back. This incident shocked everyone. And this time it is still enforced. Especially the series of shots before the execution. Letting everyone know that they are serious about this wave. Suddenly all the shouting and rhythmic voices stopped. It had nothing to do with them before. So they could talk and set the pace. But now everything has fallen into their hands. And they can't control so much. Only then did these people understand that sometimes they should not be too talkative. In the past, there was not much of a problem with oral pleasure. The number of casualties on the front line was nothing more than a series of numbers to their safe rear. But now it's different. Now it's all about yourself. Everything is closely related to yourself. Any decision will have a very big impact on your side. This devastated many people. They regretted it. And as time went by, they ran off to make sarcastic remarks. But now they will become one of those numbers they didn't care about before. They are all very aware of the situation on the front line, where there are a large number of casualties every day. It is also because of this reason that these civilizations have rarely fallen into silence. This is something that these civilizations did not expect. In other words, they thought about it, but they just avoided it subconsciously. I really didn't expect that my civilization would be like this. It's so disappointing that the civilization I protect is like this. At this time, many people in civilization are thinking this in their hearts. This is something they avoid. In their minds, they believe that the civilization they protect must be a very powerful and upright civilization. And those among them are willing to sacrifice everything for civilization. They think that there are many people like them in their civilization. And they are proud of their civilization. But as this incident happened to them, they realized that people in their own civilization were actually so cowardly and disgusting. It's no wonder they think so. After all, they are working hard on the front lines, and trying their best to find ways for the people behind them to do so. But they have this mentality. Not only do they set the pace, but they are also greedy for life and fear of death. When things don't happen to them, they don't know how to restrain themselves at all. Even if civilization is in danger, many of them actually gave birth to children. Is it worth it for me to continue to protect such a civilization? Such a mentality. However, this idea was soon forgotten by them. After all, he is also a high-level person in civilization, so he cannot be like other people mentally. The most important thing is that the people under them are paying for us, and they are willing to continue working hard for the people under them. Players naturally don't know the internal situation of the United Civilization. At this time, they were all happy because their tactics had achieved stage success. The recent performance of the United Civilization is enough to explain everything. But as time went by, players also discovered something was wrong. Brothers, why do I feel that something is wrong? The number of battleships of the United Civilization has increased again. It's outrageous. Originally, the number of warships, there was enough. But now it has increased. And with our tactics, it is already good that the number of their warships can remain the same. How can it continue to increase? At this time, all the players were extremely confused about this. This was indeed too bizarre for them. If their tactics have no effect, then there should not be so many staged victories in the beginning. Then you want to say that their tactics are effective. After executing the tactics for such a long time, the number of battleships of the United Civilization has increased. Brothers, don't panic. I've also roughly summarized the situation here. First of all, our plan must have been successful. But why did it suddenly change? I guess it is that the United Civilization has found a solution within the United Civilization. Of course, this is not the focus for us. The focus is how we should operate next. Since our plan doesn't work, we must start thinking of the next plan. After talking to this point, everyone began to whisper. It is true that if this plan does not work, then it is impossible to hang from a tree. Actually, I think our little cleverness is not very effective against a civilization of this level. It is too easy for a civilization of this level to solve internal problems. The biggest reason why our plan was successful in the early stage was because we had just experienced a war in the United Civilization, and it was already on shaky ground. Then I went to arrange this wave of plans. A lot of things came together to cause internal problems on the United Civilization side. But as time goes by, they can easily solve these problems properly. after they are properly solved. Everything goes smoothly within them, and we can use them again. All other plans are in vain. At this time, after hearing this player's analysis, everyone thought about it and felt that it really made sense. If this is the case, then many of our subsequent plans will actually have little effect. I feel that with this period of buffering, we have enough troops here, and we can carry out small-scale harassment. We can definitely take the initiative. Aren't they looking for us all over the universe? As soon as we have troops, we will send troops to those facilities to attract their attention in this way. This will also buy us enough development time. At this point, players know very well that the next thing they have to do is to stabilize their base. In this universe, as long as your basic base is still there, you have the possibility of causing trouble. Once their base is cleared by the United Civilization, they will have no chance at all. So the most important thing for them now is to buy themselves enough time and opportunities. Chapter 740 Small-Scale Friction. For players, what they have to do now is very simple. That is to find a way to retain the troops on our side. Otherwise, once the bugs on your side are cleaned up, there will be no more fun to play in the future. And now in the universe, the vast starry sky is surrounded by stars, and warships are cruising one after another deep in the starry sky. These battleships sailed across the starry sky at extremely fast speeds. Everything in the galaxy that it passed was completely scanned by battleship-type detectors. Kids, cheer up. Everyone, be aware of your surveillance equipment. I don't know what means these bugs have used to prevent our detectors from distinguishing them. So now we need to manually distinguish them. Once all teams discover something abnormal, they will report it immediately, and then send a warship over to check the situation. At this time, the captain of the fleet was commanding the members under his command in an orderly manner. There are many young faces among the ships. They are all on the battlefield for the first time. Many of them were forcibly captured, and the main reason was naturally because they were too high-spirited in the early stage. Because of their high spirits, they were targeted by those people. Of course, this is understandable. If it weren't for the fact that they clamored too loudly at the beginning, they wouldn't have made the people above them angry. In order to catch young men, the people above naturally used this incident as an excuse to start arresting such people in civilization, which made this group of people join here very sadly. It's just that they don't have any special skills, so they can only do some simple jobs here. Oh, why was I so stupid back then? Why did I follow those people? Yes, I followed them to have a good time. Now it's better. I got involved. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, who would have thought that the Force would be so strict and precise this time? At this time, several people in the battleship were busy talking. Life on a battleship is really hard. Okay, you guys don't complain. At this time, a middle-aged man walked towards me. Normally inside the planet, when you are taking various breaks, the frontline soldiers are doing this. The things they do are much more tiring than you. We only came here to take care of you, so we haven't arranged any overly tiring tasks for you. So just be content. The middle-aged man sighed as he spoke. The peace you think you deserve is just how you get it. Countless people you don't know have worked silently behind the scenes to achieve your peace and stability. For you, it feels a little too unfair to come here and do these things. But you don't know that work that is 10 times and 100 times more tiring than this is the daily life of soldiers. So now you can ignore your clamoring on the internet. How much harm it will cause to the soldiers. Their efforts are worthless in front of you. As he said this, the middle-aged man looked at them for a few times and then left. In fact, sometimes that's just what happens. Only when the real danger, or the real thing happens to you, will you know what the situation is. I regret it. Yeah. I don't know if we can successfully complete the mission this time. There shouldn't be any problem. What we have here is the fleet responsible for the second exploration. The real danger should be the Vanguard fleet. After hearing this, several other people felt unsure. After all, this moment is a battlefield, and anything can happen on the battlefield. At this time, just as a few people were preparing to continue their work, an alarm sounded suddenly from the ship. As the siren sounded, several people's expressions couldn't help but change. What happened? The siren is sounding. 5 sounds is not good. The enemy is coming. As the companion on the side finished speaking, the expressions of the other people couldn't help but change drastically. It should be the Zerg army coming over. This is the rear. How could they appear here? Facing the woman's questions, no one gave them an answer, and everyone in the battleship became nervous. All combatants are in position as soon as possible, and all non-combatants are quickly heading to the escape cabin. As for the new arrivals, they put on their battle armor and prepared to fight with the troops. At this time, several newcomers, who had just joined the job, couldn't help but look down when they heard the voice coming from the radio. Are we even going to go to war? We are just a group of ordinary people, and have no combat capabilities at all. Why do we have to participate in the war? This is too bad. Maybe we will end up here. At this time, in the captain's room, the captain looked at the newcomers and said low to his men. After hearing the captain's words, his subordinate's expression immediately changed. But he soon came to his senses again, seemed to nod and left. The subordinate was worried all the way. The captain obviously wants them to die. It seems that the things in the previous civilization made the captain very angry. But as the commander-in-chief of a battleship in a civilization, such a mind is too narrow-minded. As he spoke, the man couldn't help but sigh. Regarding this group of people, you would be lying if you said that he has no opinions. In fact, he also hates this group of people very much. I am fighting very hard outside to protect civilization, even without caring about my own life. They do not require people in civilization to be grateful to them. But in their eyes, you should not add insult to injury. However, it is such a simple request. But these people cannot do it. They were just adding insult to injury on their own side. The uproar they made at that time negated their efforts and reduced them to worthless. I do these things for myself, regardless of the continuation of civilization for such a small profit, and for myself to continue to enjoy the life I once had. Although he could not help but feel a little angry now, he did not forget his responsibilities. He knew that although these people were hateful, their crimes would not lead to death. So he was very puzzled by the captain's decision. But he was unable to refute it, because this captain's decision was very much agreed with by many soldiers. And in the current situation, the captain had 10,000 reasons to pioneer for himself. So he was not afraid of subsequent punishment. Although the man in front of him wanted to stop it, he was powerless. Of course he can report such a matter, but after reporting it, there is a high probability that the matter will go unresolved. However, he would have a reputation as a backstabber. From now on, he might not be able to survive here, and even said that he would not be able to survive in other battleships. He might even be squeezed out by other fleets of the United Civilization, and his life would be almost over. He is not a bad person. But he is not a bad person. It is absolutely impossible for him to ruin his future for this group of people. The most important thing is that this group of people deserves their punishment. The relationship between the fleet and ordinary people is now very delicate, because the last incident resulted in a lot of soldiers. They hated the group of people deeply. If it hadn't been for their responsibilities, I'm afraid this place would have been solved by them as soon as they arrived. Although they couldn't do anything, they would usually have a lot of trouble with this group of people. Both the battleship and the general headquarters above turned a blind eye to this matter. In fact, when these people are selected, their fate is already determined. To put it bluntly, they are just a tool for these soldiers to vent their anger, because the war here has lasted for a very long time. And every time it is very dangerous. This has made most soldiers feel war-weary. Under such circumstances, they must find something to use as a breakthrough point for their emotions. Otherwise something will happen sooner or later. Naturally, this group of people became one of these breakthrough points. Bringing up what they had done before allowed the soldiers to shift their attention to that matter. And now offering them both hands. Naturally all the conflicts had been transferred. So it wouldn't be good for them to come here. But the higher-ups naturally knew about this situation. So they issued orders that these people should not be missing arms or legs, let alone lose their lives. This is the bottom line. Naturally, these soldiers know this. In fact, for soldiers, being able to beat them up is considered a pleasure. Therefore, this group of people rarely bothered in the battleship. And at this moment, these people started to behave again. Or we can find a way to escape. In this way, we were treated inhumanely when we came here. Not only did the soldiers beat and scold us every day, but the most important thing was that we didn't have enough to eat. I really can't stand this place. Now while they are in chaos, why don't we build an escape ship and leave here and leave the planet? At this time, while several people were still communicating in low voices, they saw a black gun pointed at them. Anyone who disobeys orders and wants to leave during the war will be killed on the spot. At this time, as the cold voice came, several people couldn't help but look the same. They became even more frightened when they saw the person coming. It was obvious that what they just said had been heard by this person. If nothing else happened, they might be doomed. In this way, under the escort of this man, several people reluctantly walked towards the sitting temple. The adjutant had many thoughts all the way. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Well, I can only blame you for being too easily led by others. If there is a problem with civilization, you just don't help. If you are still here to instigate it, you deserve the fate you have today. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, what he didn't know was that the rounds walking in front were busy with their thoughts. One of them, from the corner of his eye, drifted toward him from time to time. After looking at the gun he held up, the man began to make a decision in his heart. This person liked to watch various videos before coming here. Many videos taught how to seize firearms in this situation. He felt that this routine should be used now. He rehearsed it countless times in his mind, and every time it was very successful. When he felt that it was almost done, he made a few careful gestures with his hands, obviously simulating the entire operation process. With everything in place, the person felt like he could take action. He felt that with his current level of practice, the problem shouldn't be too big. Thinking of this, he began to gradually slow down. When the distance between the two parties reached a very safe distance, the next moment, he turned around and grabbed the gun that was held up, then twisted it hard to twist the gun out of the man's hand, and grabbed the gun himself. But the next moment his face changed drastically, because he found that he tried his best to lead the other party, but he didn't move at all. It was obvious that he didn't take his strength seriously. How can this be? At this moment, he was shocked. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that those gadgets were all based on paper. None of them had been tested in real life. And he was actually so stupid that he became the first to be taken advantage of, which made him feel all kinds of uncomfortable. At this moment, just when he was about to say something, the response was a gunshot. Immediately afterwards, the man fell to the ground with incredible big eyes. It was obvious that he did not expect that these people would actually dare to take action against them. Didn't these people consider the consequences? However, no one could answer these questions. At this time, the remaining people were trembling when they saw the scene. He could understand the various behaviors of these people before and felt that it didn't matter. He thought that he should be regarded as being sent here. At this time, their mentality was not as cautious as before. And only fear was left. Because no matter how terrifying the front line is, they have no intuitive feeling. But now they feel it. And they also see their companions falling in front of them. Such things have a huge impact on their outlook on life. At this time, they had a deeper understanding of the situation here. They found that not only did they need to be wary of monsters, they also needed to be wary of teammates. In this way, soon after several people were arranged to where they needed to be now. And after doing all this, the man left. At this time, the people assigned here began to work hard again. At the same time, the fleets of both sides also started a battle outside. The fleets on both sides have their own advantages. The players' insect swarm army is mighty, and the battleships of the United Civilization are powerful. At the beginning of the fight, neither side could do anything about the other. It was the United Civilization that started calling for rescue. Naturally, the players were very clear about their operations, and the players deliberately lured them here. For the players, it is okay to kill as many enemies as possible. After all, their team itself is the definition of cannon fodder. At the same time, while the players are still thinking this way, there is the United Civilization. As time passed, the fleet commander became increasingly anxious. How long do they have to wait? Why haven't they arrived yet? At this time, the commander hoped that the follow-up fleet could come over as soon as possible. These bugs were too aggressive in their fighting style, and they were all trying to fight for their lives. So this also made the captain complain in various ways. In this way, as time went by, this battle gradually came to an end. Chapter 741, Capture the Research Base. A large number of battleship wreckage and insect corpses automatically appeared on the battlefield. This battle is an evenly matched battle, so the final result is a lose-lose situation. For players, this small-scale battle has little impact. And the same is true for the United Civilization. But the team members at the center of the battle didn't think so. Especially these new members watched the battleships being destroyed one after another around them, and watched those terrifying bugs shuttle through space, seeing the special substance they spit out and their mouths full of fangs. These people were all deeply shocked. It wasn't until this moment that they fully understood what the word frontline meant, then also understood what kind of pressure these soldiers were under. At the same time, they also understood this incident and why the superiors imposed such severe punishments. Fighting against this kind of monster and protecting your homeland from this kind of monster is not an easy task. However, These soldiers who fought bloody battles to preserve civilization encountered such cynicism and various judgments. If there is no response at all from above, who will still fight here? It's a pity that they understood it too late at this time, because now they are already deeply involved. These people saw more insect armies coming here. In fact, he already knew about such a result, because he heard from his seniors that the number of these terrible creatures was extremely exaggerated, and they all operate together with several teams at the same time. If this team loses, other teams behind them will rush over. And this is obviously the case now. Looking at the increasing number of insect swarms, everyone present knew that something might be going on with this wave. It's really unlucky. It seems we are doomed this time. It's quite unlucky. I never expected that something like this would happen. In this way, we have long expected that such a day will come. So we send out our last roar to destroy this group of bugs that are trying to invade our universe. At this time, with the roar of everyone, the battle began again. But obviously, this time it was in vain. The last battle had caused them heavy losses. And this time, they were unable to resist. Of course, they had nothing to do about what was happening right now. They just watched their fleet being easily destroyed by this group of insects. And this only refers to the tip of the iceberg in the current battles in this universe. Basically, thousands of battles, large and small, are carried out in this universe every day. Sometimes the bugs win, and sometimes it's the United Civilization that wins. In general, the United Civilization still has a very big advantage at present. In fact, many times players lament the power of this civilization. There is no way. This civilization is indeed too outrageous sometimes. Even after so many battles, even after being tossed around, their strength still cannot be underestimated. Brothers, at present we can only reluctantly continue to fight guerrillas against these civilizations. On the player's side, they also feel a little exhausted physically and mentally from this period of fighting. Some time ago, they were fighting against these civilizations every day. At the end of the fight, they felt very helpless. These civilizations are so strong. They have been struggling for so long, and they are still able to fight against us. After all, after ruling the universe for so many years, it would be really strange if he didn't have something. Well, judging from the current situation, the subsequent fight will be very tiring. There is nothing we can do about it. We can only continue to deal with them slowly. While everyone was still discussing, a team of players suddenly interrupted the discussion. Brothers, we have made new discoveries while fighting these civilizations. But when they heard what this player said, everyone was a little confused. Brothers, the situation is probably like this. We have been accompanying them in guerrilla warfare. And then when we passed through an area, we discovered that they had heavy soldiers there. We suspected that there was something good over there. So we sent a large army of insects to take a look. But they were destroyed before we even got there. After hearing this player's explanation, everyone immediately became energetic. What exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. After hearing everyone's inquiries, the player did not show off. So he told everyone about the general situation. That means there is a high chance that there will be something good over there. You shouldn't say that there might be something good, but you should say that there is something there. That area is not a special node at all. It's not a node. It has dispatched more troops and arranged more stringent defense measures than the node. This alone is enough to show that that side is extraordinary. Naturally, he nodded in agreement with what this player said. If this is the case, the area over there is indeed worthy of our attention. It just so happens that we don't have any missions. Otherwise we should go over there and have a look. I think it can be possible. That's indeed possible. We can go over and find out what's going on. In this way, everyone was discussing this area. For the players, it naturally has the value of understanding it in the past. After all, there are still people guarding the United Civilization under such circumstances. It is an area that is not particularly important. So this is enough to show how extraordinary it is. After some communication, the players' insect swarm set off towards that area. And in order to ensure that they can conquer that side, this wave of players adopted multiple offensive plans. Invest your troops there in multiple batches, and keep them in a state of war to break through the defense there. At the same time, they also prepared a lot of troops at a certain node. Their idea is simple. If that side is taken too seriously by the United Civilization, then they can launch a wave of attacks from east to west. With a similar plan in place, the insect swarm troops on the player's side launched the first round of attacks over there. As the previous player said, this place is very valued by the United Civilization. The various defense facilities here are of very high quality. in the first round of attacks. The players suffered heavy losses and did not achieve much effect. This made many players even more curious about the situation here. So what is the situation here that the United Civilization values so much? Since they value it so much, it shows how extraordinary this place is. It seems like this is more complicated than we thought. At this time, the players were talking to each other. Of course, they were not just talking. They began to arrange more troops to go over. For them, all they have to do now is harass the United Civilization. As for where they harass and to what extent, it actually doesn't matter. As long as the final goal is achieved, everything will be fine. In this way, amid various discussions and concerns from the players, the second round of attack began. This time the attack was more fierce than the last time. But in the end it still did not achieve good results. I'll go. Brothers, there's something here. There is definitely something here. The defensive measures are too perfect. However, there are fewer troops to support us. I guess they are more confident about this place. After combining 2 rounds of attacks at this time, players each have different views on this area. Overall, they felt somewhat strange about this place. If this place is very important and is discovered by the enemy, in this case, no matter how confident the players are in the defense here, their first reaction is to continue to send more manpower to ensure that nothing goes wrong. But the behavior on the United Civilization side is different. Although this place is very important to the United Civilization and was discovered, they did not send many additional troops. So is this a shrimp situation? No matter what the situation is, and no matter what the United Civilization thinks, we must make clear arrangements for them. No matter how outrageous our opponent is here, I think we still need to defeat this place first. After such a discussion, the players took action here again. This time, the players naturally paid special attention to this area. They began to call for friends and let more players join the camp that besieged this place. After all, for them, the stranger the place is, the more valuable it is to capture it. In this way, as the players attacked round after round, the place gradually became unsustainable. However, what surprised the players was that even after the fight, there were only very few troops here to support them. So is this a shrimp situation? We are about to defeat them, but we haven't sent troops to support them yet. Could it be that we thought wrong from the beginning and that this place is not important? At this time, the players are also very unpredictable about the situation here. There's no reason. It stands to reason that this kind of defense is more than enough. How could it not be important? But if this place is very important, then why did the United Civilization react like this? God knows. After all, we have paid so much, and we are about to attack now. The specific situation will be discussed after we capture that side. In this way, the players started to attack again while discussing. While the players were still attacking, there was a very powerful civilization among the United Civilizations. How was our research laboratory discovered? And these bugs still take such good care of this place. At this time, everyone in civilization is like ants on a hot pot. No way. This wave did surprise them a bit. They knew that bugs were harassing them everywhere in the universe. But they didn't expect that their research base would be targeted. And if you are targeted, just target it. The Zerg are still taking such care of this place. This civilization also vaguely felt that something was not good. What the hell is going on? Everyone in this civilization doesn't understand this either, although they really want to continue to defend this place. Judging from the current situation, it is basically unrealistic. And they are also well aware of the situation here. This place is originally their property, and it is difficult to get the United Civilization to come and help. And even if you persuade the United Civilizations to come out to help, it won't work, because some of the things inside must not be known to other civilizations. So they were very helpless. In the end, they had no choice but to send their own troops to support them. But they didn't have many troops left. And there were even fewer left for the players to consume after so many waves. This led to the current situation. Maybe it's because of the situation here that the bugs think there's something good here. So that's why it's like this. At this time, one person in the civilization analyzed this. Many people agree with his analysis. If that's the case, it doesn't matter if they occupy or destroy this place. For evolved races, technological things are of no help to them. And at the same time, it is impossible for them to study such things. As long as the things we study are not known to other people in the United Civilization, it's fine. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. Although losing this information can be very painful for them, it is undoubtedly much better than having other members of the United Civilization know that this place was destroyed. For us, it's actually not bad that this matter ends like this. After all, our research has achieved some great results in the end. The vast majority of experiments basically ended in failure, and the theory could not be confirmed. Therefore, if this research was not destroyed by bugs, I am afraid we would have given up. In this way, everyone seems to be talking about the situation here, but in fact they are comforting themselves. At this time, the players went through many rounds of attacks and successfully captured this place. Brothers, judging from the situation here, it seems to be a research base. There is still a lot of information preserved here. I'll go. I feel like we've caught a big fish. Let's take these materials back and study them later. In this way, the players made arrangements with each other, and soon a large amount of information was transported back by them. If this civilization knew that players attached great importance to this information and would do research on it, I wonder if they would be so calm. It's just that they would never have imagined this. After all, the player's situation here is too special. After getting the information back, Jiangyan naturally started follow-up research immediately. This time, they brought me quite a surprise. The contents of these data records are very complete, and they include data on some battleships of the United Civilization. Although they are all new type modified battleships, the basic information of some old battleships is also here. After all, their battleship modifications are extended through old battleships. This is good news for me. With this information, I can completely carry out unilateral evolution of their warships. As he was talking like this, he continued to learn about the information. Soon several pieces of information caught his attention. The first piece of information was about research on opening barriers to the universe and traveling to other universes. Chapter 742 Discovering New Technology. This first piece of information already excited him enough. I didn't expect that this time it gave me an unexpected surprise. Originally, I thought that the gates to the universe in this universe were randomly opened. But it turns out that it is not what I thought so far. In fact, Jiang Yao always thought that his arrival in this universe was due to various luck. I always thought it was luck. But now it turns out it wasn't luck. This has nothing to do with luck. The gate to the universe here should not appear. However, the main reason why he appears now is because of this research. This research is currently written as not yet successful. Many attempts have been made. In fact, they may have succeeded one time. It's just that the door to the universe was not opened at a fixed point in a certain area as they imagined, but was opened randomly, which led them to think they had failed. It turned out that the door to the universe opened in what they called a restricted area, so they couldn't detect it. He was actually surprised by the information he got in front of him. But that's a good thing for him. Although I don't know at which node the other parties succeeded in this research. I can restore it according to his method, and I can always find the successful time. And with their research object, it should be much easier for me to perform subsequent operations. In fact, for Jiangyao now, this technology that can open the door to the universe is very helpful to him. It has developed a lot, but it is limited by the limitations of the universe. And now it actually has the opportunity to break this limitation, which makes him a little excited. In the past, I didn't dare to report too many troops. The main reason was that I was worried that if too many troops were exploded, we would encounter a situation like the space connection. But now it seems that my worries are unnecessary. As long as we master this technology, the rest will be easy to handle. When the time comes, I can arrange for a wave of bugs to develop in any universe I pass by. In this case, my military strength will reach a very terrifying number in the future. As long as I don't over-exaggerate the number in a certain universe, I basically won't encounter the situation like the previous universe connection. There should be a very terrifying number of troops there before such a reaction occurs. As long as each universe controls the number, it will be okay. When danger comes, gathering all the forces from these universes should not be a big problem. But gathering skills must be mastered. Of course, to do this, he knew that he needed another technology, which was cosmic positioning technology. He felt that this technology could be developed through the technology that opened the door to the universe. Of course, he is also very clear that this is just his current imagination, and he is not sure what the actual situation is. But now he has a clue. I didn't expect that this time it would give me such a big surprise. After the completion of the first technology, the second one should not be considered a technology to be precise, but should be regarded as a guess. According to this civilization speculation, the universe is a consciousness, or there is a special consciousness outside the universe. As he spoke, he also fell into deep thought. He had thought about this before. This does surprise me a bit. That's right. He was very surprised by the current situation. Because of this speculation, he always thought that he was the only one who thought this way. But now it seems that other civilizations also think this way. And they are all advanced civilizations. They are all advanced civilizations. They all come from different universes. And they all have the same idea. I'm afraid this is not a coincidence. I guess this idea is true. But the reason for this idea is the same as the instinct of some animals. This is how we are. When technology reaches a certain level, it will be like changing from a child to an adult. There will be something more in the inheritance of talent. Judging from the current situation, the guess is definitely correct. So the next thing to do is to confirm this thing. As long as this thing is confirmed, it will be of great help to me. Although on the surface it seems that proving this thing is not very useful. In fact, the process of proving this thing is to find a direction for the development of one's own civilization. The development of every civilization needs direction. As long as there is a clear direction, then there will be a goal for how to proceed. After civilization has developed to their level, many things have lost their goals and direction. Without direction, civilization will stagnate. After all, you don't know how you should play or how you should research in the future, which is problematic in itself. At this stage, any wild ideas have been realized, and anything that cannot be realized has been confirmed. In short, sometimes imagination is limited. Of course, the limitations of imagination are closely related to what one encounters. The environment you are in and the things you encounter will determine where your imagination lies. When imagination can be realized, your imagination will determine your future path. Of course, this imagination is not a random thought, but requires something practical, not something unfeasible. Or there are some things that are absolutely unfeasible at your current stage, but will be possible in the future. In short, you just can't take too big a step. But after reaching a super civilization, or even beyond this level, many things that seemed impossible before can be achieved. If you go any further, it will be absolutely impossible to achieve. At this stage, you will basically be confused. You don't even know where technology should go and what you should do next. Everything is too confusing for you, and you don't know the way at all. Civilization will also reach this stage and stagnate. At this time, it is particularly important to have a goal and direction. And it is also a correct goal. This research is the right goal. If you can understand it, not only can you find a way to break through, but the most important thing is that there will be a lot of technological extensions in the process to improve your own strength. All in all, this is a good thing for civilization. Of course, having this idea and having the strength to do research are two different things. But now good research materials are coming to your doorstep. Jiang Yao was also a little excited. Emma, I came up with this after studying so many things. I'll go. At this time, seeing so many technological trees around here, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel slightly moved after he had gone through so much. Even the technology of opening the door to the universe was inspired by it. My God, it's incredible that so many things can be extended in such a direction. However, this civilization can actually study so many things through such incredible details. This alone is enough to show that it is not simple. Fortunately, these research results are all mine. Thinking of this, he felt a little excited. After all, to him now, these things were no different than picking them up for free. The results of these people's research were just wasted by him. But what surprised him was that these things should be very important to the united civilization. However, these things were lost, and why there was not much reaction from the united civilization. This was what surprised him the most. You must know that the current united civilization has been at war with him. And it is not impossible for the other party to regain these things. But in fact, the united civilization did not take any action, which made him slightly puzzled. However, although he expressed no understanding of this, as far as the current situation is concerned, it is not a good thing for him. After all, these things have already fallen into his hands, and it will be of no use even if he takes them back later. He has already copied all these materials, and there are many copies. So he does not need to worry about losing these things. For him, this is a great thing. With the research on this information, it will be much easier for him to operate in the future. Although he no longer takes the technological route, he cannot let go of this good thing in front of him. Thinking of this, he also began to make calculations in his mind. Currently I am taking the evolutionary route. The foundation of technology is also very good. It is not difficult for me to make some use of these ready-made things in front of me. This means that before long, I should be able to figure out how to open the door to the universe. In this case, I can collect a large amount of resources. As the saying goes, it is better to have more troops than more troops. I can completely ensure that my troops are both fine and plentiful, because by constantly opening the door to the universe and traveling to other universes, I will no longer be limited by resources. At this time, he is full of confidence in what he will develop into in the future. He is quite satisfied with his harvest this time. This is a bit unexpected, but when I think about it carefully, I feel that this is very normal. There are always many special civilizations in this universe. They relied on various opportunities to finally reach this point. Therefore, we cannot underestimate any civilization, and we cannot underestimate the things in the hands of these civilizations. What I want to do next is to verify the authenticity of these information. After receiving such a great opportunity, Jiang Yao was relatively calm, because he had some doubts about the authenticity of these information. He was very calm now after being excited just now. You can't blame him for not being calm. After all, after getting excited, he had to think about it. Is such an important thing really so easy to obtain? If we have really studied these things thoroughly, we can completely recreate a civilization that can compete with the United Civilization. How could the United Civilization not think of this even if it is something I can think of? They thought about this, but still wanted to give these things to themselves. What does this mean? Quite simply, this can only mean one thing. That is, the United Civilizations will have other ideas or other arrangements regarding this matter. This also means that the authenticity of the information in his hand is still unknown. Therefore, he needs to verify the authenticity of this information. If there is no problem with the authenticity of this information, then he can truly take off on the spot. If there is a problem with the information, then his excitement will be in vain. Even this information will have unknown effects on him. So he must be cautious about this. It's hard to say what the current situation is, but what is certain is that I must think about all possible things in advance and arrange them in advance. If this information may affect my technology, it doesn't matter to me. After all, this route is planned to be abandoned directly according to my plan. So even if this information will affect my technology in the future, it won't be a big problem for me. After some calculations in his mind, Jiang Yao also began to arrange manpower to study it. As the research began, he also focused all his attention on this one thing. As for the other thing, he naturally left it directly to the brainworm to arrange it. Although all the information on these battleships has been obtained, targeted evolution of these battleships will naturally be put on the agenda. Anyway, for me, as long as I evolve a method to target them, it won't be too difficult for me to take advantage of these battleships in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to the future battles with these civilizations. At the same time, on the United Civilization side, the civilization that had had its data stolen was also a little uneasy about what was happening in front of it. This can't be blamed for them being uneasy at this time, although at first they thought that these bugs were simply incapable of studying these things. After all, the two took different paths. But then, they went to look at the ruins on the other side of the battlefield, and gradually they discovered that things seemed more complicated than they thought. It was clean, very clean there, especially the area where the data was stored. It looked like the data had been completely removed. If the Zerg do not have any research on this information, or if this information is not useful to them, then they will destroy it instead of removing everything in that area. So based on the information we have so far, I seriously doubt that these Zerg may really be able to study those things. If that's the case, then it might be a little more complicated. Now that they have taken away the information, we have no way to get it back. So what we can do at present is to hope that these bugs are just evolving, and there is no research on things in other directions. At this time, all the civilization can do is pray silently in its heart, praying that it will not be so unlucky. If these bugs can really study these roots, something big may happen. However, these things will not work for a while. If they really work one day, the United Civilization will suffer a huge blow. Chapter 743 Targeting Evolution. After acquiring brand new things in this way, Jiang Yao naturally began to work overtime to make arrangements. First of all, he planned the first goal for himself, which was to prioritize the evolution of the ability to target enemy ships. I have to say, this somewhat surprised me. There are indeed many ways to build warships made by this kind of civilization. These warships not only have the power of dimensional defense, but the most important thing is that the attack method is slightly different from the dimension in which my Zerg evolved. But they are not as sophisticated as me. This is also the reason why these subsequent civilizations were able to develop weapons against insects so quickly. He remembered that in the first wave of the war with this civilization, The players were a little unable to deal with it. But after the second wave, they were completely able to deal with it. I see. They were already pursuing this type of attack. So the methods they developed at that time were too simple for them. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He had to know how much he had paid to evolve the ability of the insect swarm. Sure enough, sometimes things are not as simple as I thought. At that time, I thought I could take off. But now it turns out that I thought too much. When I evolved this ability, I thought it was unsolvable. But now I finally understand that the end point of your hard work is not as good as the starting point of others. While talking, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. But as he continued his research, he quickly discovered how powerful this civilization was. This is a bit beyond my expectation. I didn't expect that the warships of this civilization can actually use a trace of the power of law. To be precise, it should be said that this civilization has already done some research on this technology. Fortunately, now I know everything about your battleships. While talking, Jiang Yao continued to observe the battleships of this civilization to look for ways to deal with them. At this level, civilized warships basically don't have many shortcomings. Even the evolutionary direction of those plants does not mean that it can completely target these things. Fortunately, I have now obtained all the information in your hands. So subsequent operations will be much easier. In fact, he was very envious of the previous evolution of these plants. You know, after these plants experienced several rounds of wars, they evolved ways to target these warships. At that time, he was still envious of them. But now that he had obtained first-hand information, he found that the way plants evolved was just better than before, and could have certain effects. But it's impossible to have a great effect. And now that I have first-hand information, I only need to concentrate on studying the method specifically for battleships. Sure enough, sometimes information is very important. While he was still working overtime to arrange evolution, at this time it was on the player's side. Brothers, we can only fight with these civilizations in this way now. I feel pretty good about being able to pull. And now all we have to do is hold them back. The leader has told us that he is studying ways to evolve this kind of warship. When he works it out, it will be time for us to counterattack. It's getting harder and harder to delay. Now they know our tactics and our need for resources. Now they are stepping up efforts to clean up our resource points. No matter how we operate, we must solve the problem there as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be sent away first before the leader can get things out. This is indeed the case. We must work as quickly as possible and find ways to delay as much time as possible. In this way, the players arranged for the insects to attack round after round while discussing the subsequent operations. And this time in space. From time to time, the fleet groups of the United Civilization can be seen flying towards a certain place. And in an area in this direction, a large number of bugs are attacking some strongholds of the United Civilization. Countless bugs flew densely towards the destination, and various attacks were issued from the mouths of the bugs. The film area was also lit up because of the battle here. Countless battleships became wrecks, and countless bugs floated in the air. The entire area was shrouded in flames of war. At this time, both the players and the United Civilizations are nervously watching the battle here. This area is an arms manufacturing factory of the United Civilization. This place has naturally become the #1 target for players. This United Civilization is quite interesting. Actually protecting this place like a turtle SHL. Can we protect this place? Whether we can continue to fight in the future depends entirely on these arsenals. As long as we take down this place, the rest of the matter will be easy to handle. That's what I say. But it's not easy to win here. Brothers, the current situation in this area is not like you haven't seen that this United Civilization is going crazy. How can we not go crazy? We have already reached their arsenal. If we continue to fight like this, they will just surrender without having to fight. At this time, everyone was communicating with each other about the situation here. Ever since the players decided to stall for time, they have changed their fighting methods. They decided not to engage in head-on combat with this place. What they now want to play is to attrition and kill them through various methods. Since you like to send troops so much, then start with your arms factories. As long as your arms factory is taken down, more than half of you will have been destroyed in the later stage. And the arms factory is no better than a shipyard. The shipyard will be strictly guarded. But the arms factory is different. The defense is not so tight. It is also for this reason that players find opportunities. I guess these civilizations never dreamed that we would raid their arsenal. But that's fine. While the players were talking, the battle here continued, with countless battleships and insects engaged in a life-and-death battle here. Of course, the current exchange of fire is not just here, but also in other places. Many arsenals are basically besieged by players sending troops at the same time. The players are not stupid. They naturally know very well that there is no value in besieging one of them alone. The only way to play is to get a few more. In this case, it will be inconvenient for the United Civilization to send troops to support, and players will always be able to get one or two. By doing this a few times today and a few tomorrow, there will always be time to clean up all this stuff in the United Civilization. Even if the United Civilization wants to intercept, it is impossible, because the players' tricks are not as simple as solving one or two arsenals. Their idea is very simple. It doesn't matter if you start to focus on the arsenal. At worst, we will immediately find another way to attack your other things. All in all, you have just arranged the goals here and deployed everything that needs to be deployed. So we will move the goals immediately. Anyway, I won't give you any chance to compete directly with the players in an area. Anyway, now they are active, while the opponent is passive defense. Therefore, players have the autonomy to fight wherever and however they want. And this is the advantage that players can currently obtain. It has to be said that the players' routines have achieved great results. Damn it. These bugs are so abominable. Today they attack our military factory. Tomorrow they go to our shipyard. And the day after tomorrow, they go to other places. All in all, they were just shooting for a different location and wouldn't give us any chance of a head-on battle. At this time, everyone within the United Civilization was also made to feel uncomfortable by the players' routines. Although the players' routine seems very simple, it is difficult to stop it because you can never understand where the players will attack next. They are not targeting a certain place, but the entire combat group. From the most basic arsenal to shipyards, to some ports and other things. Players have not missed any of them. All in all, the players' strategy has always been very simple. That is, to try their best to cause trouble for the United Civilization, so that they cannot focus wholeheartedly on eradicating the bugs. The most important thing is that they don't have a good solution to this kind of routine. If you say it's not guaranteed, if these things are really destroyed by the players, they don't need to continue to fight. Because as time goes by, not enough ammunition is transported. Then sooner or later these subsequent warships will end up in disgrace because there is no ammunition. If you want to take care of it, the places and numbers of each of their formations cannot be estimated. Every time they send troops, it is a waste of time. Sometimes you prepare in advance, but in the end you only intercept a small force of the opponent. But a large number of troops are not sent out. Sometimes you are not prepared, and that means a large number of troops are coming again. In short, the players' operations are so confusing that the United Civilization is confused. This also caused headaches for the United Civilization. In the end, there was really no other way. They simply chose to continue to focus on the defense of their own civilization. We can't continue like this. We have to find a way to solve these resets. If some arsenals are lost, they will be lost. We can't delay like this anymore. If we continue like this, we may really be doomed. After hearing what this man said, how could everyone not know? We can't think of what you said. But what can we do if we think of it? We don't have many choices. Now we are passive, and the opponent is active. They can change their combat methods at any time according to our strategy. In this way, no matter how many ways we think of, they will always be able to break it. So judging from the current situation, all we can do is to honestly continue to follow the normal combat methods. For now, many civilizations in the United Civilization are discussing this matter. After all, the current situation is indeed a bit tricky for them. The player's method is not very lethal, but the effect of tormenting people is extremely strong. At least for now, the United Civilization side has been tortured enough. It probably means that you don't care, but you don't care, and you don't. In the end, it makes you feel like you are not a human being. It's really too much for you to worry about. Even if you say you want to ignore it, they won't be able to sustain it for long if this continues. Regardless, every effort and reward is not proportional, because this area is attacked, and they must plan in advance for a subsequent attack with a large number of troops. Because every time a bug breaks out, there is a backup preparation. So some of the already small manpower is allocated to keep an eye on this matter, which makes the original work pressure and the demand for battleships even greater. It is obvious that such a situation has occurred, which indicates that the player's plan has been successful. Indeed, just as they thought, the United Civilization has been tortured a lot because of the players. The success of this plan undoubtedly delayed a lot of time for them. For the players, They have nothing but time. They will do everything they can to buy themselves enough time until evolution is complete. When the time comes, if they use targeted weapons to harm them, wouldn't it be more effective with half the effort? In this way, both sides continued to fight with their own thoughts. At this time, in space, the entire battle area was covered by bugs, and a battle was going on not far from the battle area. Here are the support troops from other areas. The first reaction of the players is to put their energy and time into the support troops. Just as the players thought, as long as they stopped the support troops, they would have the opportunity to continue the destruction. And that's all they have to do. As time went by, arsenals were removed one after another, which forced the United Civilization to devote some of their energy and time to this matter. And the most important thing is that every time the players clean up the arsenal, they will take away all the various parts and so on. This also means that they will need to make up for these things in the future. And the cost of making up for these things will be very high. After going back and forth, the United Civilization side was also exhausted physically and mentally. It seemed that under the various arrangements of the players, the United Civilization side was finally held back. Using this guerrilla tactic, players bought themselves enough time. Jiang Yao's research has finally made great progress, and he has basically figured out everything he needs to study. Therefore, the evolution of the Zerg is a matter of course. This evolution is mainly aimed at the United Civilization warships. First of all, there have been great changes in the way of defending against joint civilization attacks. It can bear more damage than before. At the same time, the way of attacking joint warships has also undergone very big changes. Chapter 744 Another large-scale war begins. With this kind of targeted evolution, it will obviously be much easier for players to operate in the later stage. Brothers, there is something going on here. The leader has already developed a targeted evolution. It will undoubtedly be much easier for us to operate later. At this time, when the news was announced, the players were also extremely excited. This wave is okay. It turns out that he has mastered that special power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult for us to fight. But fortunately, now we have some suppression of this power, so their battleships won't be so tough. Not only that, our targeted defense has also been greatly improved. In addition to reducing their damage to us by at least 90%, our attack against them has increased by 120%. Based on this calculation, we will be easy to fight this time. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. Obviously, this wave of improvements has been of great help to them. Players who may have only been able to defend passively, or something like that before can now choose to actively attack. After this was determined, the players immediately started taking action. A large number of bugs entered the nest and were converted into biomass, and then started a new round of hatching. The new bugs are naturally bugs with that special ability. At this time, with the replacement process, the player's strength is also growing visibly to the naked eye. Brothers, I feel like we can improve a lot this time. With such a big improvement, I think we need to consider how to arrange it properly. After all, when fighting them, we are more likely to fight with poor information. My idea is very simple. Otherwise, I will destroy a few more places. After all, this round of improvements will definitely catch them off guard. They may not be able to defend those areas. After some discussion, the players decided to go back and kill another wave of counterattacks. This wave of players are planning to go back and destroy a few more areas, which will make their subsequent operations much easier. Players still have various concerns about releasing those plants. Brothers, I think we shouldn't just put plants in this wave. Now that we have strength here, we can cooperate with the plants to fight against them. In this case, they will definitely not be able to take care of both ends, and we will destroy them all the way. Since that civilization cannot take action frequently according to our guess, then we will destroy it along the way and see how many times it can take action. As long as we destroy enough of the area here, he will be unable to solve this crisis even if he wants to. After the rough plan was determined in this way, the players began to take action. Players are still very confident about this operation. They believe that after so many times, this time there will definitely be a breakthrough. Brothers, combined with the previous mistakes, we basically know how to operate this wave. Every time we failed to succeed, it was mainly because we were not able to follow up well. In the past, we needed to accumulate strength, so we did not dare to take action. But this time it is different. In this way, amid the discussions among the players, they took action again. A large number of bugs began to gather in the space. Although these bugs behave more cautiously, however, As the number of insect swarms increased, it still attracted the attention of the United Civilization. After discovering that something was wrong here, the United Civilization immediately sent a fleet group. Brothers, the United Civilization is here. This relationship is great. They have been waiting for it for a long time. While discussing, the battle between the two sides began. As the battle began, the United Civilization also discovered the differences in these bugs. The strength of these bugs is obviously different than before, and their attack power has also increased too much. These bugs must have evolved. Otherwise, they wouldn't have changed so much. If that's the case, then things are a bit troublesome. As soon as they met, the United Civilizations already realized that something was wrong. Of course, when they saw something was wrong, they reported the situation here as soon as possible. At the same time, they were at the headquarters of the United Civilization Command. Here I also received the latest news from the insect swarm as soon as possible. The United Civilization is not surprised by this. After all, these bugs and those plants come from the same place. Since those plants can evolve, there is no reason why these insects cannot evolve. So they are not surprised by this. However, some subsequent information soon made them feel that things were getting more and more difficult. What's going on? What's going on with these Zerg races? Their evolution is completely different from those of plants. Compared with those plants, which have only evolved the ability to resist initially, these bugs are actually evolving in a targeted manner. Whether it is defense mode, attack mode, etc., our battleships are evolving. But how is this possible? At this time, everyone was shocked by this discovery. Targeted evolution is completely different from general evolution. If it is targeted evolution, then you must get detailed information from the other party. Otherwise you will have no direction of evolution at all. However, these bugs actually got detailed information from their side, which made everyone feel a little stunned. What exactly is this? Why can these bugs evolve to such a high level? And based on their characteristics, they are obviously targeting us. But how are they doing this? Could it be that he took away the wreckage of our battleship, and then obtained some information from these things, and finally evolved it? How is this possible? If the other party has this ability, then the other party is following two routes, technology and evolution. But we have been fighting with us for so long, and we have not seen their technological route. And even if they take the technological route, our warships have protective measures. Even if they take them away, they can't analyze the technology inside. So the question becomes, under such circumstances, how do they find the direction of evolution? So that's the problem. While everyone was discussing this matter, only one civilization chose to remain silent. At this time, this civilization knew very well that the thing at least wanted to see happened. This civilization is naturally the one that was robbed by the players, and the players obtained various things through them. This civilization is very clear that this information was leaked by itself. It is absolutely impossible to report this matter, and many things in that laboratory are top secret to them, especially several other studies. Just seeing that these bugs have evolved to this extent according to the information they obtained. This makes these civilized people feel a chill in their hearts, because they knew very well that the previous person's guess was correct. But he did not take away the wreckage of the battleship, but the relevant information. This is also the real reason why they have been able to evolve to this extent. But can this be said? You can't even say it even to death. Once you say it, you will become the target of public criticism. Moreover, he was also very clear about the impact that information would have once it was leaked. So he chose to remain silent and conceal this matter. In this way, everyone has their own agenda. This civilization is like this. Listening to everyone's discussion, he would add a word or two from time to time, but he never mentioned the problems he encountered. Of course, the United Civilizations have been speculating about this matter for a long time, but there is no definite answer. In the end, they attributed the problem to the special nature of these bugs. Maybe these bugs have such incredible abilities, but their evolution time will be much slower than those of plants. Of course, this has been confirmed. After all, how long did it take for plants to evolve targeted methods? And how long did it take for these bugs to do so? It may be because of this reason that the evolution of insects is relatively perfect. Of course, these are all speculations of these people, and they don't know the specific situation. But at present, there is only this guess, which is relatively reasonable. After determining that if this is the case, they will not be able to stop it. They focus on the subsequent battlefield. At this time, only a large number of bugs and warships were seen on the battlefield fighting in space. Different from the previous battles of their warships, Now their warships are very weak in single combat against insects. All aspects of the bugs are really too targeted at their warships. Whether it is attack, defense or other aspects, these warships feel the pressure deeply. At this time, far away from the main battlefield, what no one knew was that there were many pairs of small insects flying densely towards the bases and fortresses. It was obvious that they wanted to create a side attack. But at the same time, the United Civilization side naturally did not notice this. At this time, all their attention was focused on the frontal battlefield. Compared with the bugs at this time, the bugs have changed a lot. If you don't pay attention to this, there may be other problems in the future. At this time, when everyone's attention was focused here, the mysterious civilization had discovered the insect swarm that was going to steal the house. Idiot. This civilization is simply stupid. Although they couldn't find the batch of bugs, no matter how stupid they were, they should have guessed that after the bug swarm changed, the opponent's first goal was naturally to attack those areas. Thinking of this civilization is a little helpless, and can only remind the United Civilization again of its plans from now on. After receiving this piece of news, United Civilization was also shocked. Why do these bugs actually have so many troops? Immediately dispatch warships to those designated areas for support. The reproductive capabilities of these bugs greatly exceeded our expectations. At this time, even the United Civilization side had to admit that the shock it brought them was a bit too big. Over the years of fighting against insects, they have also discovered the characteristics of these things. No matter how many you kill, it won't take long for a large number of bugs to appear again, which is why they haven't cleaned up the place. The main thing is that as soon as there is a chance, a large number of troops will be produced on the insect side. In this explanation, they had actually thought that the bugs would definitely take some dirty tricks. But after seeing the bugs gather there, they felt that the possibility of this was very small. After all, the number of bugs there was too exaggerated. In this case, they thought that the bugs would not be able to mobilize more troops. But the reality taught them a good lesson. Not only did Chengzi mobilize more troops, but he also planned to raid their garrison, which caught them off guard. If it weren't for that civilization's reminder, this wave of bugs would definitely have succeeded. I went. Why was I discovered again? I don't know. We are all careful. And the route is a safe route that has been explored many times before. At this time, when the players discovered that their troops had been discovered by the other party, they were also a little surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect that such a secretive action would be noticed by the other party. To know this route, they had been exploring it for a long time. After many confirmations at that time, they knew that this was an absolutely safe route. That's why they came up with the plan to secretly send troops here this time. But they didn't expect to give them a wave of death before they were born. Before he even started his sneak attack, he was discovered. Now that it has been discovered, the players will naturally not hold back. I saw that they immediately exposed all the hidden insect swarms, and then set off towards the target location. This time, they must defeat the other side before the opponent's support fleet arrives there. Although the possibility is very low, the players must also start to move. At the same time, they also immediately made adjustments on the main battlefield, and saw a large number of insects scattering towards their target area. Obviously, these bugs are also rushing over to support. And now the players are ready to make a desperate move. See if you can open a breakthrough. At the same time, a large number of insect nests began a new round of troop hatching. Because the players knew that they would need to block fleets coming from other places in the future, they had to increase their troops. At the same time, after seeing the actions of the players, the United Civilization naturally began to make arrangements immediately. Mobilized all the warships from other areas. Now we should have a decisive battle with these bugs. All available warships are mobilized, and there can be no reservations. Knowing the bugs' plan, and knowing how much of a threat it would pose to themselves, it is naturally impossible for the United Civilization to neglect it. It seems that after many years, another all-out war is about to break out. Compared with previous all-out wars, this time's all-out war has a wider scope and requires more troops. Although the two sides have been fighting on a small scale during this period, they are both recuperating and recuperating. The daily losses are definitely not as much as they caused. Therefore, through these days of recuperation, the cases on both sides have also recovered a lot. And this time when the battle begins again, both sides can mobilize a lot of troops to support. Having learned lessons from the previous times, the United Civilization also silently made up its mind to stop at this time. Chapter 745 Consumption of the United Civilization. In this way, under the confluence of various factors, The battle between the two sides started again. At this time on the battlefield. This is the flagship formation of the United Civilization No. 3. And it is currently being sniped by the insect swarm, requesting support from all units. As his voice fell, the voices of other fleets also came from the channel. We were also attacked here. And the other party knew our actions well. The other party should have deployed reconnaissance equipment in advance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to snipe in such a timely manner. What is the situation over there in Qing County? At this time, the turrets on the frontline battlefield fortress were unleashing firepower wantonly. And the garrison fleet was also struggling to support them. Seeing the bugs all over the sky swarming this way, the commander couldn't help but look more and more ugly. Fortress Base No. 37 has encountered a large number of insect attacks. We are almost unable to stop it. When will support come? Now that the support fleet is being held back. Hold on a little longer, and come over as soon as our side breaks away. At this time, everyone inside the United Civilization was quarreling. This sudden attack caused them to fall into chaos when they reacted. But fortunately, the long-term battle allowed them to stabilize the situation for the time being. Brothers, there is nothing to say here. I believe everyone should know what to do next. In the past, all our formations were intercepted by them. It was obvious that our intentions were discovered by them. Now we can only destroy the ship. All the troops will rush in to at least break a few holes in them. Which areas are about to be breached from now on? Inform the channel in advance. As for the nearby bugs, give up the target and go directly to help. As orders are issued one after another, the players are also making frequent adjustments. At the same time, the United Civilization is naturally keeping up with the players. At this time, there were insect swarm squads or battleship squadrons flying over the space from time to time. And the whole area became extremely lively. After encountering these teams, they will immediately launch an attack. For a time, the entire area became very chaotic. However, the players have prepared carefully this time, and they have clearly arranged many details. This also resulted in the fact that although the United Civilizations were able to organize effective resistance, the effect was not obvious. In this way, with the passage of time, the combined civilizations, some areas here were finally breached. At the same time, during the attack, the movement here had attracted the attention of plants. When this area was breached, a large number of plants also swarms of people. It's not good. Some areas on our side have been breached. At this time, as the first area was breached, the United Civilization side immediately became nervous. Well done, guys. The good area unit has been breached, so there is no need to control that side. Now all my friends, listen to me and go to Area 3 immediately. It is almost breached. As long as it is breached, the next step is to deal with the plants. And we will be responsible for breaching these areas one after another. In addition, the insect nest is also working overtime to produce as many bugs as possible. Then I mark a gathering point, and then all of them will gather there. Just like this. As orders were issued one after another, the players immediately began to take action. Suddenly the balance of victory in the entire situation began to tip. Although we have an advantage now, we must not take it lightly and open these areas as quickly as possible. Try your best to get things done here before those mysterious civilizations take action. In this way, under the arrangements of the players, everything went very smoothly. Although the players had a hard time playing at the beginning. As time goes by, it can be said that everything is going smoothly for the players now. And the most important thing is that as more areas are opened and more plants come over, the United Civilization has to focus its forces on blocking these plants. It is also because of this reason that players can destroy more easily. Although these civilizations sent fleets to pursue the players did not give them any chance to fight. If you encounter one, just run. Anyway, for them, the primary purpose now is to open these areas. As long as these areas are opened, they basically have nothing to worry about in the future. And compared to the past few times, this time the players have learned enough lessons. From the initial arrangement to now, all aspects have become relatively mature, and they are very aware of the situation on the United Civilization side. Therefore, the arrangements of both sides are targeted. It is also because the players have such arrangements that the entire battle situation has gradually followed their own plans. What players are most worried about now is that a mysterious civilization will suddenly intervene. After all, they still have fresh memories of this civilization. Without this civilization, the universe would have been taken over long ago. But now, because of this civilization, players are afraid to take action. But for them, this is only temporary. As far as the current situation is concerned, these players will tear their enemies into pieces even if they don't touch the plants. What they have to do now is to continue to destroy, and then use this to test the frequency of the mysterious civilization's attacks. 5 areas have been successfully destroyed so far. At this time, as time passed, the fighting between the two sides continued. The players are also staring nervously at the surroundings of the battle, wanting to see the movements of the mysterious civilization. It's been so long and this civilization hasn't taken action. Just wait and see. I guess they will take action soon. While the players were still discussing, a battleship appeared out of thin air, and the location where he appeared was the area that the players were attacking. Neither the players nor the players were aware of its appearance on the battlefield until it appeared. The entire area was shrouded in that special thread. It was only at this time that the players knew that this civilization was coming. We don't even know when it appeared. Didn't we collect so much data before? Why haven't these data been put to use? If it can be put to use so easily, then we won't have a headache with him. This wave came out and directly overturned our main force. If I guess correctly, it should block those few next area. As the player finished speaking, everyone nodded. Judging from the current situation, it is highly likely that this will be the case. Just like this, in the discussion of the players, they saw that this civilization was similar to what they thought and launched an attack over there. Of course, players are not surprised at all by this. Just as the players thought, the emergence of this civilization easily suppressed all of this. But it was obvious that the players had already expected this. Just when this civilization took action to suppress those areas, the second batch of troops assembled by the players had already set off. When this civilization had just completed several areas, players destroyed another area. At the same time, they went to other areas non-stop and started a guerrilla fight against this civilization. I have to say that this strategy of the players is still very feasible. At least so far. This civilization has been tortured by the players several times in a row. New places have appeared after just finishing it. At this time, the mysterious civilization feels like all kinds of headaches. We can't continue like this. If we continue to deal with them, we will not be able to sustain it. Ordinary actions have caused them to be increasingly suppressed by the power of rules. At this time, their warships need to consume a lot of energy every day to resist this suppression. According to the current frequency of shots, if their frequency were higher, they might not be able to hold on first. Is the United Civilization a waste? Can't they stop these bugs? How much we have cleaned them up. They just need to intercept the bugs that go to those areas to cause trouble. Which they can't do, knowing that these areas will be attacked by bugs. Why aren't the defenses there strengthened? United Civilization can naturally think of these questions. They can think of it, and players can naturally think of it. So they have already prepared a record for them. Because the overall strength of the players has been improved. And they are all targeting the United Civilization. The number of bugs sent out to chase and intercept does not need to be too many. It only takes a small number of bugs to stop the army of the United Civilizations. For players, they don't need to defeat these armies. They just need to block them. Therefore, they don't need many bugs to stop the fleet of the United Civilization. And the extra bugs can be arranged to cause trouble. This wave of improvements is very useful for players. It is also because of this wave of improvements that players can accomplish these things more easily. Therefore, the United Civilization is very powerless on this point. In the past, it might have been dozens of bugs fighting against a warship. But now it only takes one to hold down a warship. Such a ratio means that if the United Civilization wants the players not to cause trouble, it must at least expand its troops dozens of times. In their current situation, they are already trying their best to maintain the current strength. It is simply a fantasy to allow them to increase their strength dozens of times. Therefore, they are also helpless in various ways regarding the current situation. Although the mysterious civilization has asked them to send troops to stop it many times, the effect of each of their actions is limited, unless it is really necessary to mobilize all the troops at all costs. But this will cause an empty situation in the rear. They were also worried that these bugs would suddenly attack them and directly attack their base camp, which would cause serious problems. So they did not dare to do so. Their large army will never be mobilized before the insect's large army is discovered. Naturally, the players can also guess a thing or two about their thoughts. Therefore, the players' large forces have always been hidden. And what they want is to give them this kind of psychological deterrence. In this way, as time goes by, the number of shots taken by the mysterious civilization becomes less and less. The players are naturally very aware of this. At the same time, through so many shots. The players have also obtained a lot of useful information. Brothers, it seems that we are right. There must be restrictions on the mysterious civilization's actions. His shooting frequency has dropped to a new low during this period. From the beginning, the frequency of shots was generally high. But now the frequency of shots has been very low. This alone is enough to illustrate the problem. For us, that's a good thing. I estimate that they may not be able to take action in a few more times. And many areas have already been breached. But the mysterious civilization didn't react much. Judging from the situation, it was almost unable to hold on. I estimate that they will only give us a few large-scale follow-up operations to fill in all these areas. And then, there will be no more. As for the United Civilization, the players are not worried. They are now at the end of their fight. In fact, as the players thought, the United Civilizations were really powerless after years of fighting. At this time, everyone within the United Civilization was also discussing a series of things. Judging from the current situation of civilization, we may not be able to hold on here. Not only do we have to face the attack of insects, but we also have to face the influx of plants in those areas. Both of these are fully capable of dragging us to death. If we continue to stay here, we will only be exhausted in the end and have no choice but to be destroyed. So I think we should give up something. After hearing this, many others agreed. But of course, there were also objections. Currently, we are no longer the United Civilization we once were. Judging from our current situation, a large amount of territory will only make us die faster. What we have to do now is to classify it into a relatively rich area. And then everyone can set up a very strong defense line around that area. In this way, we can defend it. Indeed, for the current United Civilization, the territory they control now is too vast. After so many battles, they no longer have the ability to manage such a vast territory. This kind of routine of players makes it impossible for them to continue to take care of these territories. Now they can only break it into pieces. If all the troops are gathered in one place, it can still be defended. If they continue to be used by players to delay consumption, then they are really doomed. After some discussion, the United Civilization decided to abandon a large number of areas and concentrate all its forces in a certain area. If you then stick to this area, there shouldn't be much of a problem in the follow-up. After making the new decision, the United Civilization began a great migration. Countless civilizations and warships began to set off towards the target area. And at the same time, a large amount of resources were transported there to start building defenses. Chapter 746 Plants Enter the Universe. At this time, the attacking players also gradually discovered the United Civilization. And something was wrong here. Brothers, what is going on? During this period, the number of fleets intercepted by the United Civilization against us is getting smaller and smaller. During this period of time, many players have clearly felt that the number of opponents' warships has been decreasing crazily. There might have been fleets before, but now there are scattered squads, and the number of guards in many areas is getting smaller and smaller. In the past, players had to pay a lot of money to win an area, but now they can win it easily. This left many players a little confused. What's going on? Why is it so easy for us to take over those areas now? I don't know, but I feel like this is not a bad thing for us. Since it was so easy to win, we can level everything around us in one go. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. However, it has to be said that since players have become more relaxed when problems arise here, the progress of destruction by subsequent players has also become faster and faster. A large number of plants were released. At this time, the players believed that even if the mysterious civilization took action, it would be useless. After all, there were too many areas released. Basically, the defense of the United Civilization is on the verge of collapse because of such a short period of time. Of course, the players who knew the news were naturally very happy. After all, for them, this was a great thing. After all, it is undoubtedly much better to capture these areas so easily than losing troops and generals. Of course, what is most surprising to the players is that they have obtained a large amount of resources and made use of them. Now their military strength is also continuing to increase. In fact, the situation on the player side has not been very good. Although it is easier for players to obtain resources than United Civilization players. But in fact it is not. The amount of resources obtained cannot keep up with the pace of the war. So many times players pay their own money to fight. Basically, a large amount of money is invested every day to replenish bugs. The purpose is naturally to occupy this place and obtain a large amount of resources. It was originally according to the player's plan. After this wave of their investment, they would be very satisfied if they could earn 50 or 60% of the cost after occupying the universe. But who would have thought that after such a wave, the benefits they strive for will increase? According to player estimates, if United Civilization continues like this, they will earn at least 80% this wave. This amount is already a huge profit for the players. After all, compared to sometimes losing money in battles, being able to earn so much is worth everything. In this way, with full of joy, the players began to live a life of making money every day. Of course, although they made a lot of money, the players also knew that sometimes things should not be taken at face value. Take this time as an example. On the surface, it seems that the players have indeed made a fortune. But in fact, the players know it well. As long as that mysterious civilization has not yet come to an end, it is still unclear how much it will earn in the end. After all, if it competes with the mysterious civilization by then, the losses may be very large. Although the players have made enough money on the United Civilization side now, the most important thing is how much they can earn when they fight against the mysterious civilization in the later stage. After all, for the players, the situation of this mysterious civilization is also very important to them. What will happen if he ends the game? In fact, this is something that people need to think about and pay attention to. Of course, this doesn't seem to be particularly important to current players. After all, they have got it for now, and we will wait to see what the situation will be like in the future. If they can get most of the resources in this universe, they will not be able to continue to compete with that mysterious civilization in the end, because at that stage there is no sense of confrontation anymore. So whether the mysterious civilization will take action at a critical moment is related to the final benefits of the players. In fact, for players, the outcome of the war is not important. What is important is how many resources can be obtained from this war. After all, every war is actually a way of plundering resources. If you focus solely on profits, then all wars are meaningful. But if the war does not consider profits, but only considers winning or losing, no matter how big the players are, they will never be able to support it. Players are very clear about this. After all, after so many years of fighting, players still understand the true meaning of war. Compared with winning or losing a war, plundering resources is truly important. Only fighting with war and crazy plundering is the fastest way to make a fortune. At least for now, players have not found a way to gain faster than war. Of course, all this has a premise. This premise is naturally very simple. That is, you must have enough strength. If you are not strong enough, if you start a war rashly, you will simply lose your life. Of course, the players are not fools. Without strength, it is impossible for them to start a war. Brothers, we have already investigated the situation of the United Civilization here. The situation there is a bit complicated. I will explain it to you in detail here. As for the follow-up arrangements and operations, I will also tell you here. The first is the benefit from this war. At present, the benefit we have obtained is 80% of the total resources invested. Everyone must be aware of how high this income is. But it is understandable. After all, this civilization has occupied the resources of the entire universe. So it is normal to have such a large amount of income. But what I'm going to say next is the real focus. And it's what we need to consider at the moment. And this matter is about the situation on the United Civilization side. First of all, the resources we obtain are only a part of the United Civilization resources. Even a very small part. But when they heard what this player said, everyone was stunned. You must know that they have already made a lot of money in this wave. And the players are extremely satisfied with the profits in this wave. However, now they are told that this so-called income is only a small part of the total income, which still surprises the players. Everyone naturally became more curious about what this player said. And looking at everyone's eyes, this player also explained the whole story to everyone. Brothers, the real situation is actually this. The main reason why we were able to capture those areas so easily before was actually because the United Civilization gave up those strongholds. They are now reduced to pieces. Currently, they have established a new stronghold in a relatively fertile land in the galaxy, and have concentrated a large number of resources and warships there. And the resources we obtained before were just the leftover scraps from their transportation. After hearing what this player said, everyone naturally understood what it meant. What you mean is that the big guys should be gathering at their new stronghold now. As long as we take the new stronghold, there will be a big income. Hearing what this player said, the previous player also nodded. That's pretty much what it means. But the biggest problem now is also here. Everyone must be well aware of the strength of the United Civilization. In the past, their forces were relatively spread out, so it was relatively easier for us to handle them. But now the situation is that their forces are gathered together. We absolutely cannot defeat the United Civilization at this stage. So under such circumstances, how we should proceed in the future is the key point. If we send troops to them, the loss ratio will be huge. Maybe if we throw in all the money we make this time, we may not be able to defeat them. Of course, everyone knows the situation in the universe now. We can use plants to solve this problem. Rely on plants to conquer them. And then we plunder resources. But there is a problem involved here. That is, if the plants really knock them down, we will definitely do it with the plants when we go to snatch resources later. I am worried that if this wave does not go well, we will really defeat them. The basket is empty. After all, the strength of plants is only higher than that of the United Civilization, no matter which side we use now. In the final analysis, we are seeking skin from the tiger. In addition, the mysterious civilization has been slow to take action, and we don't know what they think. But I guess that for us, this mysterious civilization must be very hostile, so we don't have a complete plan for what to do next. But this doesn't seem to matter, because for us, we have already earned enough, and the risk is too great in the future. I think there is no need to take more risks. Of course, this still depends on what you want, because in many battles nowadays, players actually have to work together to get benefits, compared with the days of fighting alone. The days of fighting alone are long gone. So under normal circumstances, players will discuss and see what specific operations should be done. Law. This is also a very important discussion at this time, because the players all know what the current situation is. If they stop now and hide, then the money they made this time will be realized in a real sense. But if they are not satisfied with the status quo and send troops again, they will most likely lose all their money or even spend a lot of money on it. However, it will be different once the troops are successful this time. You must know that the few scraps left here have already made the players a lot of money. So if you take away the main course, how much profit will it be? Of course, the players are not blinded by making money. They are very calm. On the surface, the current situation seems to be true that if the players win another game, they will make a lot of money. But they also know that if they fail, then everything is empty talk. And given the current strength gap between the two sides, the probability of failure is very high. So how to operate next makes all players confused. Meditated. Focusing on this matter first. Everyone started whispering, compared to when the players are worrying about whether to continue sending troops in the future. The teacher on the United Civilization side said that the United Civilization has been very miserable during this period. The main reason why they can persist is because there is a mysterious civilization helping behind them. If it weren't for the mysterious civilization, they probably wouldn't have to continue fighting on their side. But they also know very well that even with the help of the mysterious civilization, they cannot fight for a long time now because they have no savings. The mysterious civilization does have resources for them, but not much. As for why this is the case, it is impossible for them to ask the mysterious civilization, and it is impossible for them to tell the other party if they ask. So now they are using their remaining wealth to fight against the magic players. But can these properties compete with players? Obviously it is possible. But there must be a prerequisite. That is, the output must keep up. Because if your output cannot keep up with losses, no matter how many resources you have, they will all be in vain if you put them in your hands. And this is what they are like now. Because large-scale migration has resulted in the abandonment of a lot of infrastructure. It takes time to build infrastructure in new areas. Will the players give them time? It is obviously impossible to give them time, because the players have already discussed the general idea at this time. Many players think that taking advantage of his illness to kill him, they can attract more plants to attack there, so that they can consume the joint civilization to the maximum extent. After they have consumed almost all of their energy, they will then go in and fight with the plants. Of course, they don't need to fight all the time. They just need to hold the plants back for a while, so that they can take away the resources. They are not defeating the plants. They are just delaying and taking away resources. So the things they need to consume cannot be too much. At least they feel that no matter how bad this operation is, they will definitely make some money. Regarding this matter, everyone is talking about it in various ways. Soon a general model was created by the players. After having a general idea, the next step was to operate. First, the players focused on the plants that had just arrived in this universe. With the arrival of plants into this universe, everything has become extraordinary. A large number of planets have been occupied by these plants. The reproduction rate of plants is also very precise. Soon after these areas are occupied, they are covered by special bryophytes. Although these bryophytes are simply a disaster for the civilization here, these are the players' favorite things. After all, through these players, they can obtain a large amount of biomass to support their subsequent wars. Chapter 747 Changes in Plants. With the large-scale arrival of plants, the entire situation began to quietly change. For players, this is not a good thing, because they discovered that these plants started to plunder their resources after they came in. So the players often fought with these plants. Fortunately, I often deal with these plants, so everything is still relatively smooth, and the players can easily take down these invading plants. But when these plants were taken down, something bad happened. Players discovered that these plants had arrived in this universe, and they were more united than in the previous universe. In the past, these plants may have worked independently, but now they are basically united. Although it is not as connected as during the previous attack, the entire plant is divided into 5 large tribes, which makes it unrealistic for players to deal with the plant. Of course, compared to plants, players are now paying more attention to another thing. And this matter is about these plants, and the later period of the United Civilization. The United Civilization actually gave players a lot of surprises. The base they built was much harder than the players expected. At first, the players thought that their place would be no big deal. But as time went by, they discovered that the area of the United Civilization was impregnable. Because after arriving in this universe, the players saw several battles between these plants and the United Civilization. In these battles, the plants were unable to defeat the newly established defensive offensive of the United Civilization. Although the defensive offensive construction of the United Civilization was not particularly perfect at the beginning, even so, the plants were still unable to attack it for a long time. Moreover, the number of troops sent by these plants these few times has been quite large. This also surprised the players. You must know that judging from the current situation, players feel that it is not difficult to capture the United Civilization due to the strength of the plants. But it actually surprised them. You should know that this area is still in the construction stage, not the already built stage. This is what puzzles players the most. You must know that even in the construction stage, it can have such an effect. After it is built, it will be so indestructible that players will feel increasingly troubled by the current situation. You must know that if they cannot capture this area, they will not make much money. After all, they all hope that this place will allow them to make a big profit. Although players also tried to use some special methods to attract these plants and fight against the United Civilization. But as time went by, players discovered that their ideas were too naive, and their routines had no great effect on these plants. And these plants would not be fooled at all. And this is also the problem. According to the players' speculation, these plants may have undergone some kind of change. Because compared to before when they came to this universe, their fighting methods or other things are completely different. Players also don't understand this. But even if they don't understand, they know very well that the changes in these plants are definitely not a good thing for them. And just as they thought, these plants have indeed undergone great changes. There are several questions in the evolution of any life. That is, whether you want it or not, whether it is necessary, etc. These things will be directly related to the evolutionary direction of organisms. And these plants naturally also face this problem. In the previous universe, they did not need too many so-called strategies and tactics and the like. But as time has passed and reached the current stage, especially after fighting with players and the United Civilization, these job discovery wisdom is also a very needed thing for them. As a result, many plants began to evolve independently. Plants have also evolved intelligent entities similar to brain worms. Although they are still very different from brain worms, it is undeniable that the existence of these things has an impact on plants. Very huge. In particular, plant tactics and other aspects have begun to undergo very big changes. Traces of civilization are gradually beginning to appear inside the plants. And this is the most critical thing. Although plants themselves are a civilization, compared with the past, the changes in plants are not small. Whether it is strategy or development direction, huge changes have begun to occur. Of course, players are always paying attention to this, because this thing is also a very important thing for them now, compared with the past, where plants casually occupied an area and then began to develop. Plants now began to gradually form their own civilization and form their own defense offensive. They are no longer like scattered soldiers. Now they occupy an area and then start to develop with this area as the center. They also learn to unite civilizations and build their own fortresses and defense lines. Even the United Civilizations were a little surprised by such a change. After all, this change was much greater than what they had known in the past. It is obvious that the United Civilization knows that the pressure on their side is very high. Because now there are not only these plants with impressive changes, but most importantly, in addition to the plants, there is also an additional Zerg. And that's where the problem lies. The current plants themselves are very difficult to deal with. And then adding a Zerg species comes in, which puts a lot of pressure on the United Civilization side. As an old civilization, they are actually very powerful, but they are still a little helpless in the face of these races with super reproductive capabilities. All they can do now is guard this only pure land. Of course, the actual area of this area is not small. After all, they occupy so much area. It would be really strange if their area was smaller. But compared to the vast territory of the past, their current area has indeed suffered heavy losses. But to everyone's surprise, the fighting stopped when the plants moved in. Because during this period of time, both in the name of the plant union and among the players, there was a tacit understanding that no large-scale battles were going on. Although small-scale friction still existed, it was innocuous. Several civilizations are now recuperating and preparing for the war that will follow. After all, the civilizations present are not fools. Everyone can guess that there will definitely be a super large-scale war between several civilizations in the future. What they have to do now is to arrange everything before the war begins. In this way, the tacit understanding of their own forces began their steady development. And as time went by, the players gradually discovered that something was wrong with the plants. Some plants developed simply too quickly. Of course, with this kind of development speed, players are gradually becoming wary of these plants. Because these plants here have changed so much. Of course, apart from the changes in plants during this period, what surprised players the most was another thing. That is, the United Civilization actually came to them and discussed with them a joint attack on plants. This also shocked the players. They never expected that the United Civilization would take the initiative to find them to deal with those plants. This incident is indeed surprising to the players. Isn't this surprising? After all, the two sides are mortal enemies. But they actually want to play the trick of an enemy's enemy being a friend. For these situations, the players naturally did not answer them. After all, this is all too weird. Although players still understand this sentence that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But it also depends on who is scoring. As for the players' lack of answers, the United Civilization didn't seem to care. For the United Civilization, they also have their own rules of conduct. The current situation is that those bugs did not reply to us. So there are two possibilities here. The first is that they do not want to reply. And the second is that they are unable to reply. At this time, everyone within the United Civilization is also discussing this matter. For them, whether these bugs can recover is also a very important matter. They are using this method to test the intelligence of these positions or insects, as well as the possibility of their alliance and many other things. For them, this is a very critical thing, and they have to make sure of it. After all, this is directly related to their follow-up. After all, plants and bugs come from the same place. So whether they will form an alliance is a concern of the United Civilization. And it is for this reason that they set out to test it. However, the results of the current trial are still satisfactory to the United Civilization. At least for now. The possibility of an alliance between the two parties is very low. If the two sides really want to form an alliance, it will be a disaster for them. After all, it would be very difficult for them to fight on one side. But now that the two sides have formed an alliance, there is no need to fight at all. Fortunately, after many tests, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least for now. They were sure that it would be impossible for the two sides to form an alliance. Since the two sides will not form an alliance, they do not need to worry about facing the combined armies of both sides in the future. But even so, they knew that their situation was still very difficult. Especially when those plants began to evolve crazily and gave rise to civilization. They know that these plants are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. The speed at which plants derive civilization is really too fast. And many of the methods are imitated by their own. It is obvious that these plants regard them as a reference. For a civilization, having reference points is indeed a good thing. At least there will be a direction for my own subsequent development. Or for others. However, it seems particularly weird for some plants. But this is also a way for plants to evolve advanced intelligence in a short period of time. After all, when you have no direction, directly learning from others is undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. And these plants naturally know this truth. So they chose to use this method. And this time on the plant side. There are currently 3 powerful forces in this universe. To be precise, it should be 4. There is another one that has been hiding in the dark and has not appeared. However, this force is the greatest threat to us. At this time, all the plants inside are discussing the next development. Since the evolution of civilization, they have also begun to try to learn from other ordinary civilizations to hold internal meetings, and then use these to decide the future development route of their own civilization. It is no exaggeration to say that they are no longer much different from some conventional intelligent civilizations. Such a huge change is very difficult for any race to complete. But it is indeed very simple for plants. It only took them a short time to complete this series of changes. For some conventional civilizations, it would take a long time to complete these changes. It would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years for them to change. But for these plants, everything seems to be very easy. It only took them a few years to complete a path that may take other organisms thousands or even tens of thousands of years to complete. From this point of view, we cannot see the power of these plants. At this time, they had formed a civilization and had undergone huge changes in all aspects compared to before, because they also began to have their own development plans, their own tactical arrangements, etc. It is also because of these changes that the strength of the plants has also begun to undergo great changes. Compared to the past, their strength is no longer what it used to be. Such a huge change, no matter who it is, will become a big trouble in the future if it is not stopped. However, neither players nor other forces can stop it now. So these plants become more and more powerful and uncontrollable. In fact, the players are well aware of the situation here. Originally, when the United Civilizations came to negotiate with them, they were considering whether to cooperate and send these plants away first. But later they gave up. After all, if they cooperated with the United Civilization, it would be a death penalty for the players. They don't dare to do such a thing. But this is what they think. But the United Civilization side is completely different. At this time, they have begun to prepare for the adventurous team to take action against plants. Because these plants have become a very big threat. As far as the current situation of these plants is concerned, if the United Civilization does not take action, they don't know what will happen in the future. And there is still a chance for them now. They devised a perfect plan to let the bugs and the plants eat dog while they reap the benefits. All in all, they will find a way to blame the bug for this incident. Chapter 748 United Civilization send troops. A special fleet in the void is marching toward the gathering place where the plants are located. This fleet seems to be composed of various bugs. But in fact, these are fake bugs created by the United Civilization through special methods. They gathered the remains of bugs collected in the battle, and then used these things to manufacture, and finally made these fake bugs here. This time, the goal of these fake bugs is naturally to divert trouble eastward. In order to implement this plan, the United Civilization side has been preparing for a long time. These bugs look just like real bugs. Even the breath is exactly the same as a real bug. And United Civilization has worked hard to achieve this. After all, these plants are not fools. So they must be well prepared. Remember, we only have one chance. So don't screw it up. At this time, the leader of the team said this. And after hearing the team leader's words, the team members on the side also nodded in agreement. They knew very well how much energy and time it took for this group of teams to get together. They knew that these bugs would find ways to collect their own bodies during the battle. So it was not easy to get some. If you attack plants, it will definitely not work if the number of your team is too small. It will not hurt or itch for others. But if there are too many, it will be difficult to collect. The bug formation here was created by using up almost all the bug savings from the United Civilization during this period. So they attached great importance to this battle. At this time, neither the players nor the plants knew about this. In this way, without the knowledge of all parties, this Zerg team launched an attack on the plants. The rhythm of the entire offense is very well arranged. At least for now, there is no flaw. Regardless of the attack method or combat style, they are basically the same as the Zerg. After such a long time of fighting, the United Civilization still knew a lot about this race. So in the United Civilization's plan, this battle began. At this time, it is here where the plants gather. Planet 3 was attacked by the Zerg. As the words fell, many managers among the plants looked surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect the bug to attack them. There's no reason. We come from the same universe as those guys. Logically speaking, even if there is a fight between us, we should deal with the civilization in this universe as soon as possible. How can these bugs attack us when the civilization is still there? No one had a definite answer to this. But they quickly began to discuss how to fight back against the bugs. After all, they have already been beaten at home. How could they not fight back? And they can also use counterattacks to find out what the situation is. So with this mentality, they started to take action. The next moment, a large number of plants were seen flying over there. And at the same time, the United Civilizations immediately launched a counterattack. Of course, these were temporarily put together through special means. So the combat effectiveness is self-evident. A large number of bugs were easily eliminated by the plants, while the remaining few bugs ran towards their base camp. And their purpose was naturally self-evident. At this time, the plants naturally pursued that direction. When the players discovered that a plant was chasing them, they were all stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that these plants would actually attack them. Of course, the players were not afraid of this. So they immediately launched a counterattack and captured all these plants. Brothers, what is going on? Why did these plants suddenly go crazy and come to cause us trouble? I don't know. But under normal circumstances, they should go find trouble with the United Civilization first. After all, we come from the same place as them. There is no reason for both sides to take sudden action before the heretical United Civilization is resolved. Players were also surprised by this. But just when they were still doubting, at this time, everyone within the plant was also discussing this matter. It was obvious that the plant had evolved into a civilized plant. And it was not like before that it just reacted when encountering problems. Now they will give priority to discussing why, how to operate, and other details. At this time, facing this attack, many plants found that something seemed wrong. Especially the intensity of these bugs. Just how strong these bugs are. I think those of us who have fought before must know very well. However, the bugs attacking us this time are completely different and much weaker. Such strength will not have any impact on them at all. To put it bluntly, this is purely giving away people's heads. But will the bugs do such a thing? Obviously this is impossible. So this can only mean one thing. And that is that these guys who came to attack us are not the bugs we know. I suspect that they are most likely fake bugs created by the United Civilization to cause disputes between us. And then they will reap the benefits. All the plants agreed with this point. So they began to discuss the follow-up plan. At this time, in the United Civilization, they are naturally unaware of this. At this time, they are basically focusing all their attention on the bugs. After a long time like this, the United Civilizations gradually discovered that something was wrong. Because they had been operating for such a long time, there was no response from the plants. Not only the plant insects, but also the insects. So what's going on? Logically speaking, the plants should be at war with the insects now. Why haven't they taken any other action yet? No one can answer this question, because they are also confused now. Everything went smoothly in the plan, but the result was not as expected. Could it be that our plan was discovered? Many people present did not believe this. It shouldn't be possible. In this way, they decided to wait for a while to see the situation. After waiting for a while, everything still didn't change much and was as usual. There was still no movement from the plants or insects. This made the United Civilizations at this time gradually realize that things might not be as simple as they imagined. It seems that these plants have evolved far beyond our imagination. And at least some simple plans are not feasible for them. At this time, after this period of silence, the United Civilizations basically realized one thing. That is, these plants were not fooled. As for bugs, they are quite intelligent. So it is not surprising that they are not fooled. As for the plant's attack, the players didn't think much about it. They thought the plant was going to attack them. So during that period of time, they were very cautious and sent a large number of players to patrol the surrounding areas every day to ensure that no big trouble would occur. As a result, after a long period of time, they found that the plants had no other reaction since that time. Since there is no follow-up reaction from the plants, it is naturally impossible for the players to foolishly take the initiative to send troops. It seemed that they chose to wait and see what happened, waiting quietly to observe what happened to these plants. Later, the players discovered that these plants had no intention of sending troops, and they gradually felt relieved. At least for them. This is a good thing. If the plants don't take the initiative, it's impossible for the players to take the initiative to cause trouble for the plants. After all, they are considered the weakest among several forces. So under such circumstances, they must conserve their energy and avoid fighting as much as possible. In this way, the players continue to start their journey of exploding troops. At the same time, They are still looking for some trivial resources, and constantly saving. The same is true for plants. But compared to the players now, they are immersed in the construction of civilization. They are also learning how to build various facilities in the United Civilization. At the same time, they have also gained a lot of knowledge through the United Civilization prisoners captured in previous battles. At this time, plants are developing at an extraordinary speed. And unlike other civilizations, the development of plants can be said to be full of details. After all, plants can be considered cluster consciousness in a strict sense. But they are only temporary. Because the intelligence of most plants has not yet reached a very high level. They will only obey some highly intelligent plants. But after several generations of plants and ordinary plants have high intelligence, civilization will gradually be formed. Not only the United Civilization, but also the players are very concerned about the changes in plants. Ever since the players discovered that these plants had established their own homes, they immediately became vigilant. After all, this was not a good sign. Brothers, the development speed of these plants is so fast. It's not just fast. It's ridiculously fast. In the past, these plants just develop on their own according to their own instincts on the planet. But now you see how long it has been. And they already have their own building. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that these plants have now begun to research various technological weapons. This is outrageous. Brothers, what should we do next? Should we just let these plants continue to develop? Ignore it for now. Anyway, it is definitely more nervous than our United Civilization side. After all, for the United Civilization, both us and the plants are invaders. If we don't deal with the most threatening intruders as soon as possible, they may feel uncomfortable in the later stage. So we don't need to worry at all now. We can just see how the United Civilization operates. The players' thoughts are also very simple. After all, it is definitely not them who are anxious now. It is definitely the United Civilization. Compared with the United Civilization, the probability of players being attacked by plants is much lower. The situation is similar to what the players thought. The United Civilization at this time is naturally very anxious, because the plants did put a lot of pressure on them. Especially after these plants began to research weapons. They became even more panicked. Originally, these plants could compete with them based on their quantity and strength. Now there are also weapons added, which makes them very difficult to operate in the later stage. Although the technology of these weapons is not mature, and most of them are attained through them, they can find ways to target them. But they know very well that even a little difference in the battle will directly affect the outcome of the entire battle. Seeing that the strength of these plants is getting stronger and stronger, the United Civilizations are also panicking at this time. It's amazing how quickly these plants can grow. If this continues, it will become increasingly difficult for us in the future. When they are almost developed, it will be very difficult for us to defeat them in the later stage. So now we need to make precise combat preparations. Should we continue like this? Or should we find a way to get rid of these plants first? Since relying on the Zerg to divert the trouble eastward is not enough, we must make a decision immediately. It sounds easy to get rid of them. But how should we solve them? It's not like you don't know the strength of plants now. In this situation, what can we do to solve it? We naturally know the power of plants. As for how to solve it, we already have ideas. First of all, these plants are currently divided into 5 areas, and each area should be separated now depending on the situation. At present, if they evolve, only one area has completed evolution and started building these things. The other areas have not changed much as before. We can send troops to deal with this area. As long as this area is solved, the subsequent problems should not be too big. The United Civilization has naturally been paying attention to the situation of these plants. Since the previous plan failed, we have to rely on ourselves now. In this way, Lianhuen finally decided to send troops. Because as far as the current situation is concerned, they have no other choice. The actions of the United Civilization naturally attracted the attention of the players for the first time. After all, the players have been paying attention to their every move. Brothers, the United Civilization has made some moves. Depending on the situation, they should be going to that group of plants that have evolved very well. It should be these plants that make the United Civilization feel a crisis. But this is normal. After all, judging from the situation of the United Civilization, the biggest enemy they face now is evolved plants. Chapter 749. The war is over. Compared to them, the probability of us fighting will be smaller, and the probability of launching a fight against them will be high. After all, in their eyes, we and plants come from the same place. So the two of us have some contact at least. Even if we want to fight, we should clean up the joint civilization here before the fight breaks out. It is also for this reason that the United Civilization now has to put its first target on the bugs. At this time, the players were also analyzing the ideas of the United Civilization while discussing how they should operate in the future. After all, there is no need to worry about the affairs of the United Civilization now, even if it is barely considered. But in the future, especially after the battle between the two sides is over, how they should operate is the topic they are more concerned about now. In this way, under the attention of the players, the United Civilization began to fight against the plants. Of course, players are also very happy to see this happen. After all, if these two civilized dogs bite dogs, no matter which side wins in the end, the other side will suffer heavy losses. And this is exactly what the players want to see. It just so happens that this battle can also allow players to get a good understanding of the current situation of the United Civilization, their technology, and so on. For the players, this wave is quite valuable. At least they can get a lot of information from the United Civilization and the plants. As the only faction that is wise enough to protect themselves in their own battle, it is naturally impossible for the players to let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to understand the enemy's situation. So under the close watch of the players, the battleships of the United Civilizations arrived in the area where the plants are currently located. After arriving in this area, a battle broke out immediately between the two sides. The scale of this battle still makes the players feel a little emotional. It was so big that both sides basically used all their forces. And the players of the United Civilization's combat policy can be understood clearly. They want to eat all these plants in one round. Even though the plants currently only have one area here, it is impossible, because even the number of troops in one area is very exaggerated. Under such circumstances, it is indeed difficult to eat them all in one fell swoop. However, the United Civilization has obviously been preparing for this wave of operations for a long time. At least the players have seen that the number of troops prepared by the United Civilization, or other things, is very exaggerated. And the players also saw a lot of weapons that they had not seen before. It is obvious that these are newly developed weapons by the United Civilization recently. The players didn't react much to this. After all, the two sides have been fighting for so long. It would be really unjustifiable if they didn't develop some targeted weapons. Compared with previous weapons, this time's weapons are obviously very different. It is obvious that the players have also seen the characteristics of plants and their own characteristics. And the United Civilization has also done enough homework. The new technology is obviously biased towards material annihilation technology. Once you are stuck by this kind of attack, no matter how strong you are, as long as you fail to withstand it, you will be directly classified into nothingness. The power that both players and plants can exert actually has one thing in common. And this common point is naturally about the subsequent use of corpses to convert into biomass. Although there are differences between the two, both can take advantage of this kind of thing. Although the conversion rate of plants is not as good as that of bugs, it can at least convert a battle. If you invest 100, you can recover 50% of the cost by this alone. And the rest is some loot and the like, which can recover part of the cost. In fact, regardless of whether it is players or plants, the total consumption of each battle is actually only about 30% to 40%. This resource loss rate determines their large scale, and they can afford the explosion, compared with the United Civilization, which suffers real losses every time. There is a big difference. It is also because of this that the two races can gain great advantages in long term and sustain large-scale battles. On the other hand, the United Civilization is relying entirely on its own family wealth since its establishment so many years ago. But now with the emergence of this technology, everything has changed. Combat losses were brought to the same line. Under normal circumstances, both the Zerg and the plants suffered the most losses during the battle, which meant that their war costs had doubled several times. In the past, the same resources may have been able to support 3 to 4 wars, but now they can only support 1 at most. This is the difference. With such a huge amount of losses, even the players no longer dare to start a war easily, because it is very difficult for them to bear the losses of such a war now. So where did this United Civilization get this thing? The technology is capable of completely annihilating us. This level of technology is not low. If you are saying that they have done research in advance, then this is still possible. But it is obvious that they have not done any research. If there is research, they may have used this thing in previous battles. But the fact that it has not been used proves that they have no research on this aspect at all. There is no research in this area. If they suddenly come up with this thing, it is obvious that the civilization behind it took action. This is too disgusting. If you can't beat me, just call the boss. Unfortunately, we have no one behind us, so we can only rely on ourselves. Just get used to it. I guess besides this technology, they will come up with many other technologies in the future. This united civilization is really difficult to deal with. They have launched so many wars and gone through so much, but they still have such strong strength. If it was easy to do you think we would spend so much energy and time? It is because it is difficult that we have paid so much. And if we change our thinking, we can gain a foothold in the universe and rule the entire universe. Do you think a civilization of this level will be weak? In this way, the players were discussing and observing the current situation on the battlefield. And soon they discovered that the situation seemed a bit unexpected, because other areas on the plant side did not rush to support. This surprised the players. This is also the first time they have seen this situation. It stands to reason that once plants launch a large-scale war, then plants from other areas must come over. But now it is completely different here. Brothers, what is going on? Plants in other areas actually sit back and watch. It's not that the plants in other areas are sitting back and watching, but that the plants in this area have become separated from other areas. As he spoke, the player continued to add, "Actually, I was very confused at first. It stands to reason that if the plants in one area have evolved into civilization, then the same should apply to the plants in other areas. However, this is not the case here now. There has been no change in other areas. So at that time, I wondered whether civilization would evolve, and the plants would choose to separate from the plants in those areas. The situation now seems to be exactly what I thought it would be. These regional plants that have evolved intelligence have also developed selfish agendas of their own. Although I don't know what kind of thoughts and operations they will have. It is undeniable that the plants in this area are more like an intelligent civilization. They have their own thinking and their own ambitions." At this time, everyone was thoughtful after hearing what this player said. If that's the case, then it's quite interesting. But this universe is a tripartite one. But now it seems that there are 4 parties competing for supremacy. Pre-civilized plants have become a new area. It is possible that these plants that have not yet given birth to civilization will have a decisive battle with these plants that have given birth to civilization to decide who is in charge of the plants. Players also know this. After all, they have seen the development and decline of so many civilizations, and they know the process of civilization evolution very well. In the process of civilization evolution, there will inevitably be many wars, and each party will do other things for its own interests. At this time, many players were also thinking about this. And soon some players had some ideas in their minds. "Brothers, these plants are evolving into civilization very quickly. I think what they need is an opportunity. In fact, I think we can take advantage of it." At this time, when they heard this player suddenly speak and move, the players were a little strangely attracted to him. It was obvious that they didn't know why this player suddenly said this. Looking at everyone's questioning eyes, this player also explained his thoughts to everyone. "You are actually like this. If we promote the evolution of plants in other areas, do you think they will compete for power later? And then the universe will be completely in chaos. It's not even impossible that they will kill each other in the end." At this time, after hearing what this player said, all the players were thinking about it. Obviously they feel that this possibility is also very high. If this possibility is true, then if they follow the dog-eat-dog attitude, they will be able to reap the benefits. However, some players immediately thought of something and shook their heads. "Brothers, although the idea is beautiful, the reality is cruel. You must understand one thing. That is, these plants belong to the same family. No matter how big the conflict is, they will eventually unite together. On the other hand, we are different. We are enemies. Even if they want to have civil strife, they will first resolve us before they consider other things. Once they evolve civilization, it will be very difficult for us to operate in the later stage. We may not be able to steal the chicken, but lose the rice. It would be embarrassing if all the plants unite to attack us. So what we have to do now is to eliminate this potential threat to the birth of civilization in other plant areas before civilization is born. Only in this way will we not have to worry about these plants evolving like this again." In this way, the players were discussing variously, and everyone had different opinions. But it was undeniable that what the players discussed was relatively correct. At least at the current stage. If the plants are released, the players will most likely be besieged by several areas. Not to mention that players also have various headaches about this. They know very well that they must make changes as soon as possible. because only in this way can they operate easily in the future. And now they are too passive. The existence that is considered to be at the bottom among the few in terms of strength needs technology. Not to mention technology, and can only rely on evolution to survive. However, now that the new weapons of the United Civilization have appeared, the last route of explosive troops has been cut off. This also means that the price they have to pay in each battle will be greater. The previous war rhythm was a bit too much for them. But now that the war rhythm has been expanded, the players know very well that if they want to continue fighting, it will be too difficult. At this time, they can only say that they have fewer troops and send as few troops as possible. After all, the more troops they send, the greater the losses will be, and they may not be able to earn back. Although the United Civilization's small treasury is very rich, it is limited and not unlimited supply. If you find that you have lost money in the end, it will be really uncomfortable. After all, I had been planning for this for so long, fought with this civilization for so long, and sacrificed so much. In the end, it was all in vain. This is something that no one can bear. Therefore, players with this attitude pay more attention to the development of several civilizations. While the players were still thinking about these issues, the battle on the main battlefield was coming to an end. The battle between the two sides was fought very quickly, mainly because of the new weapons on the United Civilization side, which caused heavy losses on the plant side. It seems we will have to launch these battles as little as possible in the future. Yes, judging from the current battle, our losses in every battle are huge. At this time, the players also discovered that the plants seemed to have noticed this. So because of the loophole, the number of plants they sent was no longer as lavish as before. They obviously reduced the number of troops sent midway, which also surprised the players in various ways. Are these plants pink wings so fast? I have to say that these plants are indeed capable of reacting so quickly. But don't they know there's a war now? The shrinking of troops is a very serious problem during the battle. And the fact that these positions have adopted this routine without any countermeasures is somewhat confusing to the players. Just as the players thought, this wave of changes allowed the United Civilization to gradually gain the upper hand in this battle. Perhaps because they discovered that something was wrong. The plants increased their troop dispatch. But it was futile to mobilize troops at this time. Originally, plants might not lose so much in a battle. But after this wave of operations, the losses of plants were extremely exaggerated. The United Civilization obviously didn't want to fight to the death. So they withdrew their troops after gaining the upper hand. Because they have already earned money from this battle. The damaged warship needs to be repaired as soon as possible before driving over. This will obviously take much less time and resources than rebuilding a new warship. Chapter 750 Abnormal Behavior. Because they are equipped with new weapons, the combat methods of the United Civilization have also been greatly changed. If it were before, they would definitely fight to the end and capture this place. But it is different now. They have begun to adopt guerrilla tactics. Compared with the previous battle where the entire battlefield was extremely messy, now the battlefield is much cleaner after the battle. And that's the difference. Except for the wreckage of some battleships, there was no sign of plants left at all. And this also made these plants realize that something was wrong. Of course, this is indeed a normal phenomenon. After all, as far as the current plants are concerned, they were in such a miserable state after the first battle, and in the past, they would not have much reaction. But now it is different. They also have their own civilization. So this incident immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the plant. The opponent obviously has weapons specifically designed to restrain us. In previous battles, we could recover a large amount of biomass to make up for the losses in the battle. But now it's no longer possible. How much we have lost now means that we need to replenish this much biomass unchanged. Although the current resources in our hands are enough to support the consumption of the battle, this is not a long-term solution. The opponent obviously does not want to confront us head-on. We are the only ones who will suffer if we continue to consume under such circumstances. Because in previous wars, we have already seen the specialness of this civilization. The amount of resource reserves in the hands of this civilization is very exaggerated. So in terms of consumption, as long as they send troops frequently enough, we will definitely be consumed by them in the end. At this time, after hearing what the leader of the plant said, all the plants under his hands also fell into deep thought. They can naturally imagine the current situation. After all, they have been fighting for so long, and their fighting instincts have taught them many things. So our only way now is to send troops to attack. As for suing for peace with them, it is basically impossible. But if we send troops to attack them, if we don't defeat them, the losses will only be more severe. A plant is also a headache of sorts at this time. Compared with the straightforward and reckless tactics before, they now have too many things to consider. How about we find a way to unite plants in several areas? With the emergence of this proposal, all the plants began to whisper. Since they evolved civilization, they have rarely dealt with the plants in those areas. First, they have ideas about some of the plants they command or annexing them, so they don't want them to know too much about their situation. Secondly, they also have their own selfish motives. They want to keep all the resources to themselves. Let their side become strong enough before annexing or annihilating them, because only in this way will their casualties be minimized. However, the current situation deviates greatly from their plan. Now we can only let them act together with us, so that we can capture the area on the United Civilization side. This approach is not feasible, because once we cooperate with them and send troops and fail to capture it, the losses for us will be very heavy, and we have no chance to make a comeback. These plants are an opportunity for us to make a comeback. So my suggestion is to annex them first, and then convert them into our tribe. Finally, when we gather enough troops, we can go over and destroy the United Civilization. Regarding this proposal, all the plants were thoughtful. This approach is feasible. We have also investigated the situation over at the United Civilization. To eliminate them, we will definitely need to consume a lot of plants. However, the resources we have now are not enough to support them. So my suggestion is to devour those plants first, and then convert them into our tribe. Although subsequent wars will consume a lot of resources, and there will be losses during the conversion process, even so, we can still gather enough troops. In response to this question, many plants are also talking about it. Compared to directly luring those plants to attack, they feel that this method is safer. Since you have evolved civilization, you can only have yourself and no others among the entire plant. They learned a lot of information from the United Civilization. Especially when different forces form different civilizations, wars will break out. So they have been avoiding such a thing from happening. Their idea is very simple. That is, when they have enough strength, they can go directly to annex or incorporate all other plant areas. In this way, this matter can basically be solved together. But the current situation forced them to change this idea. Although it was a bit cruel to do so. They had to devour those plants in order to win the war. Although it is very different from their previous ideas, they have to do this now. From the two operating modes of nobles and commoners at the beginning, there is now only one mode. They were also a little helpless. But they had to do this in order to solve the problem of the United Civilization. If the United Civilization had not come up with this kind of weapon, they would not have had so much to worry about. However, the weapons of the United Civilization now pose a huge threat to them. If this threat is not eradicated, they will have trouble sleeping and eating, because they don't know how many troops the United Civilization will eventually unleash. When the time comes, the number of troops will be too large, and then coupled with such weapons, they will have no chance of winning. Having made this decision, they took action. This large number of plants flew out of this area in a mighty manner, and then moved quickly towards the area of other plants. At the same time, their actions naturally attracted the attention of other forces. Both the United Civilization and the players were closely watching their every move. When the players saw how these civilizations actually operated like this, they were actually a little confused. This is Xiaomi's situation. We don't know exactly what happened, but it is undeniable that this matter may not be as simple as we think. These plants are heading towards the area of other plants. Judging from the situation, they should be preparing to unite. After all, the United Civilization has posed such a big threat to them. It would be really strange if they didn't respond. While talking, the players quickly realized a problem. Brothers, if these plants unite and successfully help them evolve, then our lives may not be easy in the future. Naturally, everyone knew what this player said, but they had no idea what to do. Because now if they want to continue living, they can only treat it as a little transparency. After all, the two big bosses are fighting with gods. If they step in and draw attention to their side, they will be in trouble. So today's players can be said to be extremely honest. After all, they must be cautious in the current situation. Actually, we don't need to worry too much. After all, the one who is more urgent than us now should be the United Civilization. Anyway, they were the first to stand in the way, so they must be more anxious. They should also know the stakes. I guess there is a high probability that they will not let these plants succeed. After hearing the player's analysis, everyone nodded, and then continued to focus on the battlefield. Just as the player expected, The United Civilization reacted immediately, as soon as they learned the news. It seems that our last battle brought too much threat to them. So now they have to choose to join forces. Compared to the past, the changes in these tasks are also very big. In the past, there was no need to bother so much. All the plants would gather. And now they still need to do work similar to persuasion. Which is enough to show that the current vocational plant is no longer monolithic compared to before. They also have their own power and interests. Which means that if they want to do something later, the complexity is far higher than sex. As he spoke, the commander of the United Civilization frowned. For us, that's a really good thing. Since they want to convince those plants, we won't give them the chance to intercept them, so that their large troops can't get there. Although it is not clear how these plants persuade others, it is certain that it must be related to quantity. Otherwise, they would not be able to set off with so many plants. So this means that as long as we control the number, the plants here will definitely not be able to convince other plants. I have to say that the commanders of the United Civilizations observe many things in detail. A little detail can already allow him to figure out a lot of different things. Although his final summary deviated slightly from the facts, it was undeniable that it was very close to the facts. At least according to his idea. The plant's plan was impossible to achieve. After determining the general plan, the next step is naturally to verify it. The overall process for verification is also very simple. They sent a large number of fleets to intercept. So a war quietly started again. And with the end of this war, both sides also suffered heavy losses. These plants also had to go home. Because after this wave of losses, it would be difficult for them to capture other plant areas quickly. So they also accumulated troops. It's exactly what I thought. These plants should be in similar condition to those beasts. To conquer other tribes, you need to show your strength. At this time, the commander of the retreating United Plant Civilization couldn't help but smile. For him, there was no doubt that he had guessed it right. Now that we know what the other party is thinking, it is naturally impossible for us to let them succeed. After all, as long as there is no way for them to unite, the pressure on their side will be much less. For me, this is nothing more than what I really want to see. After all, they can't withstand the torment of the plant army now. So they can still carry out this small-scale interception. And it can ensure that the force can gradually increase while intercepting. Because the amount of losses is far less than their production volume. Therefore, the commander of the United Civilization at this time hopes that these plants will do this kind of thing a few more times, so as to give himself enough time. Of course, they have this idea and the plants don't know it. At this time, the plants were all looking sad. They originally wanted to attack other plants, but I was inexplicably intercepted by Lian Wen. At first, they thought it was a coincidence. But then, the United Civilization intercepted them many times. It was not until this moment that they understood that this was intentional. But they really couldn't figure out why the other party wanted to protect other plants. There's no reason. The United Civilization is our enemy. It's impossible for them to help other plants. Could it be that other areas are in a similar situation to ours, and have evolved civilizations? And they also cooperated with the United Civilizations. Many plants shook their heads at this point. This possibility is very low. Some areas in Eli are closely monitored by us, so we are aware of the changes there. Although they are now showing a tendency to evolve into civilization, there is still a long way to go. And even if they secretly evolve to our level, it is absolutely impossible for them to unite with the United Civilization, because they know our situation very well. Even if we unite with the last United Civilization, we will find a way to solve them. So they will definitely not do such a thing. Even if we join forces, they will give priority to us, who are also plants. Many plants agree with this point. But it is also because of this reason that they are even more puzzled. So since there is no alliance, why should the United Civilization protect them? But just when everyone was confused, some plants seemed to have figured out the reason. Could it be that they guessed what we were thinking? So they didn't want us to annex other plants. That's why we use this method. The likelihood of this is indeed high. So all the plants couldn't help but think about it. And in the end, they were basically sure that this was the final answer. If that's the case, then things will be in trouble. Even if we break through their blockade later and fight those plants, they can still send troops to cause trouble. We will still be at a disadvantage then. So the situation now is that we have to find a way to solve this dilemma. For such a plant, there are different opinions and suggestions. At this time, they only felt that this United Civilization was too difficult to deal with, compared with those insects. These civilizations were too smart. The names of the insects could not have thought of such a thing. But the United Civilization clearly thought of it. This made them involuntarily increase the priority of annihilating the United Civilization. As for bugs, for them now, it is considered a matter of little concern and can be solved easily when the time comes. Of course, the players don't know what they think. At this time, the players are also speculating on the intentions of the United Civilization. Chapter 751 Attacking Plants. And just when the United Civilization and the plants were fighting fiercely, the players made new discoveries. Brothers, several other plants are also changing. Although the rate of evolution is not as fast as the first place, they have now begun to move towards civilization. Old fellows, the problem is getting a little serious now. Yes, there have been such big changes in the plants now, and I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to cope with the follow-up. At this time, the players were also discussing the current changes in the plants in this area, which already made them feel a lot of pressure. It is hard to imagine that if other plants really become like this in the future, they will. How can we fight this battle? If this is the case, then the follow-up will still be quite difficult. I feel like we can no longer do this and watch the tigers fight against each other. With the way plants develop in the later stages, we may really not be able to withstand it. Everyone agrees with what this player said. After all, it is already difficult for them to resist the current plants. If we say that in the future, these plants will evolve into advanced civilizations and develop various weapons to further enhance their strength and tactical arrangements. They were really not sure of taking down the plants in the entire 5 areas. So brothers, what should we do next? How about we also send troops to clean up a few areas? After hearing this player's suggestion, other players couldn't help but think about it. Let's put it this way. Judging from the current situation, we will definitely suffer heavy losses in a fight with the United Civilization. Therefore, we must obtain a large amount of resources. If we solve several other plant gathering areas, then we will definitely be able to obtain a certain amount of resources. And now that plant area is entangled by the United Civilization, which means that they have no time and energy to support other areas. This is also our opportunity. After hearing what this player said, all the players also fell into thinking. They also felt that this matter was very feasible. After all, everyone can clearly see the current situation of plants. If we don't seize this opportunity, when the United Civilization can no longer withstand it, and these plants unite, there may really be nothing left for them in this universe. Although players still prefer to sit back and watch the fight between tigers and tigers, they also know that this also depends on timing. Sometimes if the opportunity is missed, then there is really no possibility of a comeback. Players also know this very well. So, after a lot of discussion among the players, they decided to take action this time. At this time, in several other plant areas, through the combined knowledge of civilized prisoners of war, these plants also began to evolve towards civilization. Now they already have quite a concept. At this current pace, within a few years, these plants will have their own civilization just like the previous plants. At this time, various buildings began to be sputtered out in the area managed by the plants. The plants also began to change. Their changes are also towards humanoid form, because that is what the people of the United Civilization are like. At this time, while they were evolving at an extremely fast speed, the players' formation had already arrived. Naturally, the players' appearance attracted the attention of these plants, and a battle broke out between the two sides. Although the forms of plants have changed greatly, their attack patterns are still the same as before. If you fight against them, the players will have nothing to lose. After all, this is not the first time he has fought these plants. At this time, a large number of leviathans began to be released in this area. The insects attacked the plants coming from a distance, and the shield formed by a large number of devourers ensured the safety of the leviathans. The players' playing styles did not change much during the whole process. Although the special bugs hatched by Leviathan have a short lifespan, they do very high damage. It has always been the main force of the players, while the other bugs are more assisting and ensuring the safety of Leviathan. This battle is basically the same as before. The players here rely on Levit to push all the way. Although the plants in these areas are very powerful, the players' efforts to hide their capabilities and bide their time during this period have allowed them to gather a large number of troops. The situation here on the outside is different from that of the United Civilization, because the new weapons of the United Civilization make it impossible for them to use a large amount of biomass to reduce battle losses in their battles. But plants cannot. Therefore, the players let go of this battle and fought again. Anyway, the loss will not be too great in the end. If they win, they can make a lot of money from the captured biomass alone, not to mention other resources. Because the bugs he released have several characteristics. Not only is its attack power several times that of ordinary bugs, but most importantly, it consumes only 1/10 of the resources it produces. Of course, the only drawback is that you only have 1 day to survive. This data has been greatly improved compared to the previous Leviathan. This improvement also caused the player's main force to gradually shift towards the bugs summoned by Leviathan. These bugs will definitely not survive on the battlefield for less than a day. So using 1/10 of the resources to produce stronger bugs is very cost-effective for players. Compared with the situation on the player's side, these plants gradually discovered the situation after fighting with the players. And something seemed wrong. Because after the fight here, they also obtained a lot of bugs. And after devouring these bugs, they found that the biomass these bugs could provide was really pitiful. And this is also the biggest problem. If the biomass they provide here is real, then the insects can only provide a little biomass at most. This is what makes these plants more and more uncomfortable. In fact, the players themselves don't know it. Although they have experienced many battles before and won every time, they always thought that the strength of their side had been greatly improved after evolution. In fact, what they did not know was the amount of resources obtained by both sides. They are not equal at all. It is also for this reason that the plants become more and more exhausted as they fight. For the players, even if they receive their own corpses, they still make money. After all, the situation here is a business without capital. However, it is completely different for plants. Their costs are here. So if the biomass obtained is not proportional to the loss, then the subsequent fight will become more and more difficult. During the battle, both sides are frantically collecting these biomass. So he can't get much benefit from the battle at all. And some of the benefits will be taken away by the players. And their cost of construction is here. The amount of resources obtained each time, excluding the losses of their own players, is simply negligible. This also causes them to gradually increase the amount of biomass they lose in each battle. Therefore, when fighting against players, they are fighting more for their own savings. Not only that, they themselves will also provide some relief to the players. After all, their cost is 10 times that of the players. Basically, for every plant that players absorb, at least 3 new types of soldiers can emerge. The battle gap between the two sides on the battlefield is almost as small as the players' bugs that can be exchanged 1 for 1. In other words, in the battle, as long as the players collect the corpses of plants, then their side of the battle will always make money. Just like this, the players' losses in a battle are very low. But the situation is different with the plants. It is also for this reason that players dare to engage in such large-scale battles with these plants. In fact, they are also very difficult for players to resist. Most of their resources during the battle were allocated here, but there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, they have been in this universe for a relatively short time, and they don't have much left in their hands every time they come here. They basically get it by collecting this universe. This is the downside of moving frequently. The cross-universe voyage from universe to universe is a bit tiring in itself. In different universes, the intensity of civilization is completely different. When encountering a stronger civilization, you must pour all your resources into it, and win a few battles to capture more resources. Only in this way can we achieve long-term and stable development. Therefore, the player's economic situation has always been stretched thin. Although the resource reserves in each large guild are described as massive, but it is still very difficult to support a large-scale campaign. For example, this time players were lucky enough to encounter this plant through the evolution of various technologies during this period of time. Their current costs have been reduced to a very low level. It is also because of the blessing of these factors that they are able to participate in this kind of war. Otherwise, based on their previous level of resource consumption, they would not be able to sustain such a war for long. Not to mention taking down these plant areas. Being able to withstand the attack of plants would already be very good. Brothers, this wave is really exciting. Please be careful to only pick up plant corpses. That thing provides a lot of biomass. At this time, the players looked at the large amount of biomass, and were so happy that they opened their mouths from ear to ear. They discovered that since Leviathan's costs have come down, the biomass they obtained in the battle can fully support their subsequent battles. The main reason is that these plants are too fat. It is even said that if they have more troops, they can attack more and more. And this is also the advantage of civilizations like the Zerg. The reproduction speed is very fast, and the speed of explosive troops is completely different from those civilizations that need to build warships. They can continuously send troops to support during the battle. This will keep their forces in a safe state, from the beginning of the battle to now. Although the main battlefield of both sides is extremely chaotic, the players' formation has not changed at all. The plants tried to attack the players' Leviathan troops time and time again, but failed. In fact, the plants also understand that the reason why these troops can be continuously provided is mainly because of the existence of Leviathan. So their first target is naturally on Leviathan. But unfortunately, the guard force around Leviathan is very powerful. Leviathan itself and the surrounding guard forces were able to repulse their waves of attacks. Although these escorts will suffer heavy losses during the battle, it doesn't matter. After all, the losses will be made up soon. And this is why the players can stand strong. And this is also the reason why plants cannot be attacked for a long time now. However, this place cannot be conquered for a long time. And the plants cannot continue to consume like this because they have been depleting their reserves from the battle to now. Sometimes the evolution of civilization is a good thing and a bad thing. If the plants can evolve into the area one that players saw before, then this area will definitely be defended. But it is a pity that this area is now in a semi-flooded state. Not only him, but also several other plant areas are like this. These areas have developed a sense of civilization. You have a problem. That is, when the plants hear cry for help, other spine areas choose to remain silent. That's right. They don't know for sure, because they know that they will definitely be their opponents in the future. Instead of sending troops to help their opponents at the expense of themselves, it would be better to let their opponents be eliminated and consume the enemy's resources. The once very powerful plant union collapsed with the birth of civilization. These plants may never have imagined that their union would end like this, because the birth of civilization has more thoughts, selfishness, and the thought of being strong and destroying others. If they were given time, their idea could be realized. But unfortunately, now this idea has become a constraint for them. Because of this idea, the entire battle situation has changed a lot. Only this area is resisting the player's attack, while other areas choose to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. At this time, the plants in this area were unable to wait for support, and they also realized that other areas might be in the same situation as theirs. So now they don't have many choices. Now they can only watch their own demise quietly. Although they tried their best to stop the players from attacking, it was all in vain. Because as time goes by, the players' forces remain unchanged. But their forces will become smaller and smaller due to resource reasons. And because there are fewer and fewer troops, the 1 versus 1 situation will become 2 versus 1. In this way, it will be easier for players to kill them. And if they can kill them without damage, the amount of resources obtained will also be reduced, will increase accordingly. In this way, as time goes by, the balance of victory gradually tilts towards the players. As the war progressed, the players' military strength increased. After reaching a certain critical point, the players stopped attacking and began to frantically obtain resources. Because these troops will die in one day no matter how violent they are. So it is better to start supporting them and prepare for the next battle. Chapter 752 Plant Evolution completed. Naturally, what happened in this area also attracted everyone's attention. After all, the situation here is quite special. The fact that insects are attacking these plants is a matter of great concern to the United Civilization. Since the war between the two sides, the United Civilization has been paying attention to the movements of the insects. After all, the movements of the insects determine the subsequent pressure on them. But now that they saw that these bugs had not united with the plants, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these bugs did not join forces with the plants to deal with us. Not only that, they also launched troops against plants. From this, it is not difficult to see that these bugs should understand the current situation. For us, this is naturally a good thing. As long as the bugs stay like this, it will be much easier for us to operate in the future. But haven't you noticed? The power of the bugs has now exceeded our imagination. As these words fell, everyone immediately woke up. Indeed, the strength of these bugs now is a bit beyond our expectations. This situation is a bit difficult to handle. It's indeed a bit difficult to handle. At this time, everyone was also discussing with each other. It was obvious that what was happening now gave them all kinds of headaches. At first, they didn't pay much attention to this Zerg race. Because of the previous battle, they felt that the strength of this race was just this. Since we have Tinka's new weapons on our side, the Zerg side has nothing to worry about. The only thing that can pose any threat to them is the huge number of plants. However, the current situation made them immediately realize that they might have thought too much. This race is far more terrifying than I imagined. It is also difficult for them to know an area of the attacker. If they were not prepared to suffer heavy losses, they would have no chance of winning. However, these bugs easily accomplish this. The most terrifying thing is that the main formation of these insects has not changed at all from the beginning to the end of the war. This is what scares these people. Horrible. Really terrible. This time, they admitted that they had been mistaken. At this time, they were extremely afraid of this race, because what this race showed really made them feel a little scared. So we underestimated this race from the beginning. The power of this race is far more terrifying than we imagined. So what do we do next? Stop attacking the plants for now. Since these plants have been wiped out in an area, according to their habits, they should turn their main attack targets to those bugs. In this case, let's just sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. As the man finished speaking, everyone nodded. This was indeed a good suggestion. Now they are also very afraid of bugs. So they are not disgusted with the fact that both sides suffer losses. In this way, the United Civilization stopped attacking and began to wait and see what happened. But soon they discovered the situation. Something seemed wrong. Because the situation here is really beyond their expectations. These plants did not attack Wanjia. With such a large area destroyed, it was as if nothing had happened to these plants. This is really too bizarre, and does not conform to the characteristics of plants in their understanding. After dealing with plants for so many years, they felt a little confused for the first time. Why are these plants not responding? There's no reason. Logically speaking, these plants should be doing something. This is the question on everyone's mind. However, the fact hit them in the face. These plants did not take any action. Even if such a large area was exterminated and then occupied by bugs, they still did not take any action. This incident completely surprised everyone. They never thought about why things happened like this. It was all too bizarre. These plants seemed to have changed their nature, and their actions gradually deviated from the United Civilization's initial understanding of them. It was also for this reason that the United Civilization had to start to re-examine the situation of these plants. So who can tell me what's going on here? Why are these plants like this? At this time, this question is on everyone's mind. All this is too bizarre. So bizarre that they still haven't figured out why this is the case. So some of these positions may have changed that we're not aware of. At this time, everyone in the United Civilization conference room was discussing this matter. This incident caused a huge change on their side. Because at first they thought that the plants would definitely be in trouble with bugs. They were in a state of indifference to the plants. After the war, the insects did not take any action, which gave these plants the opportunity to develop. This has allowed many plants to evolve a relatively complete civilization system. And this speed even feels scary to them. It was also because of this that they were having a headache. Because a naive idea of theirs delayed the fight. Now these plants are developing steadily. The whole process is very smooth. At least so far it is very difficult to defeat them. Because their system is gradually improving. Their combat ideas are no longer the same as before. The huge number of them on the outside also makes the entire battle situation extremely difficult. At the same time, the other performances of these plants made the United Civilization gradually smell that something was going wrong. At present, there are already actions taking place in the remaining 4 large plant gathering areas. They set large numbers of plants to gathering places in other areas. After these scattered plants went to that area, they returned not long after. From this, both the players and the United Civilizations could guess that these plants should be discussing alliance matters. At this time, the situation is basically similar to what the players thought. Related matters are indeed being discussed here. Ever since civilization evolved, plants have also been wary of each other. After all, it is no small matter to insist on saying this matter. Each position can clearly know the other's thoughts. Although civilization has evolved, the contact between them is still there. Although this contact is very indifferent, it is enough to make them vigilant. It is also for this reason that the plants have not taken any action yet. At first, the plants were quite wary. But since the players wiped out an area, this matter has become a big mountain that weighs on the plants. It was also for this reason that they began to discuss the alliance. As for why they did not send troops, the main reason was that they knew very well that once their side made a move, no matter which side they united with the civilizations and insects, there would be a reaction. Even the current situation is gradually becoming chaotic, with several forces each having their own ideas. And the most important thing is that their guesses are all wrong. The main reason is because they don't understand the other party, and can only guess what the other party wants to do through some basic behaviors. But this is only limited to speculation. And this is where the biggest problem lies. Many times, guessing is often wrong. but it is close to reality. So this kind of realistic guess will make many people think that it is correct. But this is the biggest problem. Indeed, this guess is correct. But some details are completely different. It will also cause their subsequent decisions to be greatly biased. Difference. For example, this time in the subconscious mind of the united civilization. These plants are all united. However, compared to the previous support, the support may be more complicated now. But in actual situations, these plants are on guard against each other. And the other party is also the reason why these plants do not support each other even if they fight over. However, both the united civilization and the players guessed wrong. This small deviation led to subsequent problems. Sometimes things are like this. And a small deviation will directly affect the change of the entire situation. That's what's happening now. A small deviation directly leads to big problems in the whole situation. There is no way around this. After all, no matter which force is involved, there can be no spies. If it were another civilization, there might be some spies and the like. As long as there is such a similar existence, you can get in. But the gap between these three races is really too big. So they don't have to think about whether they can sneak in or not. Because this is absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible for the three races to allow beings other than their own race to mix in. Therefore, it is also very difficult for them to obtain information. Of course, this doesn't matter either to the players or to the united civilization. Because even if they have information now, it will not help. After all, things have happened and these plants have grown bigger. Even though they tried their best to prevent these plants from getting bigger and stronger at the beginning. But the final result was that they failed. And these plants have become bigger and stronger. Especially now, both players and the united civilization have been surprised to find that very big changes have taken place here. Since these plants sent their own plants to visit before. In the later period, these plants directly united. And this is also the biggest problem. When these plants are united, things become more complicated. The plants in these areas began to cooperate with each other and launched a counterattack. The first thing they attacked was the united civilization. Fortunately, the defensive facilities on the united civilization side were perfect enough to block waves of attacks. And such behavior naturally attracted the attention of the players. Brothers, the situation here is a bit complicated. Currently, the plants have taken action. They have directly started to send troops to the united civilization. The problem now is that these plants have sent troops to the united civilization, and we will not be able to play in the future. If the united civilization is captured, we will definitely not be able to stop the attack of the plant army. So in the current situation, what we can probably do is support the united civilization. But the players are also a little uncomfortable with the current situation, because it is absolutely impossible for them to unite with the united civilization. And even if they go to unite with the united civilization, it is impossible to agree. So the relationship between the two parties is very delicate. The general relationship is that the players can go over to help the united civilization. But if problems arise later, it is up to them whether the united civilization will support them. This is also where the biggest problem lies. Once you support yourself, you will definitely be attacked by the plants. It is hard to say whether the united civilization will come to help you in the future. Compared to united civilization, the players' defense is not as good as theirs. United civilization can withstand the attacks in the 4 major areas, but the players are definitely unstoppable. And this is what they are considering now. Reason. Whether to help the united civilization or not is the question. We understand the truth of dying lips and cold teeth. Don't the united civilizations understand? I feel that if there is a problem, and they don't want to be destroyed, they will definitely help us. Other players have different opinions on what this player said, because they understand one thing very well. There is a hidden super civilization behind the united civilization. But there is not one behind the players. If the united civilization does not help them by then they still have a way out. But this wave of operations by the players is a desperate move. And they have no way out. The bet is whether the united civilization will respect the ethics of the world. But players believe that the united civilization will definitely not respect this point. So after the players thought about it, they decided not to take action. Because they feel that this might be the conspiracy of the super civilization and the united civilization. They just want to lure players into taking action. After their side is wiped out by plants, they will take action again and wipe out the plants for their own benefit. After all, there are limits to the actions of that super civilization. They cannot take action frequently. So solving their own side first can reduce the number of their actions. This was also the point that the players thought was most in line with the current actual situation. So they chose to wait and see what happens. It is also because of this idea that the players have indeed escaped a disaster. Indeed, the United Civilization currently has such an idea, because the United Civilization previously launched an attack on plants, and the players also participated. This made the United Civilization feel that the players believed that their interests were consistent for the time being. Therefore, the insect side must know the situation he is facing now. Now that the bug knows, the follow-up will be fun. There is a high probability that they will rush over to support him, and this will naturally give him a chance. Give yourself a chance to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. But it was obvious that they had miscalculated this time. Chapter 753, Plants Wage War Against Insects. At this time, when everything has become a foregone conclusion, the situation here has become more complicated. There are currently many forces in the entire area, and each force has its own ideas. It is also for this reason that this area has become extremely complex. As plants that have just evolved intelligence, we are currently discussing plans for post-civilization, because plants in several areas have completed their evolution one after another. Therefore, the initial idea of plants came to nothing, which made them feel all kinds of headaches. Of course, this is understandable. After all, so many things have happened, and at this time, senior officials are gathering together to discuss the subsequent development. Everyone must be well aware of the current situation in this universe, so I won't say more. Next, we need to discuss our follow-up cooperation. An area among us has been wiped out. I believe everyone knows how it was wiped out, and this is why I called everyone here to discuss it together. For the current universe, our biggest threat is the bugs and the United Civilization. There is actually nothing to say about the bugs. After all, we often deal with them, and their development methods are very similar to our situation. So in general, the amount of biomass recovered in the battle between us is relatively large, at least compared to our number one enemy, the United Civilization. The cost of fighting plants is not too high. So for us now, the biggest threat is undoubtedly the United Civilization. This is also our number one enemy. So we need to discuss how to deal with the United Civilization. After hearing what this plant said, other plants also began to discuss quietly. Indeed, for them now, the impact of the United Civilization on them is too great. At this time, all the plants were discussing the follow-up matters. The biggest threat to us right now is the weapon of the United Civilization, which can directly eliminate us. For this reason, we cannot obtain enough biomass during the battle. If we don't solve this problem, we may never defeat them. Indeed, this is also a headache for all plants. If it weren't for this reason, they might not have such a headache. Of course, it is very normal to have such a headache. After all, in every battle, they have to calculate their resource consumption. A battle must be meaningful, not a meaningless consumption of resources. Now their fight with the United Civilization is completely meaningless because of the existence of this weapon. The resources required for a battle have increased exponentially. This gives these plants a huge headache. After all, with this kind of resource increase, their losses in one battle are too great. They themselves and these battleships cannot exchange one for one. Most of the time, they exchange one for more. But in the past, the resource production was here, so it didn't matter. After the replacement, they finally made up for it. Replacing a battleship did not consume many plants. But it is different now. The current resource consumption directly increases geometrically. If they consider this and cannot be supplemented, then the advantage will no longer be obvious. It is even said that based on their current resource output, they have made preliminary calculations. If things go wrong, they can only support a few large-scale battles at most. So we have no way to defeat the United Civilization now. Once we fight against them, we must be prepared for heavy bleeding. In my opinion, we can first put the target on the bug side. And by solving the bug side, we can obtain a large amount of biomass, and then gather more troops to take down the United Civilization in one fell swoop. Regarding this plant's proposal, other plants also began to discuss. Indeed, judging from the current situation, the only place where they can obtain biomass in battle is through insects. But they also knew that this bug was difficult to deal with. After all, they had fought against each other before, and they knew how powerful this race was. The enemy's reproduction speed is very fast, and the speed of replenishing troops is far faster than ours. The opponent's defense on the outside is also very tight, especially their kind that can quickly replenish creatures, which is our biggest threat. Moreover, The number of creatures like them is also very large. So if you want to eliminate them, you can imagine the difficulty. Anyway, we can try to launch a large-scale attack on them first, under the absolute numerical suppression. No matter how fast they are, I think they may not be able to hold on. Soon the battle plan against the players was finalized, and after the decision was made, the plants also began to prepare in a hurry. At the same time, their every move was naturally known to the players, and many players were also discussing this matter at this time. So these plants are currently gathering troops, and it seems they are preparing for a large-scale attack. But there is bad news, based on where they gathered their troops. If I guess correctly, they are preparing to attack us this time. At this time, after hearing what this player said, everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the projection of the plant gathering place. The current gathering place was indeed very close to them. This is a nuisance. It seems that they have temporarily given up attacking the United Civilization and turned their target to us. If that's the case, then things are still a bit difficult to handle. So now we have to think about what to do next. At this time, everyone was discussing with each other. Obviously, they also know very well that according to the current situation, they are inseparable from the plant attack this time. This matter is getting more and more difficult to handle. This is not normal. After all, everyone should know the urinary properties of these plants. So we have to come up with a solution. Is there any other way to fight them? Anyway, we are not afraid of them here. That's easy to say. Have you ever thought about the fact that our previous battles with plants were only considered medium-sized battles? But this time, the plants in several areas are accumulating strength to cause trouble for us. Our defenses are not as good as those of the United Civilization. It is hard to say whether they can stop them. In fact, the difference between the current plant attacks and the United Civilization is that players have to treat them with caution. The United Civilization spent most of their resources on repairing their turtle SH.LS, so even if the number of plants was huge, it would be difficult to capture that turtle SH.L. Moreover, losses during the battle are losses. There is no so-called supplies. And in the end, even if the battle is over, the resources on the battlefield will be taken away by the United Civilization. This also makes the loss of combat plants quite exaggerated. But the losses on the United Civilization side are not too great. Naturally, such combat plants cannot be afforded. However, players are different, and they can all collect resources. But currently these plants do not know the characteristics of the players. The plant area that was eliminated last time did not release the news from the players, which resulted in the plant union not knowing the true situation of the players this time. Especially in terms of resources. Only a small amount of resources can be obtained. At this time, the players also began to plan for this attack. The first is technological weapons. Although technological weapons have undergone many rounds of improvements, they currently have little effect on the main battlefield. But fortunately, it is still of great help to the plants. After all, plants are no better than the battleships of the United Civilizations, and conventional technological weapons can still cause harm to them. Therefore, players of these technological weapons are also preparing to send them to the battlefield, because they have no use at all now. If they are kept, they will not be of much use. It is better to send them to the battlefield to act as a barrier. After determining a general idea, the next step is to make follow-up arrangements. Currently, among technological weapons, players have left Titan alone, because this thing is still very threatening and may play a certain role when necessary. Except for Titan, all other small and medium-sized battleships were arranged. Of course, goodbye. The next thing will be the Zerg army, whether it is Leviathan or other players. Everything has been arranged, including the bugs they bought themselves, which can evolve into advanced bugs. Players have never been willing to send them to the battlefield, because the loss of these things would be great. And this time almost all players were dispatched. All imaginable and unimaginable players have been arranged. Soon the area where the players were located was covered by dense insects and battleships. And what happened here naturally attracted the attention of the other two forces. Especially when the United Civilization saw those battleships. They were almost frightened to death. What the hell is going on? Where did these bugs get these things? At this time, the United Civilization was also amazed by everything in front of them. This is really outrageous. Especially when they saw bugs. There were so many warships here, and the technology level was not low. They immediately realized the danger of this race. So can anyone tell me why this is? Why do these bugs have things like this? Technological warships obviously cannot be manufactured overnight. But there are so many bugs. It is obvious that they have mastered the technology of manufacturing warships. It is even said that their level of technological development is not low. After all, just from the battleships, we can see how many technological products can be derived in the future. This means that bugs should have followed the same path of civilization development as us. After hearing what this man said, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the surprise that the bugs brought to them this time was really too great. If that's the case, then we have to take a closer look at how dangerous these bugs are. Indeed, for them, the threat from players now is very great. The most important thing here is that the bugs actually master technology. This is what scares them the most. For them, they know very well what technology represents. Such a powerful reproductive ability and possessing a very powerful technological civilization prove that bugs are very clear about their situation. Since they have followed the technological route since then, they must know the disadvantages and weaknesses of the technological route. Once they understand this, the subsequent battle will be uncomfortable for them. So we don't know what the specific situation is. But no matter what the situation is, it is undeniable that we may be in big trouble. This race is very well hidden. Originally we thought that they were the only ones on our side who knew nothing about technology. But now it seems that they are the deepest ones. It seems that we have underestimated this race. And it has developed like this quietly. In the early stage, we kept a low profile and relaxed our vigilance against them. If it weren't for the fact that the plants were going to attack them in a big way this time, we might all be in the dark. These guys are really good at it. But that's fine. They were exposed and attacked by the plant army. We can also add fire when necessary. Kill them out easily, so we will have less trouble in the future. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. And at the same time, the plant army also began to move towards the players. When the plants started to take action, the players also responded immediately. Brothers, this wave is of great importance to us, and everyone must cheer up. Our current strategy is to divide the enemy into 5 battlefields, and fight them in 5 different areas to resist these armies. Because we cannot block the impact of the army gathering together. Teams 1 to 5 now start to divide the enemy according to our plan. And the remaining teams are also ready for follow-up support. In this way, the players arranged their tactics in an orderly manner. They had experienced this kind of battle many times. Although they felt a lot of pressure, they did not panic. For players, their biggest advantage is their rich combat experience. They have dealt with too many civilizations and many civilizations, and they use various tactics with great proficiency. Therefore, when facing these plants, the players quickly came up with a suitable combat plan. Compared with direct large-scale battles, it is more beneficial for them to adopt this divided combat method. Because although their Leviathan generates bugs quickly, there is a limit to the speed. If they were gathered together, it would be difficult to produce enough bugs to withstand them. But it would be different after they were separated. The pressure on each formation of Leviathan will be greatly reduced. And there will also be auxiliary fleets, which will make their subsequent operations much easier. Chapter 754 United Civilizations Enter. Brothers, this is Warzone No. 1. Our purpose is to hold them back. Pay attention to maintaining good formation. As this player finished speaking, a large number of bugs began to form a protective circle around Leviathan. At the same time, attacks from various plants followed one after another. The method of fighting these plants was very simple. That is, to prioritize the Leviathan that posed the greatest threat to them. Then think about other things. Of course, players have naturally expected this. Therefore, as early as when the attack was launched here, the defensive formations of the players had already been established to complete this battle. Their main focus was defense and delay. Players cut a total of 5 battlefields. Among these battlefields No. 2 and No. 3 are the main ones. The troops on these 2 battlefields are distributed twice as much as the other 3 battlefields. Their main purpose is to eliminate the plants on their side as soon as possible and then support other battlefields. The early combat plans for other battlefields are focused on stability. This strategy is also very simple to implement. Everything went relatively smoothly. At this time in the battlefield No. 2 has gained an advantage and began to gradually erode the formation of these plants. The 2 battlefields on the plant side were also extremely difficult. Large numbers of plants were devoured by pests. The players naturally took away the plant corpses as quickly as possible. As for the bugs, they didn't care. After all, the value of these things was not as high as these plants. In this way, the number of bugs on these 2 battlefields increased. When the war entered the middle stage, there were not many plants left. The players' troop strength in these 2 battlefields has more than doubled. Under such a huge crushing force, these plants cannot cause effective damage at all. After all, it might have been 1 versus 1 at the beginning, but now it has become 3 versus 1 or even 4 versus 1. In the past, you could exchange for 1 battle damage, but now you can't exchange for anything at all. And a large amount of biomass has also been converted and hatched by players. More bugs emerged. In this way, the plant armies in these 2 battlefields were soon defeated. And just when these 2 sides were gradually unable to support themselves, the players' forces in these 2 areas began to move towards other areas. As for the situation in the other 3 areas, it is not very good. After all, under the suppression of military forces, all the players can do here is to persist. Even so, the players here still suffered heavy losses. If the biomass provided by plants was not relatively large, allowing them to hatch a large number of bugs to resist, the place might have been conquered by plants. But even if it is not captured now, the situation is not much better. Basically every team has lost more than half. Brothers, everything is still acceptable. At present, we have solved 2 of their areas, and they have cleared 1.5 of our areas. If you calculate it this way, we don't have any big problems here, and we still have an advantage. But now as time goes by, other deceleration areas are almost unable to withstand it. It will definitely not work to support according to the original plan. Now I suggest that we divide all our forces into 3 and target these 3 areas. Region. Then we could all gain an advantage. In that case, let's do it this way. But how do you decide whether the reserve troops will stay or not? But don't worry about it for now. If you stay, I'm worried that our losses will be even more severe. This reserve force is mainly prepared by players for the United Civilization. The players are not fools, and they naturally know that the United Civilization will definitely have ideas about them. Therefore, United Civilization players also have their own routines. They have reserved a special force, and their purpose is to stop the United Civilization from causing trouble. However, the current situation has made players aware of the current gap between them and plants. There was no way they could successfully resist all the areas planned at the beginning. Judging from the current situation, many areas will fail if it is delayed for a while. So there is no other way. They can only risk using the reserve troops. With all these troops mobilized, there is not much suspense in this battle. Plants in several areas also began to have their previous advantages, which gradually turned into disadvantages. The operations of the players also surprised all the plants. In fact, in terms of the strength of the players, they should be the weakest in the eyes of the plants. But they didn't expect that the force they thought was the weakest would actually have such strength. So at this time, they are also powerless in the face of the army of players. As time went by, the plant's defeat became a foregone conclusion. At the same time, the United Civilization, which was paying attention to the situation here, naturally received the information here as soon as possible. It seems that these bugs are far more powerful than we imagined. We underestimated them from the beginning and gave them enough time to develop, allowing them to form their current power. Even the attack by the main force of plants did not bring any benefits. According to this arrangement, I am afraid that they will surpass the plants and become our biggest threat in the future. To be precise, they have now surpassed those plants and become our biggest danger at present. So we must eradicate them as soon as possible. Although everyone knows that if we clean them up now, then there will be no one to share the firepower for us in the subsequent battles with plants. But compared to the plants that have just gradually formed civilization, these insects that have already formed civilization will not same. Not only have they formed a civilization, but they also have a very powerful technological level, and their own strength is also very exaggerated. Under such circumstances, their threat is much greater than that of plants. So what we have to do now is to take advantage of this opportunity to clean up all these plants. Only in this way can we ensure that our subsequent operations can be carried out. After listening to the commander's words, everyone nodded. Indeed, what these bugs have shown so far really surprised them. The weakness of those bugs in the past prevented them from changing their attitude toward bugs. Only now did they understand that these bugs were pretending to know what the power of the entire universe was. So they wanted to let themselves and the plants fight each other. And then, they would reap the benefits. With the strength they have shown, they definitely have this ability. And this is what makes the United Nations understand that it is extremely fearful. After all, this is not an ordinary civilization. Being able to think of such a method is enough to show that they are a relatively mature civilization. Only civilizations that often use these routines would have such ideas. For example, with regard to plants, Although they have formed a civilization, their ideas are very simple. Everything is gradual and requires a process. Although you evolve very quickly, you need time to adapt. It's absolutely impossible to think of something if you don't have time to adapt. And this is what makes the United Civilization very fearful. This civilization has long passed the adaptation period and is very mature, which means that they have used the same routine against other civilizations before. This means that their calculations are no worse than their own, and their analysis of the situation at hand is no worse than their own. However, in such a situation, it is a situation where the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. This makes the United Civilization very afraid. If it were not for this accident, the United Civilization learned that they might have been kept in the dark this time. Inside, if it weren't for this time, I'm afraid they were both injured in the final fight with the plants. Later, they thought they were going to win. And suddenly a group of bugs came out and wiped them all out. They didn't even know why. It has to be said that the bugs hide very deeply. From the beginning, they deliberately ignored the enemy and weakened them. The purpose was to make them relax their vigilance, so that they could give themselves a fatal blow at the critical moment. These bugs are mature hunters. So mature that the United Civilization has to think about how to deal with this kind of enemy. Fortunately, it is not too late. They knew what Bugs was thinking and reacted before Bugs took shape. Now was their best chance to eliminate Bugs, and they definitely couldn't let it go. Compared with a plant that still needs time to adapt, the insect that has already adapted and is very mature is their real enemy. For this reason, the United Civilization side must eradicate this threat as soon as possible, even if there is a risk that they may not be able to defeat the plants in the later stage. This threat is too great for them. Even if they win in the end, they may fail if this race is not eliminated. So the fleet of the United Civilizations is about to set off. This time their goal is to eliminate these bugs. At this time, when the United Civilizations army had just made a move, it was naturally known to the players for the first time. The players were naturally concerned about the United Civilization's actions, because they know that the United Civilization will not let go of this opportunity to beat the drowned dog, which is why they prepare their troops in advance. Although the troops are gone now, the players know that this is not the last resort, because they also have a plan for this matter. And this plan may make all their technological output go up in flames, because this time they decided to dispatch the Titan formation. Although this formation is still much weaker than the battleships of the United Civilization, but at least it can buy them some time to save the subsequent defeat. The players' ideas are simple, but they are also pure. As for the United Civilization, all they can do is delay the opportunity for themselves to eliminate the large plant army. At this time, when the fleet of the United Civilization was about to arrive on the battlefield and was intercepted, they were stunned. After looking at the Titan formation in the distance, they never expected that they would encounter such a battleship here. However, it seemed that they were also from the bug side. The technological level of these warships was even more shocking to them. The technological level was no worse than theirs, which made them extremely surprised. They really didn't expect that Chengzi would actually keep a hand in order to guard against them, which made them even more afraid of Chengzi, especially when they saw the transformed starry sky beast. They realized that the technological level of the bugs had reached a very top level. All their previous guesses were completely correct. These bugs were indeed hiding. They knew their situation, and what they should do to ensure their own safety. So they made a plan to hide their troops and technology, the purpose of which was to relax themselves. At this time, they would naturally not hold anything back when facing these bugs. The next moment the battle between the two sides started. And as the war began, the United Civilization once again saw the power of bugs. It really surprised them. They had never thought that a race could be so powerful. Not only is its combat power powerful, its reproductive capabilities are extremely terrifying. And most importantly, its technological level is also high. All kinds of impossible factors have been added to this race. They really can't imagine how this race can take into account so many things at the same time and develop them all well. This made them feel that the situation was unbelievable. But even so, they knew that this enemy must be eliminated now. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for them in the future. After it seems that the warships from both sides are fighting together and watching the dense drones flying towards them and countless cannonballs attacking the warships on their side, the joint civilization feels that there is some trance. It had been many years since they had encountered this kind of battleship bombardment scene. They had not encountered such a large-scale warship battle for a long time. After all, since they unified the universe, there have been many small-scale frictions, and there are almost no cases like this where the main battle lines end at the same time. And now they have to experience it again. It had to be said that these bugs brought them too much surprise. After the warships from both sides fought together, he found that he had not gained any benefits. And the opponent's flagship was not weak. In particular, the Starry Sky Beast can clean up a large number of their warships with every round of attack. At the same time, the several large warships are not weak, especially the one in the middle. That warship can clear a large area of their warships with one shot of its weapon. Although that special weapon cannot be used for a long time, the deterrence it can provide is powerful enough. The fighting between the two sides was seen by the combined civilizations, and they were anxious in their hearts, because these battleships could hold them back and give the bugs more opportunities to destroy the plants. Once these plants are eliminated, it will be their turn next. So they really want to break through this line of defense. But those battleships are not weak, and it is basically unrealistic to force a breakthrough. What they can do now is to destroy all these battleships first, and then consider other things. Chapter 755 Failure. And this time on the plant side. What on earth is going on? These bugs actually have such strength. The United Civilizations have also taken action. But they actually have technological weapons. And the technological weapons should be quite high depending on the situation. Otherwise it would be impossible to resist the army of the United Civilizations. The opponent's strength far exceeds our imagination. I didn't expect this race to be so hidden. At this time, both the United Civilization and the plants have a completely new understanding of bugs. They feel like a clown. All the so-called routines that I was proud of before are worthless in front of these bugs. They think they have the other party under their control. But they don't know that the other party has been watching their jokes. It's really abominable. The situation of this race far exceeds our expectations. From now on, our primary target is them. Presumably the situation in the United Civilization is similar to ours. In this case, we can temporarily unite to deal with these damn bugs. Because of this battle, players have become the target of public criticism. At this time, on the battlefield with the United Civilization, the players' warships were fighting against the United Civilization's warships. Although the United Civilization's warships could have the effect of eradicating the weeds, the players' warships could still resist a little. Countless attacks on the battlefield hit the players' warships as their shields were broken. And then, these warships were annihilated in the attack of the United Civilization. I see. Such an attack can be blocked by a shield. But even a shield can't block it for a few times. It can only be said that the opponent's damage is still high. And the most important thing is that there is no solution to the effect. Just looking at the situation of their own warships on the battlefield, the players have a new understanding of this weapon. If you need to resist damage, the requirements for the strength of the shield are very high. At least for now. The shields you create cannot reach this strength. The gap between the shields created by the players themselves is really too big compared to this point. At this stage of their evolution, they mainly rely on escaping into dimensions to avoid damage, and their own physical strength to withstand the effects of the shield. Not big. And now after seeing the situation here, they know that they must add an extra shield in their future evolution. And they must still surpass the shield strength of these battleships. But the possibility of this is very low. This is also something that can't be helped. Jiang Yao had already given up on this when he chose the evolutionary route. After all, some things must be lost. And it is impossible to take into account everything. Especially now when deciding to take the Zerg to a higher level. Some unnecessary things will be given up directly. For battleships, shields may be a killer. But for bugs, the energy required to maintain the shield is too great. And it is simply impossible to put those meaningless things here. So Jiang Yao directly gave up the shield and evolved in other directions. Of course, he did not expect this to be the case. Not all of the strange weapons in this universe are known to him. But it just so happens that this weapon is relatively restrained for him. However, he was not at all panicked about the current situation. After abandoning the shield, he took the route of reproduction speed. This is naturally a good route for him, as long as your speed is fast enough. Even if you can annihilate infinitely, it won't have much effect. All in all, their numbers can kill you. Of course, in this case, his losses in subsequent battles will never be too small. But that doesn't matter. After all, that's just how some things are. And now, he is also nervously watching the battlefield at this time. After all, he is currently fighting two races at the same time. And neither race has any intention of testing him. They are directly the main force to suppress the situation. So this made him feel a lot of pressure. It can be said that he put everything he could into this battle. Whether it was a battleship or an insect. They were all smashed in. because he knew very well that this battle would determine his life and death. If he won this battle, it would take a long time for these two civilizations to attack him again. Time. If I lose this battle, then there will basically be nothing to say about the follow-up. All in all, this is the current situation. Of course, he is very clear about the situation here. And the same players are also very clear about it. There is no way around this. After all, the current situation is here, and there are some things that can be seen without hiding them at all. Therefore, the players did not care about the cost of this war. They have not encountered a similar situation for so long in the universe. They have not encountered this kind of situation where the outcome is determined once the outcome is determined. It has been a long time since they have encountered this kind of situation. Although they were cautious many times, it was undeniable that in every battle they were not as decisive as they were today. At this time, the three races are already fighting fiercely on the battlefield. The sky is full of dazzling light from attacks, as well as the wreckage of countless fallen battleships, and densely packed plants floating here. Countless things are floating in space. This battle, it can be said that the three parties have given their all, and no one dares to take it lightly. As time goes by, the united civilizations and planets become more and more frightened. They know that these insects that hide their strength are definitely not too weak. But they didn't expect that they were so strong and could be in a stalemate with them for so long. Especially the plants, which had become cannon fodder from the beginning. So their sides suffered the heaviest losses. And after the players gathered their forces, they have now begun to gradually be at a disadvantage. According to this situation, it won't be long before the plants will be completely defeated. All plants will become nutrients for players. Although there is a supply of plants, the final result is that the players will also suffer heavy losses. However, this is what the players have long expected. Because when they fight these plants, they know they want to eliminate them as soon as they fight them. The price paid by these plants themselves is not small. But now everyone's attention is actually focused on the United Civilization battlefield. After all, once that side can no longer withstand it, then if the United Civilization and plants attack from both sides, it will only be a matter of time before this side is defeated. Therefore, the players at this time are also paying great attention to the battlefield here. But their attention is useless. Because according to the current posture, their warships will not last long. Then the situation here is not good. Judging from the current situation, we may be defeated. At this time, a player looked at the situation and said, and everyone's heart sank to their bones after hearing his words. To be honest, although they knew the current situation, they couldn't help but feel a little unwilling when faced with it. And as time went by, just as they thought, their frontline and joint civilization battle formations gradually became unable to hold on. The once all-powerful super battleship was eventually drowned in the army of the United Civilization. The main reason was because the United Civilization also sent their flagship. Although severely damaged, their flagship is still usable. And this also caused the final war situation to begin to deflect towards the side of the United Civilization and plants. For the United Civilization, the most difficult thing to solve is the Starry Sky Beast, and the two battleships of the players, the Super Titan, pose the greatest threat to them. But it's a pity, because with the addition of their flagship, everything has become easier. The players' super weapons have fallen one after another, which makes the players unable to resist the large fleet of battleships of the United Civilization. At the same time, although the plants had gained an advantage, after the United Civilization cleaned up the players' fleet, they immediately came to the main field to cooperate with these plants and fight against the players. With the addition of the United Civilization, the entire battle situation became one-sided. Faced with such a situation, even the players are no longer able to resist. Seeing that the bugs on their side are dying off at an extremely fast speed, the players know that the situation is over. They thought they would fail. But they never thought they would fail so bizarrely. And the three-legged situation would actually become what it is now. Seeing all this at this time, Jiang Yao knew that it would definitely not be possible to continue. So he could only bear the pain and order a retreat. Let all the remaining bugs cover their retreat. At the same time, seeing this scene, the United Civilization side naturally wants to block Jiang Yao's retreat. After all, if the Zerg base or something else can be, leave it alone, and these bugs will be nothing to worry about in the future. However, with the obstruction of these insects, it is naturally impossible for them to stay with Jiang Yao. But even if they can't keep other areas here, they don't plan to let them go. As a result, orders were issued one after another, and the warships that had been lurking around the insect nests where the players had spread out were immediately activated and began to attack these insect nests. At the same time, The players who were evacuating also received the news immediately. After receiving this news, they knew that all of this was premeditated by the United Civilization. It seems that they have been waiting for this day for a long time, and have prepared everything in advance. The purpose is to eradicate their own forces in the universe as quickly as possible. Faced with this situation, players may also shake their heads and sigh. There is no way. They now have no ability to stop these things. I didn't expect that we would fail in such a situation. The failure was quite sudden. It seems that this wave can only be said to be the end of us. Sometimes things are like this. Everything happens too suddenly. You don't have time to react. And then everything is settled. Alas, judging from the current situation, we have nothing to say in the future. Basically, all the insect nests have been attacked. Depending on the situation, we only have the main insect nest left. Apart from that, there is basically nothing else left. I didn't expect that we would end up with such a result. But it doesn't matter as long as the main insect nest is still there. Then we have a chance to make a comeback. Brothers, we must learn a lesson this time. Although the players said so. In fact, they felt extremely distressed in their hearts. This battle caused them heavy losses. And they did not expect such a result. The same battles caused all their years of savings to go down the drain. And at this time, they didn't have much inventory left. Judging from this situation, it is very difficult to protect yourself even if you are wandering in this universe, let alone others. At this time, the situation on Jiang Yao's side was not much better. And this failure was a huge blow to him. After so many years of hard work, nothing was left in such an instant, which made them feel quite painful. Fortunately, the main things are still preserved. As long as this insect nest is still there, I will still have a chance in the later stage. But I must also learn a lesson from this battle. He also summarized the reason for his failure this time. In fact, the main reason was that he was too impatient. If he had not been in a hurry to release all these plants, then he would never have exposed himself. If he didn't expose himself, he would have various opportunities. However, it was too late to say anything now, because he was too anxious and released all these plants. So he was exposed in advance. And he was targeted by several civilizations in advance. If he could endure it, he could clear out all these plants in that universe, develop his Zerg race to a very terrifying strength, and then go out with a devastating force, destroy the United Civilization. The various victories over the years have made me lose myself, making me feel that it is very easy for me to stand up in this universe. However, the reality gave me a blow in the head. No matter how strong you are at any time, you must be careful. Otherwise I may encounter this kind of problem again. This time, I was lucky that the scene was chaotic and the two races did not unite. So I was able to successfully escape the cordyceps. But in the future, if I encounter two civilizations that work together, my insect nest may not have a chance to escape at all. And then I will have no chance. So I cannot be careless at any time and must be cautious. The lesson he learned this time left a deep impression on him, letting him know that he would have no chance to get up in the future, because he could foresee that he would be hunted down by two races by then. After all, no one would miss the opportunity to beat up a drowned dog. And for a race like their own that poses a serious threat to them, it would be basically impossible for them not to eradicate it. At this time, after much thought, he decided to return to the restricted area because it was the only place that was relatively safe. As the rear of the plants, some plants with little intelligence were still being cultivated there. For him, it is undoubtedly a good place to recuperate. As long as he is careful, he should be able to survive. Chapter 756 The current situation of the three parties. After wandering around for a long time, the players returned to the original place. After returning here, the players were filled with emotions. Along the way, they have experienced too much in this universe. I didn't expect that after so long. We finally came back here. Yes, I have experienced so much along the way. I never expected that I would end up back where I started. Unexpected. But unfortunately, we failed in the end. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. This failure is also a wake-up call for us. Fortunately, we escaped smoothly this time. If we had not escaped, everything would have been over. From now on, we must keep a low profile in this universe. Development. After returning here, the players couldn't help but feel emotional about what they had experienced during this period. For them, they have been through too much here. The experience of this universe can be regarded as the player's control. For the first time in so many years, this world is truly close to total annihilation. The losses were very heavy. and they couldn't help but feel all kinds of heartache. I never thought it would be like this in the end. But it's okay. At least we still have a chance. In this way, the players discussed each other word by word. They were quite emotional about everything they saw in front of them. But they had to say that after the plants left this universe, there were not many plants left here. So this also gave the players an opportunity to develop. After coming here, they did not expand as aggressively as before, but chose some scraps to start steadily developing their troops. Zerg worker bees can often be seen in some barren places in the universe. There are a large number of king insects, and the insect nest where Behemoth is responsible for transporting these scattered resources. At this time, looking at the gradually increasing supplies in their hands, the players were filled with emotion. Brothers, we are lucky this time. Yes. But it's really difficult to obtain resources now. Yes. It is indeed too difficult to obtain this kind of resources. Compared to the past where you could easily obtain a large amount of resources. Now it is just like squeezing things out from between your teeth. I heard from old players before that it was more difficult for them to obtain resources than it was for us. At that time, they had to spend a lot of effort to get even a swift beast. No matter how bad we are now, we are not as bad as we were then. So just be content. What we have to do now is to slowly accumulate troops and develop our power. In this way, the players were busy in discussing what was going to happen in the future. And they were also a little confused. At this time, what happened to the players has naturally attracted widespread attention from other people in Blue Star. After all, this is a money tree, and everyone knows it. Attention to this game is also very high. More than 95% of people in the world have joined this game. Now something unexpected has happened here. Many people in charge of business or other industries have begun to understand the situation. Have you heard that the main player suffered a defeat and suffered heavy losses? I heard that more than 90% of the troops were directly lost in this battle. And many old behemoths also fell. This wave has been a huge blow to any guild. And now they have returned and started to develop again. I feel like something big is going to happen this time. After all, there has never been such a big fiasco before. There are no ever victorious generals in this world. In fact, we are pretty good like this. Yes, at least some key things have been saved. But what's the use of keeping these things? I don't know how long it has been since I wanted to develop back to what it was before. And it's hard to say whether those two civilizations will keep them that long. Isn't this good? Those people who only know how to play games can still make so much money. Turn off that thing as soon as possible, so as not to affect other people. And after hearing what these people said, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. No matter how many years go by, some people will never be able to change their minds. In other words, this is something unique to humans. He didn't pay too much attention to some bad remarks. After all, he knows very well that it is the nature of human beings not to see others as better than themselves. If these things were really removed, would humans still be humans? Therefore, he did not criticize these people too much for their actions. But sometimes he lamented that his defeat had indeed had a great impact on the entire human civilization. He even said that if he had not escaped this time, some people who thought it was a game might know that it was not a game, but reality. And they will also be destroyed by the enemy along with Jiang Yao. Of course, these trivial things are not important to him now. What he needs to consider now is the future development of his own civilization. As those people said, it is absolutely impossible for the other two civilizations to miss this opportunity. So he also knew very well that these two civilizations should have launched a search for him. However, sometimes the facts were different from what he thought. At this time, they were uniting civilizations and plants. The war here is continuing. Since the last time the players failed and left the battlefield, these two civilizations have a tacit understanding and launched an attack on each other immediately. Of course, the main reason why they have a tacit understanding is because both sides know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate the other side's main force. Both sides have been consumed by players. So the remaining troops are not very exaggerated. So after weighing the pros and cons, both sides started attacking almost at the same time. And the two civilizations that had been somewhat cooperative immediately became involved. It has to be said that the remaining strength of both sides is still very good. So the two sides in this war are evenly matched. But the plants do not want to give up this opportunity. So they start to send more plants. The United Civilization saw this, and naturally began to send more warships. In this way, what was supposed to be a small-scale trial between the two sides turned into a large-scale war. As time goes by, both sides invest more and more things. And gradually the nature of the entire war has changed. This battle will determine the outcome of the two civilizations, because they have sent too many extra manpower. Of course, this is normal. After all, the situation here is that the main forces of both sides are here. As long as the main forces are cleared out, it is very easy with some small shrimps. It is precisely because of this that both sides value this and start the decisive battle here. Because this decisive battle started relatively hastily, both sides were a little confused in the early stage. Many things, such as the production of troops and other things, had to be dealt with urgently. And as time went by, both sides gradually became more comfortable. The plants used their powerful reproductive capabilities to start a crazy explosion of troops, while the United Civilization used their powerful weapons to continuously consume. This is a tug-of-war. For both sides, whoever has the last laugh will leave the other side powerless to resist. In this way, the game between the two sides begins in this universe. Various battleships or plants can be seen flying everywhere on the field. But the strange thing is that no wreckage can be seen. Many of the wreckage have been recovered by the United Civilizations. If they cannot be recovered, they will destroy them directly, without leaving any soldiers for these plants. All in all, both sides are very aware of each other's characteristics, and seem to adopt the most lethal method to the other side. But this time on the Lianhe Forest side. Based on the current situation, the consumption of these plants in each war is nearly 50 times that of ours. And although they certainly have resource reserves, they are definitely not as rich as ours. If we continue to fight like this, the ultimate winner can only be us. Compared to bugs, these plants are too easy to deal with. But there is no way around it. After all, their level of evolution lies here. It is basically impossible to take another step forward. And it is impossible to continue in the short term. Their evolution has reached a critical point. It can only be said that the upper limit of plant seeds is not high. So they cannot increase it. If it's an insect, it might have a chance to evolve. It's just a pity that they can't protect themselves now. The number of bugs left in the universe should be very small at present. And they don't dare to show up. Because once they show up, they will be attacked by us. So this race will wait until we deal with the plants, and then start cleaning up the entire universe to ensure that there are no bugs in the entire universe. In this way, everyone was discussing with each other. I have to say that they were pretty good this time. Because this time, they achieved an absolute victory. The timing of sending troops was just right. Both races were seriously injured. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have had this chance. Thinking of this, the nervous heart of the United Civilization was a little relieved. Previously, because of what those idiots did, their own universe was almost destroyed. Since then, they have been walking on thin ice for fear of making the slightest mistake. But now it is all coming to an end. Finally, after all this time, it's all coming to an end. I don't know which civilization's laissez-faire subordinates wanted to get involved in the restricted area at the beginning. But the universe brought such a huge disaster. From now on, we have to change the ordinance. Although this universe will be eradicated with the end of this battle in the near future, it does not rule out the concept of other parallel universes after all. This is not something strange, if a similar area appears in the future, but it is connected to other universes. We will have to conduct a series of discussions before deciding how to operate. The plan discussed is to seal it this time, or similar treatment methods. After the treatment, if there is still a civilization that wants to get involved, then we have the right to clean up this civilization. It has to be said that this time, the United Civilization was afraid of being bitten by a snake for 10 years. Because this time it made them deeply understand what cruelty is. And it also made them understand that sometimes things should be done, but it can't be like before. This time, they issued the 10 decrees of destruction. Compared to the past, United Civilization still pays more attention to the civilization under its own hands. And many of the terms it has designed are more humane. But this time, they chose to do a very ruthless operation. Because if they were not ruthless, no civilization would be afraid. They will only cross the minefield. So if any one of these 10 laws is touched, the entire civilization will be destroyed, leaving no chickens or dogs left. This is not negotiable. And this is the lesson they learned from this battle. They understand that the kindness of those civilizations who want to cause trouble is cruelty to all civilizations under them. A living example is before our eyes. The entire universe almost destroyed civilization, and was almost wiped out in an instant. If a large amount of land had not been given up in the end to leave a piece of pure land for civilization, then the entire civilization might be gone now. So now these laws must be strictly enforced. Once there is a civilized punishment, it will be destroyed directly and nothing else. Also, Some so-called pirate forces must be destroyed as soon as possible, including their strongholds, which are all in danger. From now on, civilization no longer needs to reserve these things. After the war is over, everything must be implemented immediately. If you want to turn a grassroots into a bandit, then destroy it with their little territory. Anyone who secretly wants to support pirates or helps pirates, if the civilization of a civilized nature is directly eliminated, the entire family of a personal nature is destroyed, and everything is strictly enforced without any mercy. At this time, everyone within the United Civilization is discussing the issue of new laws. No one objected to these laws. There is no way. They are still in the war, and they are still suffering this kind of loss. So no one dares to stand up and express objections. Once you express objections, what is your motive? And now that so many people have died, we must give them an explanation. And we must also give an explanation to future generations. In fact, their universe does not need to encounter such things at all. If such a gap was not opened at the beginning, then such things would never happen in the future. It is because of this that they are in such a situation. The entire universe is paying for what that group of people have done. What they can do now is to try their best to prevent similar things from happening in the future. Of course, the premise is to win this war. But judging from the current situation, the war is almost over and the winner is finally it will be them. With this in mind, these laws were completely formulated. Compared with the past, the new one is naturally much stricter. And the punishment is also very serious. Only in this way can we deter those who have other ideas. No one will object to this, because this war has caused heavy losses to the United Civilization. There are not many civilizations left. Most of the civilizations have been emptied of everything in the previous wars and perished. Chapter 757 Steady Development. Sometimes war is like this, requiring constant changes. The United Civilization's pursuit of change has given the entire civilization a certain degree of stability. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Now that we have reached the critical moment of the decisive battle, the United Civilization has become even more stringent in its jurisdiction. It is also for this reason that the United Civilization has always been at an advantage on the battlefield. The strict policies for the rear and various rewards for the front line make the army of the United Civilization invincible. It is also for this reason that the United Civilization has now wiped out all the plants in the 2 plant gathering places. Because of the bravery of the United Civilization, they had to unite to form a very large plant gathering place. At the same time, the plants in the restricted area were also transferred to the battlefield one after another, similar to the situation on the United Civilization side. After these years of war, plants have also evolved related things. They have also reached a very high level in terms of military and other aspects. And various types of structures have been formed within the plants. Various systems. At present, the United Civilized Army still has a strong suppression on us. We have also conducted research on their weapons during this period. They should be the power of law. At this time, the Animal Army is also discussing the current battle. We have no way to crack the power of law. And our technological level has not reached that level. If we evolve, we won't be able to break through that level of restrictions. So if they use weapons of this level, we can only passively be beaten. But if I'm not wrong, the technological level of the United Civilization is not enough for them to create such weapons. So I am very curious about where their weapons come from. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, for them, this was a question worth pondering for them. They know very well what this kind of weapon is. And the same is true for the United Civilization. So if they can't come up with it here, then they will definitely not be able to come up with this kind of thing over there. If they really have such a technological level, there is no way he could be suppressed like this. Do you still remember the battleship that was launched? I suspect that they and the United Civilization must not be together. The technological level gap between the two sides is too big. I guess the weapons of the United Civilization were provided by them. At this time, hearing what the plant commander said, the other plants also fell into deep thought. Compared to the players who were born and raised in this universe, they are very clear about the rules of the universe, especially based on their inherited memories. They know that if they want to use the power of some laws, they need to break through a barrier. Their ancestors did not reach this barrier, and neither did they. But when they were exploring this barrier, their ancestors got a lot of secret information. And this information was also the bargaining chip that allowed the plants to dare to dispatch the army of the United Civilizations. So that's where the problem lies. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the inherited memory that our ancestors told us. Once civilization breaks through that layer of restrictions, it will be noticed by a mysterious force. At that time, civilization will be subject to various restrictions. Under normal circumstances, it is not allowed to take action at will. Every time it takes action, it will be targeted by that mysterious force. And the technological level of that civilization has reached that level, which means that they will pay a high price every time they take action. In these years of battles, they have made many actions in a row from the beginning to the end. Now they have passed the technology to the United Civilization, allowing the United Civilization to use this technology, although it will improve the United Civilization. But the price they pay will definitely not be small. The use of this technology by the United Civilization will also have an impact on them. Although it is not as big as if they directly take action, it is very scary over time. So I am wondering why this civilization would do this. For him, what's the point? Plants don't understand this either. But now they have to consider the possibility of that mysterious civilization taking action. After all, they already have so many criminal records. And they are worried that this civilization will continue to intervene in the future. Because every decision of this civilization will have a very big impact on the entire war situation. For example, if it weren't for that kind of weapon, they would have taken down the United Civilization long ago. And they would not be suppressed by the United Civilization like they are now. So they are very afraid of this civilization. But they are also afraid of the players. Players can guess with their toes who the weapons of the United Civilization are. So now, while they are developing steadily, they are also thinking about how to target that special weapon. That kind of weapon is really incomprehensible. Brothers, now we must find a way to deal with that special weapon. Although the shield can resist it, the effect is not great. The resistance of the shield is a bit straightforward. It just means that the process of annihilation is much slower than hitting the entity directly. Every time the shield is annihilated, a large amount of energy is consumed to resist it. In this way, it lasts longer than ordinary things. But it doesn't last much longer. To put it simply, we don't have an effective way to deal with this kind of thing. If we don't think of a way to solve this kind of thing, then even if our side develops again later, we will still be wiped out by the United Civilization. Of course, apart from this, players also know another point. That is, if that mysterious civilization can take action once, then it will definitely be able to take action many times. At every crisis, this civilization stepped in to help the United Civilization. Then the subsequent players don't know how to play. After all, the gap between the two sides is too big, and anything they have can be easily solved by the other side. In this case, sooner or later they will play to death for the United Civilization and the mysterious civilization. This is also what gives them the most headache. If the problem of the mysterious civilization is not solved, then there will be no way for them to truly defeat the United Civilization in the future. Brothers, actually I think we thought wrong at the beginning. What we thought at the beginning was how to defeat the United Civilization and how to deal with their weapons. In fact, we can also change our thinking. That is, to make their weapons unable to regarding us. Sometimes I feel that our thinking is wrong from the beginning. At this time, as the player's words fell, everyone looked at him and waited for his next words. However, the player did not show off. And he also told everyone his thoughts. Brothers, first of all, the United Civilization can indeed cause harm to us. It is even said that it can easily defeat our fleet. But what does this mean? We really have no way to resist their weapons. But those weapons only target conventional fleets. So if we use unconventional fleets, can this kind of weapon still target them? At this time, everyone began to think thoughtfully after hearing what he said. At the same time, the player continued to add, Brothers, I actually thought about it for a while. Instead of focusing on how to resist this kind of, it's better to think about things differently. Change your thinking? Everyone was curious. That's right. We have to change our thinking. Since we can't resist it, then we won't resist it. If you target the regular fleet, then we will switch to the Baneling fleet. Anyway, once you send it down, most of our bugs will be cooled. So just switch to the Baneling fleet. If I die, I can still blow up a wave of you. I don't need to work hard to find a way to destroy your shield. The battleships attacking you will be piled up with lives. I just rush forward and explode 1 or 2 waves. Anyway, the Banelings reproduce very fast. As long as the Leviathan's speed and quantity are controlled, the number of Banelings will definitely not be bad. Then we can just explode at the beginning. Anyway, the bugs hatched by Leviathan will die after a day. Baneling bugs only have a shorter existence time and higher resource consumption. But it is much easier to win. And after so many years of evolution, although the Banelings have not been mainly evolved, It is undeniable that the power that the banlings can produce now is also very exaggerated. Coupled with the characteristics of Leviathan, it will squeeze as much as possible the potential of dry organisms. So the power of banlings will go up several levels. So if that's the case, why don't we just use this thing and just explode it? Although the number required is definitely huge. If we directly bomb all the way through the previous two civilizations' attacks, I feel that the effect will be much better than if we use a normal fleet to resist them. After hearing this player's words, everyone also fell into thinking this was indeed a good idea. In fact, since they obtained Leviathan, many conventional arms have gradually faded out of the stage of history. However, now that some players have picked up this thing, they have to think carefully about whether this routine is feasible. I think this method is feasible. After all, it only takes a few shots to deal with that kind of thing no matter what type of unit it is. So the effect of baneling bugs may be better than other regular bugs. After all, they only need to get close to it, detonate directly. No need to attack or delay the operation. At this time, many players were also discussing this matter. It's no wonder that they are not cautious. If the army fails this time, it is absolutely impossible for the other party to leave any escape route for them. After all, it is definitely impossible for the things that happened again and again to happen. This time it was all because those plants helped him to hold him back. Otherwise, the United Civilization would probably have started looking for him all over the universe. So now they only have this one chance to put all their efforts on the banlings. They don't know whether it's feasible or not. But even so, the players decided to give it a try. After all, the conventional troops have failed. If they still use conventional troops, they may encounter the same situation in the future. Therefore, instead of continuing to use conventional troops, it is better to just use banlings as the main force to run over and exchange battle losses with the opponent. Once the banlings explode, there will probably be nothing left in that area. And they are in a similar situation with the United Civilization now. After the fight, nothing will be left. So they felt that this method might still be feasible. So after a brief calculation, the players decided to start steadily developing this type of unit. In this way, they continued to collect various scraps in some scrap areas in this universe. As time went by, the reserve of resources became more and more, and the banlings also began to step up their production. What they require for this kind of bug is a large quantity. In the past, they could only stockpile creatures from one galaxy, but now they decided to stockpile creatures from 2 to 3 galaxies. Anyway, this kind of creature dies out quickly. It probably won't be noticed. However, if they want to hoard so many troops, it is estimated that less than half of the horde may be discovered. So what they have to do now is to increase the resource reserves first, then directly empty the resource reserves and develop the military strength to a very large one. Number. In this case, even if the opponent wants to use troops against them again, they need to think carefully. In this way, the players began to develop secretly. But soon, they discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with this universe. Brothers, I wonder if you have noticed that the plants in this universe are gradually decreasing. We have discovered it a long time ago. We have investigated this matter. These plants are migrating to the big universe. Judging from the situation, the war in the big universe has entered a critical period. The plant side has insufficient troop reserves. So we are moving from we will send troops here to pass. But I'm curious about what happened to those two civilizations. They actually want to mobilize troops from here. You know, the last time we were wiped out, the plants didn't mobilize their troops. Players were also curious about this matter. But they did not pay attention to it. Because if they did, their presence would be very likely to be discovered by two civilizations. What they have to do now is to try their best to hide themselves to ensure that they can be a blockbuster when the time comes. In this way, the United Civilization and the Plant Civilization will continue to fight under the hiding of the players. The departure of the plants here is naturally a good thing for them, and the resources left by the plants become theirs. So the players quickly began to excavate these areas. At the same time, while the players were still developing steadily, the United Civilization and the plants had already experienced several decisive battles. Each time, both sides invested almost all their forces. But in the end both sides suffered heavy losses. After every war, the two civilizations began to develop their military forces crazily. It didn't take long for the second round of battles to begin. In such a daze, they didn't notice that the down-and-out bug had developed again elsewhere. In fact, we can't blame them, because now both sides can't get away. And the insects suffered such heavy losses that time. There is basically not much chance of a comeback. This is of course what the United Civilization thinks. The United Civilizations don't know much about the restricted area, and they don't know how much resource reserves there are. But according to their estimates, there shouldn't be much resource reserves there. Otherwise the plants wouldn't want to kill them. Type it out. Chapter 758, the eve of the decisive battle. But unfortunately, it is obvious that the United Civilization miscalculated this time. It is true that due to the development of plants in recent years, the resource reserves are not high. But no matter how little these things are, it is still easy to raise them for players. Although the resource consumption in some large plant gathering areas is very serious, the resource consumption in some small plant gathering areas is not high. When taking these plants outside, you also know that they may cool down after the resources are used up. So they are relatively economical on resources. This also leads to the fact that there are still a lot of resources in a small area. And players now don't expect to find that kind of fat area. So now all their eyes are on small areas. Players can get a lot of resources in these small areas. At this time, the United Civilization, which did not have a special understanding of the situation inside, naturally did not know this. And this also gives players a good opportunity to develop. In this way, while the United Civilization was still fighting against plants, the players started their own development. Brothers, the lessons from the last time are still vivid in our minds. We must be careful this time. At this time, the players were discussing each other. It's obvious that the current situation is a very good opportunity for them. Many small areas were visited by the players' worker bees, and a large amount of resources were looted. After an area was cleared, the players immediately went to other areas. All in all, the players can be considered very cautious this time. They were very obscene during the development, and were not as showy as before. Brothers, this wave is pretty good. I didn't expect that there are so many resources left here. For us, this is a great blessing. Yes, with the amount of resource reserves here, it will not be difficult for us to develop in the future. In this way, players can discuss and increase their efforts to exploit the resources here. For today's players, the acquisition of resources is very important. I can also maintain their resource acquisition here. In this way, while the two civilizations in the big universe are still developing, the players in the small universe have begun their own steady development. From the beginning, the entire civilization was crumbling. But now it has gradually gained a certain ability to protect itself. The whole process took a very short time. Of course, this is also due to the current relocation of plants. In fact, the plants also have their own plans for moving away from this place. They want to use this place as a preliminary resource library for themselves. They will not touch the things here in the future, and will only consider touching the things inside when necessary. All in all, they had their own arrangements for the plants here. But the only thing they missed was that the players came back here again, and began to touch their small treasury. But at this time, the plants in this universe have no way to detect the hidden players. In addition, the players themselves are very careful in their actions, so it is even more impossible to find them. All in all, the players have thought about everything that might happen and made corresponding decisions. Otherwise, they would not dare to develop here. As time goes by, the players' forces have gradually increased. However, compared to the past, all the players' forces have been devoted to banlings. And the number of banlings is also very terrifying. However, as a one-time consumable unit, this quantity is definitely not enough. If you want to overwhelm both civilizations, you will have to increase the number on your side by at least several hundred times. Otherwise it will definitely not be enough. If this method is used throughout a battle, players may not even be able to estimate how huge the baneling consumption will be. All in all, what they have to do now is to continue to expand their military strength. After the military strength reaches a certain level, they will start to reserve resources. Reserve resources to a certain amount. And when the time comes for war, you can invest resources at any time to hatch more. All in all, not only the initial battle, but also the subsequent battery life must be taken into consideration. Brothers, this wave is okay. At least the number of banlings we have now is qualified. Next, we need to consider reserving resources. After a period of busy work, the players have a certain foundation, and after having the foundation, they begin to consider subsequent plans. In fact, as the players are now, their initial plans are very reasonable. If there is no foundation, then their subsequent plans will be nonsense. But now that they have the foundation, they will be considered safe. And the next step is to consider the follow-up matters. The investment cost of banlings is actually not high. Especially the ones hatched by Leviathan are cheaper and very powerful. Therefore, Subsequent players will mainly rely on these banlings. As for the ones hatched now, they are mainly used to enrich the fleet to resist the first and second rounds of attacks. All in all, players are planning for all of this. They want to ensure that the total number of banlings that can be hatched in the future is at least much greater than the current number of troops. Otherwise, they would have given away meat in the past. While the players are still preparing, the war between plants and the United Civilizations is still going on. Things are not going well for either civilization. After all, the war between the two sides lasted for too long, and the total amount of resources invested was also very exaggerated. Large-scale battles like this are mainly supported by resources. Although plants are very powerful in obtaining resources, or in terms of reproduction speed, the amount of resources obtained is limited. Especially since this universe once united with civilizations to manage and harvest so many resources. There are actually not many places left with resources in this universe. If the distance is taken into account, and various processes such as round-trip transportation and conversion are taken into account, the remaining resources themselves will be discounted, and a lot of time will be consumed. This also keeps the plant's military strength at a level that can barely support it. State of combat. This time on the plant side. If we continue to fight, our resources may not be able to sustain the subsequent war. Currently, there are fewer and fewer resource points that can be found, and the amount obtained is getting lower and lower. However, the scale of the war has not changed much. Now we and the United Civilizations are mainly fighting for family wealth. Whoever has a stronger family background will fight longer. Compared with this total amount of resources, we definitely don't have as much as the United Civilization, and there is no way to make up for our losses in the external supply. This means that we need to consume more resources here, because we rely on quantity to win. In a war, the resource consumption is several times more than that of the United Civilization. In addition, it cannot be recycled now. So these times the consumption is solid. At this time, many plants within civilization are also worried about the situation in front of them. They were also very helpless. After all, what was happening before them was beyond their imagination. Originally, they thought that the United Civilization would not be able to sustain it for long. But with the emergence of that weapon, everything changed. Although in subsequent wars, they will also recycle the spacecraft of the United Civilization to convert biomass. The second is to make the losses of the United Civilization even more heavy. But the effect does not seem to be great. After all, the amount of resource reserves in the hands of the United Civilization is itself a war between local tyrants and salted fish. Therefore, the plant side also had an extremely difficult fight. At this time, they also had some regrets. They regretted that they had cooperated with the United Civilization to take down the Zerg. If they had not taken down the Zerg would definitely join them at this time. Deal with the troublesome existence of the United Civilization. Of course, if you regret it now, it won't actually have much effect. After all, the entire situation is now very clear, and there is not much to say in the future. Both sides can only rely on this method to fight to the end. At this time, the plant has been thinking about a question: whether to go all out and give everything. In fact, they have been thinking about this, because now the United Civilization feels like boiling a frog in warm water to them. The United Civilization uses its own advantages to crush their disadvantages. The longer this war lasts, the more beneficial it will be for the United Civilization. There will be fewer and fewer choices among plants. Now they can continue to fight against the United Civilization. In the later stage, they may not be able to fight such a war with the United Civilization due to insufficient resources. So now they are also extremely entangled. Whether to continue to consume and see who consumes whom first, or to go all out. We don't even know how much resource reserves the United Civilization has. If it continues to be consumed, we may not even have a chance to choose in the future. So I suggest that we directly go up and fight with them. Regarding the matter at hand, everyone is also a discussion point. It is true that now it is time to make a decision. They had too little information about the United Civilization, and even said that they had no concept at all. By the time they really had the concept, it was already too late. But their evolution process is very fast. But it is undeniable that they lost too many things in the middle. Because of these reasons, many of their decisions were imperfect, and many plans were not implemented, because there was simply no such opportunity. So now it is very difficult for them to deal with the current situation. But in the end the plants decided to take a risk and fight. After all, now they can be regarded as having all the people on their side to directly suppress all the plants. In this case, they should be able to break through the defense of the United Civilization. As long as they can break through, the subsequent matters will be easier to handle. This is also the only solution they can think of at present. In this way, the plant side started preparations. At the same time, the United Civilization side had naturally been paying attention to the situation on the plant side. When they saw the plant side making some moves, they immediately became vigilant. Depending on the situation, these plants should be ready to make a desperate move. During this period, the number of plants they sent out on the battlefield has decreased significantly, and the areas that were originally captured have begun to be gradually occupied by us. According to the monitoring equipment we put there, it is obvious that their troops are gathering. It seems that just as we thought before, these plants are already jumping over the wall to fight us desperately. We must also be cautious about this. At least deploy enough troops to resist. Otherwise it may be difficult to operate in the future. From now on, all wars will shift from frontline operations to rear defensive operations. Our purpose is to block their wave of impact. After blocking, the cosmic plants will be useless. The next step is to clean up these plants and some remaining bugs on a large scale. Everyone on the United Civilization side is also discussing future plans. All in all, after so much, this war is finally coming to an end. This is indeed good news for plants or the United Civilization. Finally, everything will be settled. In this way, the United Civilization side also began to prepare nervously for the army. And the two sides also began to compete secretly. For the two civilizations, this time will determine the final winner. So the two civilizations are also very cautious. As a large number of troops gathered, the entire universe was covered by a chilling atmosphere. This time, whether the universe will continue to be led by the United Civilization, or whether it will change its master, is in this decisive battle. At the same time, what they don't know is that current players have also begun to pay attention to the situation here. After all, after the players have almost recovered, the first thing they want to do is to understand the situation here. And when the players saw the performance of the two civilizations, they knew that they were about to enter a decisive battle. And it seemed that their minds began to become more active. Look at the situation. The United Civilization is preparing for a big fight with those plants. After this wave, both sides will definitely be empty of troops. I feel that we can have a wave. Looking at the situation here, a player couldn't help but feel a little excited. Don't rush yet. This is our chance. And it is also our only chance. If they discover our situation again this time, we will really be gone in the future. So we must be steady this time and kill again at the critical moment. Life. In this way, the players discuss that the current situation is indeed their last chance for them. Of course, the players also know very well that this wave will also determine their life or death. And while the two civilizations are still preparing, the players are naturally also preparing. As time goes by, the main battlefield between the two sides has ceased fighting. At this time, the plants and the United Civilization were in a very tacit understanding and were preparing for the final charge. At the same time, the plants also knew that the United Civilization was beginning to retreat to its fortress. Obviously, they want to fight with themselves there. And after knowing the situation here, the plants are not afraid. Now they don't have too many choices. They can only fight with the United Civilization here. Even if it is at the opponent's home court, they must play. And just when they started to move troops, the players also moved. Chapter 759, the decisive battle begins. In this way, several forces had different thoughts and put all their eyes on this war. The players who had endured it for so long knew that it was time for them to take revenge. At this time in the universe, the armies of the United Civilizations and plants have been assembled. And this time their forces are unusually large. After all, this time is a general battle that combines the power of the entire universe. The war that has been delayed for so long will finally come to an end at this moment. Naturally, this is a major event that all civilizations are concerned about. At this time, while these civilizations were still paying attention, the war began to quietly begin. This time the army sent by the plants was unprecedentedly powerful, including all the plants in the plant gathering place. Compared to the past, this time the plants were all in. Although the remaining 3 areas were significantly smaller than the previous areas, the number of troops was more sufficient than in any previous war. A large number of plants cover the sky and dye the entire universe into a sea of green. At the same time, all the battleship turrets of the United Civilization and other things that can be imagined are gathered here. At this time, even the army of the United Civilizations couldn't help but feel their scalps numb when looking at the overwhelming plants. But they knew that the next step was to fight these plants desperately. This battle will determine the future direction of several civilizations. So both the plant industry and the United Civilization Army are extremely cautious. Brothers, this battle will determine the survival of civilization. So we have no retreat. Then we are still the strongest civilization in the universe. If we lose, everything will be reduced to nothingness. At this time, before the war started, the administrator of the United Civilization had already begun to give a lecture. This time he gave an impassioned lecture, and the soldiers below also heard it clearly. As the lecture ended, the fleet began to deploy in a mighty manner. At this time, as the fleet of the United Army began to deploy, they naturally noticed the movement on the plant side for the first time. Fellow plant compatriots, I believe everyone should understand what happens next. We are now at the point of life and death, and this battle will determine the ultimate fate of our civilization. If we win this battle, there will be basically no danger for us in the future, and the continuation of civilization can continue. Our plant species came out of that area. Everyone should be very clear about what happened in that area. Ever since our ancestors were driven to that area, we have never wanted to leave there. After so many years, we finally left. We left the area that our ancestors had never dreamed of leaving and came to this paradise-like place. The entire universe is so big that it is completely enough for our species to thrive. Now, we only need to eradicate these enemies in front of us. Then the universe will be ours. So this is a battle that determines our life and death. At this time you are on the plant side, and the plant leader is also instilling the importance of this battle to all the plants. At the same time, when everything was ready, the battle between the two sides officially started. The mighty plant army came from the void and attacked the United Civilization. Although the area under the jurisdiction of the United Civilization headquarters is huge enough, what is surprising is that a very terrifying shield suddenly unfolded. This shield covers almost all areas under the jurisdiction of the United Civilization. Even the players were shocked by such a large shield. They could not imagine how amazing the energy supply of this level of shield was. This is the family background of the United Civilization. It is indeed terrifying enough. It's too scary. The daily energy output of such a huge shield is simply an astonishing number. But the United Civilization can easily support it. I really can't imagine how much wealth the United Civilization has, and how much they have in reserve. I guess they won't last long. Otherwise they would have used this thing long ago. After all, this war itself is a fight to the death. So it is normal for the civilizations of both sides to fight to the death. At this time, the players were also discussing the current situation with each other. I have to say that what happened now was indeed a bit eye-opening for them. However, I have to say that the decision-making of the United Civilization itself has problems. I am afraid it will be difficult for the United Civilization to resist this one. Naturally, everyone agrees with what this player has done. Indeed, opening this shield or creating such a large shield itself is a major mistake in decision-making. It is really unnecessary. In the player's view, the current situation of the United Civilization is suitable for ensuring the safety of a small number of people, ensuring the safety of some fleets or some important areas and abandoning other areas. And the United Civilizations are too caring. Is it possible to actually want to protect the entire area? It is obvious that this is impossible. Although their current territory has shrunk extremely, the area under their jurisdiction is terrifying enough. If they want to protect such a large area, the daily functional consumption of this shield is very terrifying. The players don't know why the Union and Civilization did this. Although they saved a lot of people by doing this, they actually led these people into the abyss. At this time, resources must be used with caution. Their use of resources is really too wasteful. As long as the plants are not stupid, they only need to delay until the United Civilization is unable to support this thing. Then they will attack everything the dust has settled. It was obvious that the plant side also had this idea. After they saw such a large shield appearing, they tried several rounds of attacks and lost a large number of plants during the attack. They immediately realized how powerful this thing was. At the same time, they also immediately thought of a countermeasure. That is, to surround you without attacking and just spend time with you. Of course, they naturally knew that plants would adopt such a strategy to unite civilization. And the main purpose of why they came up with this thing was to buy themselves enough time. If these plants do not attack for the sake of siege, then the plant forces will be scattered. And what they have to do is to take advantage of the scattered plants and suddenly attack several places to clear out one plant first. In this way, according to the plan of the United Civilization, everything began to proceed in an orderly manner. The energy consumed by this shield is actually not very high. After all, this technology is also provided to them by the mysterious civilization. In terms of energy consumption, it consumes much less energy than what players traditionally think of as a shield. And the strength of the shield is also very terrifying. It is also because of these things that the United Civilization dares to arrange it like this. After the United Civilization was ready, a large number of fleets set off from the United Civilization and began to attack the plants in different areas. After these plants reacted, they immediately started to fight back. However, the next operation of the United Civilization was very simple. As long as the plants counterattacked, they would return to the shield, or rely on the turrets outside the shield to provide support to attack. In this way, you can get the maximum return with the minimum loss. It has to be said that United Civilization has a clear idea. Various routines can be used with great proficiency. The plants that relied on their own equipment to drag them were also miserable. After experiencing such torment several times, the plants immediately realized that the situation was not good. They rely on this shield and the turrets deployed around it to be able to advance and retreat, attack and defend. If they rely on this method to fight against themselves, they will be eaten alive by them if they continue to drag on. I never thought this civilization could be so insidious. It's really disgusting. This civilization has always been like this. Every time it is unwilling to fight us head-on, it always plays some clever tricks to consume us. At this time, these plants are also the operations of the United Civilization that have been complained about in various ways. But I have to say that although these operations are not very glorious, they are very useful. At least now, they are disgusted. At this time, a group of plants are gathering together, and they feel that it will definitely not work if it continues like this. So they made a decision, which was to gather all the plants and charge directly, no matter how strong the shield was. Either they would charge the shield into the interior, or they would be destroyed by the United Civilizations. All in all, they only had these two options, and no other options. At this time, as these orders were issued, the plants began to take action. Chief, is it really okay for us to do this? This is equivalent to gambling with the wealth and lives of all our compatriots. At this time, looking at the busy plants, a commander couldn't help but ask. And the leader also gave an answer to his question. Perhaps my current behavior seems a bit reckless to you. But have you ever thought about it? After fighting these civilizations for so long, haven't you concluded it? There are many times when we can actually lose very little. But because of the constant chaos, we have to pay a heavy price again. And now the same thing happens in front of us. How do you think I should choose? Choosing the same submissive and steady development as before, and then waiting for others to slowly recover. It is absolutely impossible to ruin the advantage we have established at such a cost this time. There is only one such opportunity, and we will never have another after this one. So what's the point of thinking about it every day? When civilization is extinct, it will be useless no matter how much you think about it. So what we have to do now is to pay all costs and fight. Although he had some personal emotions and thoughts in it at this time, he knew very well that sometimes he had to have such things. Because once these things are gone, and you start discussing with other people, the result of the discussion must be the safest result. This war will never be won with a safe outcome. Which is why he issued this order without allowing anyone to refute it. No matter what the opinion was, he did not intend to listen. He planned to make a desperate move like this. But as he started to operate, he saw that the entire plant population had begun to go crazy and countless plants gathered together. Then he began to attack the shield crazily, and countless plants risked their lives to attack the shield, which also caused ripples on the shield. A large number of attacks fell on the shield more violently than ever before, ignoring the turrets and battleships of the United Civilization. These plants attacked the shield like crazy. At this time, seeing such a fierce attack, the United Civilization knew that the plants had gone crazy. They knew that the shield would be broken by this side. But their goal had been achieved. After all, delaying tactics can only delay a certain amount of time to gain a certain advantage. It is definitely not possible to rely on this set of tactics forever. But now, all civilizations looking at the attacking plants know that this is a real decisive battle. They are so shocked that countless people are eagerly waiting for the moment when these plants break through the shield. And after it is broken, it will be the time for the real decisive battle between the two sides. As time went by, the shield gradually began to respond. Seeing this scene, the army of plants attacked even more fiercely. And at the same time, the warships from the United Civilization began to gather together one after another. As the shield was attacked by plants, the warships immediately started to fight at the next moment. And the battle between the two counterattacks officially entered the home field. At this time, looking at the large number of forts, Many plants were divided to clear these forts. At the same time, there were many plants fighting with these enemies on the main battlefield. Faced with the investment of all the plants, even if the United Civilization has a huge advantage, it is extremely difficult to fight. After all, they have nothing left in this wave, and they are just trying their best to get over. There is only one way to face such a situation, and that is to resist desperately. As long as it is blocked, the plants will be unable to survive. In this way, the battle between the two sides began in the mainland under the jurisdiction of the United Civilization. At the same time, the players were quietly watching the situation here. And the players were also happy. It seems they have a red eye. Fortunately, we hit it deeply enough before. Otherwise, given our situation, we might not have had the chance to develop it. The United Civilizations are still wary of us, but not too high. Especially after seeing our Leviathan. They think that our arms may only be obtained through that thing. What they don't know is that we still have insect nests. Compared with the insect nests in the past, we will not invest on a large scale. But the situation is different now. Now the total amount of insect nests we invest here is doubling every day. According to this situation, it won't be long before the number will reach an extremely terrifying value. The tactics adopted by this wave of players are still the insect seed tactic. And in order to ensure a sufficient supply of insects, they have also built a lot of insect nests. Chapter 760 The Zerg enters the scene. Everything is done so that there will be no shortage of troops in subsequent operations. After all, they only have one chance this time. Now that the plant army is out in full force, the players have stopped thinking about stealing their homes. Since they can't steal the house later, now they have no choice but to fight head-on. Therefore, the requirements for the number of insect nests are very high. Fortunately, the area where the plants are now has been moved away, so this gives players enough land to do these things. At this time, the players have begun to develop insect nests crazily around the restricted area. They have expanded the number of insect nests to a very terrifying level. When the time comes, Leviathan will hatch first. If it lives, then the insect nest will also help hatch it. In this case, the follow-up troop resources are absolutely sufficient. And compared with conventional arms, there are many things that do not need to be worried about. After all, if the front line is really having fun, then go to the rear to support the troops. As long as people are not stupid, they will know that they should intercept it. People have started to intercept. And if you go to support them later, there are a lot of things you need to consider. However, with this kind of baneling now, there is no need to worry at all. If something is wrong, just drive this thing out and blow it up. So there will be nothing to worry about later. All in all, the players have thought about everything about the situation here, while the players are still preparing. On the United Civilization side, the war between the two sides has also entered a fierce stage. Reporting to the commander, the attack on the plants is getting more and more fierce. And there are also many plants that we have not seen before. The defense of these plants is very high, and they have some resistance to our weapons. Although the resistance is not high, it is undeniable that they are also evolving in this direction. At this time, everyone within the United Civilization is reporting on the situation of the attacking plants. At this time, the commander could not help but frown as he listened to the report from his subordinates. It seems things are not as easy to handle as we thought. Although these plants do not pose much of a threat to us at their current level of evolution, it is undeniable that at this pace, they will be very detrimental to us. Any small change in such a huge number will directly affect the final outcome of the entire battle. At this time, the commander-in-chief within the United Civilization couldn't help but feel a little headache about the current situation. The tactics we are currently adopting here are passive defense tactics. According to our situation, if we want to take the initiative to attack, it will definitely be impossible. And this is also the problem. At this time, the commander knew very well what the advantages and disadvantages of his own fleet were. Currently our defensive shield has been broken, and we are now in the stage of frontal combat. It can be resisted by relying on the various turrets and warships we have prepared over the years, but it is still difficult to resist. And now there are such changes on the plant side, which means that if we originally needed a unit of troops to resist, but now they have changed. We need 1.1 to put this small improvement into a huge number. Then the demand is going to be horrific. I have to say that this commander is also very calm. Even if the battle situation on the battlefield is very anxious now, he can still calm down and analyze many of the current details. We must now consider all conceivable possibilities before deciding how to fight. As he spoke, he began to circle. At this time, There was no good strategy for facing these plant armies. Only low-end strategies. Because the plant army had given up everything. And they had only one purpose now. Which was to capture this place. If this is the case, then it is definitely unwise to go head-to-head. Although the area we manage has been reduced a lot, it is still very large. We can retreat while fighting and arrange enough bombs in many areas. In this way, we can sacrifice these areas to consume these plants. It didn't take long for him to make this decision. Although this decision has been opposed by many people, there is no better solution to the current situation. So even though these people objected, they still went ahead and did it. After all, this is no longer the time to fight for power. It is the time for the survival of civilization. All methods that can be used to continue civilization can be tried no matter what the cost. As the order was issued to the United Civilization, action began immediately, and then fleets in large areas began to evacuate. At this time, the place was also arranged. As the plant army advanced, the powerful bombs were detonated, and the dense plants died instantly. All in all, although the plants kept advancing along the way, the losses were also very huge. In this way, the plants finally captured the headquarters of the United Civilization. When they attacked the headquarters, nearly half of the original plant army had been lost. In fact, the situation on the United Civilization side was not much better, and they also suffered heavy losses. All in all, the two sides are preparing for the final decisive battle here. The plants have already invaded the base. The final decisive battle has begun. It's time to tell whether you will die or we will die. The plants are not polite at all, and have prepared so many gifts for us. Of course we are no better than the plants here. Everything has been prepared. The next step is to see who can have the last laugh. At this time, everyone was discussing with each other. As time passes, the final battle begins. Countless turrets are densely packed and emit various special lights towards the plants. The same goes for countless battleships. At the same time, the plant army is dealing damage while counterattacking. The battle between the two sides is inextricably fought here. Looking at the situation here, the players naturally know what they are going to do next. Brothers, the plants and the United Army are ready to start the decisive battle. And we have to prepare too. All battling squads are ready. Pay attention to the distance between the troops, and be sure not to accidentally injure them. In addition, the troops responsible for protecting Leviathan should be well organized here to prevent them from being breached in the future. This thing can kill 1,000 enemies, and damage itself 800. If we are bombed, we will not suffer much. At this time, everyone was discussing the current role. For them, the current Jez did not have any advantage over them, although they are the ones sitting back and reaping the benefits. They know very well that even so, the situation on their side is still far behind if they want to compete with these old civilizations. After all, they can be regarded as hurrying up and taking their time in this wave. Developed again. Compared with these civilizations, their own savings are very different. Therefore, the timing of entry is very important. Both sides must suffer heavy losses. And even if one side is about to die, then you can take action. Only in this way can you gain the greatest advantage. Just like this, the players continue to wait for the opportunity. And this time it is on the United Civilization side. Although this battle caused them heavy losses. As time passed, they finally withstood the attack of the plant army. The final winner will be our current plant army. The remaining strength is less than 1 to 10. Although we have also suffered heavy losses. If this trend continues, it won't be long before the plant army will be completely defeated by us. Wipe out? While talking, the commander-in-chief of the United Civilization could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It must be said that the battle here was indeed very stressful for him. After all, this is related to the life and death of civilization. Although his plan has gone through countless simulation exercises, the final result is not much different from now. Even so, he was still worried before seeing the final result. Because sometimes simulation and reality were two different things. But now that he saw that everything was going according to his plan, he could feel relieved. But at this time, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, which made him feel a little strange. What's going on? Why do I feel this way? There is no reason. According to normal circumstances, there should be no backup plan. At this time, the commander of the United Civilization turned his attention to the battlefield again. After seeing that these plants did not change much, he was slightly puzzled. It was too strange. He didn't know why he felt like this for no reason. After thinking for a long time, he didn't get the desired result. In the end, he couldn't help but shake his head. There shouldn't be any surprises. Right? But just as he was thinking this, the next moment a rapid shouting came from the channel. And after hearing the content, his expression changed involuntarily. What's going on? The frontline reconnaissance troops discovered that a large number of Zerg troops are coming this way. When he heard the news, his head was buzzing. How is this possible? Haven't the Zerg army been wiped out by us before? At this time, he already knew where the source of his uneasiness was. It was obviously the Zerg army. How long has it been since the last time the Zerg were wiped out? How did they create the Zerg army? How powerful is their reproductive ability? The United Civilization also conducted research on these bugs. They found that there are two types of bugs. The first type is the one that can only survive for 1 day. And the second type is the one with a very long survival period. Later, based on the information they collected, they agreed that the hatching time of the two bugs must be different. Bugs that can exist for a long time should hatch very slowly. Therefore, when the bugs are fighting, very few of these bugs are sent out. And bugs like those that can only exist for 1 day hatch very quickly. It's fast, but it also has its own shortcomings, which is its short existence. And this is also the main force in the insect swarm army. Therefore, they knew very well during the battle that as long as Leviathan was solved, there would basically be nothing to worry about in the future. Because in the final analysis, this giant beast is the mobile base of the Zerg. In their understanding, they believe that they only need to solve this thing. If the Zerg wants to continue to explode troops, they must retrain this giant beast. For such a huge beast, the training cycle must not be too short. So after they eliminated the Zerg at that time, they were not worried that the Zerg would come to cause trouble in the future, because they simply did not have enough time to develop enough troops. Looking at the current situation now, he knew that he was terribly wrong. Maybe the Zerg's breeding method was completely different from what they imagined. And it was even said that there was a big deviation. It was also because of this deviation that led to the current attack. This is a really troublesome race. Facing the current situation, he was helpless. Originally, everything was about to be settled. But who knew that a Zerg would actually come out halfway? And the information about this Zerg was different from what he had imagined. This was a very uncontrollable factor. At the same time, he also noticed that this time, the Zerg fleet was completely different from before. In the past, they knew what kind of bugs the Zerg fleet was. But now, it was a kind of bug they had never seen before. And all the bugs were of this kind, which made him feel a little strange. After all, it was impossible to equip only one type of soldier in any battle. And now that the Zerg are doing this can only mean one thing. That is, this type of unit may be much more powerful than they imagined. At this moment, while he was still thinking like this, he saw the Zerg army rushing towards him in a mighty manner. Moreover, the place of charge was still the main battlefield. And he couldn't help but frown when he saw the scene. What are these bugs thinking? They rushed directly to the main battlefield. At this time, they should be killing the plants or the rear of my side to eliminate them first. He was also a little puzzled by the outrageous actions of your bugs. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for the bugs to make such a strategy. But just when he was still confused, the bugs soon told him the answer. Immediately after the sky filled with energy fluctuations, countless banelings demonstrated their unparalleled killing capabilities at this moment. After the baneling exploded, the plants and battleships in an area were instantly eliminated. Seeing this scene, the commander's head was buzzing. At this moment, he finally understood why these bugs rushed directly to the main battlefield. And also understood why these bugs only had one type of unit. And they were all bomb bugs. The sudden explosion caught both the plants and the combined army by surprise. At the same time, the players would not give them any chance. And a large number of baneling armies began to fly towards this direction. A large number of warships began to attack. And even the plant army was the same. After witnessing the powerful power of the banelings, they did not dare to let them get close. But the number of players' baneling armies is simply too large.